Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Good day to you. Good to have you here. Good to see you again. Good day to you. Sorry. Good day to you. Good to have you here. Good to see you again. I was chewing on something that. Good day to you. Good to have you here. Good. It was a toffee. One of those, those sticky chocolate things that I shouldn't really, but sometimes I do. Yeah, so good day to you. Good to see you here. Good to have you again. Always in anticipation. I look forward to you joining again. And there you are. So it's with relief that I welcome you and then hopefully strap you in for another roller coaster ride. So the usual protocol, I say it every single day, so you should know the routine already. Just as soon as you're coming in, be clicking on the like button. That's very important. So click on like, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. So do that as well. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So yesterday we had a guy called Darlington. We couldn't get him on the screen, but then we had a guy called Osars. And all those two gentlemen did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and they just appeared on the screen. So yes, we are canvassing for new voices because we want to expand the conversation, you see. So we're canvassing for new voices because we want to expand the conversation, and you can be that new voice of the day. So maybe we'll introduce, it's a bit like One Man's Got Talent. So you can be the auditionee for the day. So yeah, let's do it in that format. One Man's Got Talent, and you can be the auditionee for the day. So if you've never been with us, we're especially looking forward to you joining us. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come join us immediately and straight away. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe. So those two, you must click on them. And then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen. So do those. So now, what are we going to be contending with today? So it's a mixed bag of everything today. So we just meander our way through the news, and then we see where it lands us. I keep saying it's likely to be a short session. Hopefully it will, we'll see how it goes. So this one here, embedded within this headline is a lot of unpeeling. So there's a lot to unpeel from this headline. Odua plans oil exploration. So a lot of you may or may not know that there is significant enough of commercial quantity oil in Yoruba land. I think a few years ago, and by the way, Lagos State is one of the oil derivative states, by the way, getting the 13%, because of course, a few years ago, oil was discovered in Lagos State. So there is oil in Yoruba land. And it looks as though now, with Tinubu'S situation, moves about to be made. Odua plans oil exploration. So quite what that means, or what we're reading into that, we'll find out shortly. So now, this next headline, this is what is going to be agitating political discussion for the next few weeks. So it looks as though it is locked and loaded and about to be delivered. It is locked and loaded and about to be delivered. Tinubu's ministerial list ready, undergoing security check. So yes, a lot of people have been sending me a lot of winners and losers, runners and riders on that space. The name Wike, a recurring decimal. Ambode, also one of the names a lot of people have been forwarding to me, but I will wait just for a short period, and I'm sure they will deliver that list. But with bated breath, we wait in anticipation. Tinubu's ministerial list ready, undergoing security check. But the rumor circulating is that it is heavily laden with technocrats, which is what a lot of people want to see. It is heavily laden with technocrats. So now, flush the garbage out is the only way that I can preload this next headline. Flush the garbage out. So flush the garbage out. So I'll give you this headline, and then in the course of the session, we're going to react to a video that is reacting to now this headline. It sounds convoluted and complex, but when you see the headline, then you know where I'm heading. So I'll give you this headline, and then in the course of the session, we're going to react to a video that is reacting to this headline. So the headline, new service chiefs, over 100 generals, rear admirals, air vice marshals asked to voluntarily resign. So I don't think quite a lot of people will argue against this, because these people, they're on fat salaries, on fat pay, on fat everything. The only thing that is not fat about the Nigerian army, the Nigerian military forces, the only thing that is not fat about them is the results. When was the last time you picked up the news and you did not hear that 70 to 100 people were killed in the Middle Belt? We're so inured to that news now, we don't even notice it anymore. You know, every single day, that's always the case. 50 dead in Sokoto, 100 slaughtered in Benue. And this, of course, these people, I'm not sure that there's a military force anywhere else in the world that has the complement of generals that we have within our own structures. So they just ratchet themselves off. These people that can barely read or write, they just ratchet themselves up through whatever dubious system to land badges on their shoulders and call themselves general as the country continues to hemorrhage blood. Our new service chiefs, over 100 generals, rear admirals, air vice marshals, asked to voluntarily retire. So voluntarily retire then connotes then that there will be a package to go with that. Sack them would have been the better result. Sack them would have been the better result. But then, of course, if they had sacked them, then this next headline would not be the case. So this is it now. What is the punishment for failure? Is what you want to is the question. So the question that is going to be answered by this next headline is that question: what is the punishment for failure? So the punishment for failure within the Nigerian military structure is this: retirement windfall. Ex-service chiefs get 4 bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, 36 soldiers. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. The level of killing, I think, was it Amnesty International? So I'm quoting this as statistic of memory, so don't take it verbatim. But in the broad remembrance of, in the broad memories of it, I think Amnesty International was actually telling us that close to 250,000 to 300,000 or 350,000 people lost their lives within the course of this Buhari's administration. And the punishment for that, the punishment being vested on the people that were meant to prevent that. Retirement windfall, ex-service chiefs get 4 bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, 36 soldiers. So if you multiply the 36 soldiers by however many, if you multiply the 36 soldiers by however many service chiefs are living, so those are that many soldiers now that are not on the war front, as though we had sufficient enough of them to spare. As though we had sufficient enough of them to spare, Sowore reacts to all of that. And by the way, the video clip that I'm going to play you is all wrapped around that space. So Sowore reacts to all of that. Tinubu gave sacked military chiefs let's try that again after I sip water. Tinubu gave sacked Nigerian military chiefs mouth-watering benefits to avert overthrow of his government. So this is Sowore. So now, I'm not sure that I agree with that headline because I think Nigeria has crossed that Rubicon to the other side. I'm not sure. In fact, I'm pretty sure that we have passed now the phase of military incursions into politics in Nigeria. I don't think we will ever see that again. So I think somewhat dubious and mischievous this headline by the rascally guy from, where is he even from? Some people will say it's from Ondo State. A lot of people will say it's from the Creeks. A citizen of no mean city. A citizen of no mean city. And also, we have to solve the mystery of this bead that is always wearing around his neck. So a lot of people will say is act of rebellion, is some Fela Kuti thing, but I think anyway, you know what I think. Tinubu gave sacked Nigerian military chiefs mouth-watering benefits to avert overthrow of his government. Omoyele Sowore making the headline there. So Omoyele Sowore making the headline there, and now we will land on this video. I did tell you that we'll be going through a video that reacts to all of that. And this is the video. it is illegal to compel military personnel to retire. Frank Tai Tai is the person. So we'll meet Frank to find out who he is and then find out exactly what he has to say. But he's saying that if you look at the expense of training these people is usually what the arguments are. But no matter how much it costs to train these people, they are not fit for purpose and therefore they should leave. It is illegal to compel military personnel to retire. Frank Tai Tai or TT or whatever that is. So we have a look at that. But we'll be kicking the session off with a video clip which speaks to the headline, Make Nigeria Great Again, Tinubu fleshes out policy stance of his governmental thrust. So we'll be kicking the session off with that. And I already have that lined up. So as soon as we come back from the guys, we'll hit on that. And do I have it lined up? I did say I had it lined up. Let me make sure that I do have it lined up. Hold on. All right. Oh, yes, I do have it. Pardon me. Yes, I do have it lined up. So we'll be landing on that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, just as I said, click on the like button, click on subscribe. If you're a new voice wanting to come and join us, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all those. The invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is pinned in the comment section. So, but the like and subscribe, really the essential thing. If you clicked on the like and subscribe and the hyperlink that says StreamYard, then you fulfilled all righteousness. Fulfill all righteousness as we go to the guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. So ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you want to come join us, we're looking for new voices. We're always, did you hear that? We're always looking for new voices. It's only because it enriches the conversational space, you know? You know the voice that, you know the golden voice. Let me just tell you, do you know the golden voice that this platform is looking for? There's one voice that this platform is looking for. The golden voice that we're looking for is Amina from Gombe. That's who we're looking for. But she has to be to the quality of Ribadu Hassan, Mohammed, all the northerners that come here. So if we can get some Amina Memuna from Gombe, so some northern girl of that quality that Hassan Aribadu and Mohammed brings to the platform, that's the golden voice. Do you understand? That's the voice I'm looking for. Because that's the only voice yet that's not been documented on this platform. We've documented every other voice, but we've not documented the educated northern female voice. So that's the golden voice we're looking for now. So if you are Amina or Memuna or Aisha too or whatever, we're looking for you. So come join us. So yes, the golden voice we're looking for, that there it is right there. Amina from Gombe. So Amina from Gombe. So I'm going to kick it off with this video clip. It's only about 7 minutes, but listen carefully, because what Tinubu is speaking to here is the directional thrust of his administration. So this is to tell you what is to come over the next 4, possibly 8 years. So it's a philosophy and an ideology and a political thrust, a developmental thrust as to the direction of travel that he feels best suits for the Nigerian state. So pay attention as you hear from your president.
Here assuring you that I will not relent in working with all of you with available resources. 25 million people, Nigerians. You can't afford to go under. You can't afford to be Father Christmas to neighboring countries. We can't just afford the petroleum subsidy. And it's getting whole around the foreign exchange. Yes. I could have said to say I want to share of my benefit. And participate in the arbitrage. But God forbid, no. That's not why you elected me. You chose me to bring about necessary changes that will benefit not only you, but your grandchildren and our tomorrow. I say thank you. We have just started. We have to re-engineer the financial system of the country. Break apart and see that economic planning and budgetary process is transparent enough to cater for all Nigerians. It was today Fashola who was telling me the other time that each time I fly across, I should look down at, I will see so much dusty, unpaved roads and incomplete projects. Yes, I've seen them. I'm going to see more. But the governors present here today will share the joy with me that we adhere to true federalism. We will work together. Open door policy that will bring Nigeria from brinks back to a resilient economy. Be ready. You governors, I won't pull it off here yet. I know what I'm going to do from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on. And I want us to be partners so that we can rescue our country and make it whole again. I'm very, very grateful. I've kept many of you hungry since you are waiting for dinner or lunch. Lunch that turned to dinner. I'll cut it short. Say thank you. Accept it. I thank all of you. I thank my VP. And you shall receive the joy of giving, the joy of perseverance, the joy of resiliency, endurance. You will see the reward for this country. It's going to be prosper for us and be prosperous. I heard the Senate President and I heard the Speaker. I just didn't allow him to break in. Away from home. I'm glad Tajuddin Abbas is here. And all of you. The chairman of our party is equally here. I want to say thank you to all of you. All of you. I appreciate tonight. I will continue to appreciate it more when we work together to dissect the possible economic prosperity of our nation in favor of our children. And I'm glad to see somebody. Thank you, Akin. Very good. God bless you all. Thank you.
Oh, all right. So that was Bola Tinubu. The first thing I will say is that you have to surrender yourself to Tinubu's speech pattern. Don't be too fixated on the way he speaks. That's the way he's going to be speaking for the next 4 years. So you might as well adapt to that, because it is really the content of what he has to say that you want to listen to. And there was a lot packed into what he had to say. He started off by saying that it started off by really, because it will continue until people are settled into it. It will continue to reference the removal of the fuel subsidy, because that's the marquee decision he has made so far in the 4 weeks now that he has been in situation. So he referenced that to give reassurances, and then he referenced the harmonization of the monetary policy, and then embedded. If you listen, because I did invite you to listen closely. If you had listened very closely, he said something that was quite pertinent. He said, "I could have taken my reward, but you would not have forgiven me. That wasn't what you voted for me for." So that is to tell you, that was a criticism, by the way. That was a corruption allegation against Buhari. I hope you actually let me play that part again. It's only 1 minute. Just listen for 1 minute. I know you labor through 7 minutes. Just listen for 1 minute. Listen to the part that it says, I would have taken the rewards of it. I'll only just play it for a minute.
Here assuring you that I will not relent in working with all of you with available resources. 25 million people, Nigerians. You can't afford to go under. You can't afford to be Father Christmas to neighboring countries. We can't just afford the petroleum subsidy. And it's getting whole around the foreign exchange. Yes. I could have stayed to say I want to share of my benefit.
Wanted to land on. Yes, I could have said I wanted to take a share of my benefit. So what he is referencing there was that the Buhari administration, and almost, in fact, he did virtually point in the direction of the man from Daura, because if he's claiming he could have taken his benefits, that is to infer that benefits were being taken at his level by previous administration. So that was a direct accusation against the Buhari administration there, but he said we could not afford it. So there was a lot packed in that. He says, I am bringing necessary changes that will last for generations. So if you look at a lot of the things that is, I'll just encourage you to go and listen to that, because I could do a 4-hour session on that 7-minute clip. It's so packed with messaging there. You know, it says it's going to run a transparent government, which is to say that you'll be able to access at your whatever level your access is, informations that are germane to what the government is doing. It's talking about working together, open door policy, and is inviting you that you will see the reward. So that's a directional thrust right there. And if you see how he is pruning down the excesses of government, removing the monies that goes to all of these professional organizations like Engineer Association of Nigeria, getting stipends from the federal state, all of that. So he's harvesting all of this. So just look out. Let's see what the next 2-3 months looks like, and then we'll audit him again. But a message of hope, I suspect that's how you read it. We are nothing if not regional within the Nigerian space. And very quickly, the region that Tinubu comes from, they've moved very quickly to take the fat of the land for themselves. So I'm not ready to, but from the headline, that's just how I'm reading it. I may be wrong, but it looks as though the region that Tinubu comes from, they are moving very quickly to take the fat of the land for themselves. So let's see what this has to offer. Right. Odua plans oil exploration. So let's see now what this is all about. The chairman Odua Group, Bimbo Ashiru, said on Tuesday that it was planning to partner with the government of the 6 southwest states on power generation and distribution to improve power generation and distribution in the region. Ashiru also said the group would soon begin oil exploration and production as part of efforts to boost the potentials of the group, reposition it, and as well sustain the legacies of its founding fathers. So you see this Odua group is not a new this Odua group is not a new introduction to the Nigerian landscape. I think it actually dates back to the Awolowo space. So this has always been in situation, but it's always been in hibernation somewhat. It's never really served any meaningful or significant purpose. But every state governor of the 6 southwestern states, they have stakes in this Odua group. And the whole purpose of it was to be a portal for growth for that sub-region, but they've never really been able to use it for anything. It's always been in hibernation. The chairman Odua Group, Bimbo Ashiru, said on Tuesday that it was planning to partner with the governments of the 6 southwest states on power generation and distribution to improve power generation and distribution in the region. Ashiru also said the group will soon begin oil exploration and production as part of efforts to boost the potentials of the group, reposition it, and as well sustain the legacies of his founding fathers. The Odua boss, who spoke in Ado-Ekiti during a visit to Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji, also assured that the board and management were working round the clock to revive the group's investment and establishment, which had been abandoned. So exactly what I was just saying, it has always been in situation, but always been in hibernation. He said that the decision to partner, the Southwest governments, let's take it again. He said that the decision to partner the Southwest governments on power followed President Bola Tinubu's signing of electricity law, which authorizes, it doesn't authorize, but allows, because it's not an instruction, is it? It's a facilitation, which authorizes companies and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. This, he said, was to boost the electricity supply to the Southwest and, by extension, enhance the commercial activities in the region. Ashiru said, and by the way, we will monitor this space to see just how quickly they move on this, because there is the possibility that the Southwest, over the next 2 years, maybe no more than 3, might start to shine as a light, as a beacon in the darkness that is Nigeria. You know, because they hold all of the levers now to quickly propel. And, you know, they have ambitions, you know, to come out of that third world sort of mindset that we're in Nigeria. This, is said, was to boost electricity supply to the Southwest and, by extension, enhance commercial activities in the region. Ashiru said, Odua won the marginal field OML 95 on Ondo State. So, like I said, there is oil in Yoruba land. There is oil in the Southwest. So you can see there. So they I mean, before they are bidding for it, then the oil must be in commercial enough quantity. And this is what the Odua group is. And who else will win the oil fields in Yoruba land other than the Yoruba person? It's only the South that they are gifting out to the Northerners. I defy anybody to come to Lagos. And Ashiru said, Odua won the marginal field OML 95 on Ondo State. That is one of the things we are working on. So they've got an oil field in their portfolio. According to him, the group had entered into partnership with an oil company for deeper and marginal exploration and production of oil with the aim of boosting fuel supply in the country. He said, we are here to let you know what we are doing. Our focus is to be the engine room of business in the Southwest. So that had always been the purpose of the Odua group. You know, all of this, they've taken the rail services off the exclusive list. They've taken the electricity off the exclusive list, and all of this facilitation, because they are intrastate facilitations. So all of these facilitations are really things that a group like the Odua group is primed to do. So this is really their remit. This is really what they were set up for. So now the moment is, this is the perfect storm now. If they can't deliver now, they never will deliver. He said, we are here to let you know what we're doing. Our focus is to be the engine room of business in the Southwest. We are here to support Ekiti State. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for approving the certificate of occupancy of our land in Oke-Ako. We have taken all the complaints made by the governor. We are going to work on them. In the next few years, Odua's presence will be felt here in Ekiti State. Oyebanji, in his remark, expressed displeasure about the way Ekiti was being treated like second-class citizen amongst Odua Group member states. He said all member states, as shareholders, must be treated equally in the scheme of things. So I think there's naivety and there is naivete. Do you understand? There's naivety and there's naivete. He who pays the piper, you know the phrase, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. How much is Ekiti State contributing to anything that he wants to have an equal say? When there are states like Lagos State, there are states like Oyo State, so they are carrying you, but you want to have a say. There's naivety and there is naivete. So that one falls under the bracket of naivete. So now this next headline, the next most anticipated thing in fact, really the most anticipated thing for the Tinubu administration. A lot of rumors flying about, but then of course we have to see before we believe. Right, we have to see before we believe. Tinubu's ministerial list ready, undergoing security check. I wonder why they put it through security check. Is it not a case of take a bow and go, take a bow and go? There are indications that the list containing the names of ministerial nominees in the President Tinubu, Bola Tinubu administration is ready. Well, it has to be ready because it has to be approved within 4 weeks. According to a report by Sunday Punch, an impeccable president source revealed that the list was already going final security checks before submission to the Senate. The source was said to have informed that the Department of State Services and members of the presidential strategic team were running final checks on the people who had been listed as possible ministers. They have the list already. Several names have been written against their respective offices. And by the way, let me highlight this sentence because this is something that has always rankled me, especially under the Buhari administration. Let me highlight this sentence. It says they have the list already. Several names have been written against their respective offices. So this is a departure from what was the norm under Buhari, because under Buhari, of course, they never gave portfolios out. They just sent the names. And then when Ahmed Lawan tells them to take a bow and leave, after they've been approved by the Senate, then they are then apportioned portfolios. So how does that even make sense? You know, after they've been approved by the Senate, that's when they are then being apportioned portfolios. Surely the screening process of the Senate should be that, is this person suited for this role? But apparently that's about to change. They have the list already. Several names have been written against their respective offices, but they just have to find out and do some checks on a few of these names. That's what is delaying the list. They are being very strategic, the person was quoted as saying. I learned that Tinubu's ministerial list is almost done. He kept a core of ministers to himself, heavily influenced by the kitchen cabinet of his special advisors, politicians like Bole Kaja, Bole Kaja. Over the rest, it is a slugfest now. Oh, all right. Let me reread that. I learned that Tinubu's ministerial list is almost done. He kept a core of ministers to himself, heavily influenced by the kitchen cabinet of his special advisors. Politicians are in Bole Kaja over the rest. So what this is suggesting is that he has ring-fenced certain portfolios, which he is going to make a decision on. And then, of course, the raw meat eaters are scrambling over the remnants of it. It's a slugfest now. The newspaper quotes another source in an earlier report. The Fifth Amendment of the Constitution mandates presidents and governors to submit the names of their ministerial and commissioner nominees within 30 days of taking the oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or the respective state houses of assembly. So these are one of the things that rankles still about the Buhari administration. So he signed this into law, of course, after having taken 6 months to assemble his own team. But names like Yemsin Wike is a certainty to be on that list. It's a certainty. And Ambode, so those are the, like I said, I've been getting a lot of messages, and a lot of those messages have been containing those names. So look out for the names of Yemsin Wike and Ambode as Tinubu publishes his list. Tinubu publishes his list as these elements depart. New service chiefs, over 100 generals, rear admirals, air vice marshals asked to voluntarily retire. A little over 100 generals in the armed forces of Nigeria, comprising major generals, brigadier generals, and some colonels, have been told to proceed on retirement by the military authorities. The signal which gave July the 3rd, 2023, as the deadline for the officers to retire from the service, cuts across Army, Navy, and Air Force, and follows the appointment of new service chiefs by President Bola Tinubu. Those given the deadline to retire voluntarily include officers of the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, regular courses 38, 37, and 36, and below. So those you know what those means is that the people that they entered at 36, 38, you know, so I wonder what the entry point of the new service. That is to suggest to you that the new service chiefs are the 39 set. So the people that are earlier than them, they'll be senior them in ranking, essentially, seems to be the logic in play there. The signal containing the advice, and the advice is in quotation marks, which is really to tell you it's an order. The signal containing the advice was dated June the 26th, 2023, and signed by Major General Y. Yahaya on behalf of the new Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Christopher Musa. So Christopher Musa, so that's somewhat of a cheeky move there by Tinubu, of course. A northerner, you don't get more northerner than the name Musa, and you don't get more Christian than the name Christopher. So deal with that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, I think is what the man from Lagos is saying. The defense headquarters stated that seniors of the new service chiefs must exist. Yes, so that's exactly what I was just inferring earlier on. The defense headquarters stated that seniors of the new service chiefs must exit the military in order to preserve and uphold the tenets of the military profession, which values hierarchy and service discipline. Already, some affected officers who know the routine of such appointments and vacancies constraints that goes with the appointments have quietly stopped wearing uniforms, signaling their commitment to follow military tradition. So yes, I wonder how deliberate or how thought out that move is to pick from that class to retire or the classes above them. Affected officers of the armed forces have been directed to submit their retirement application to their respective service headquarters not later than July the 3rd, 2023, which is next week. The signal reads, it will be recalled that the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they missed out the Jagaban in this. I wonder how they are able to incorporate the Jagaban still into his so many titles. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu recently appointed new CDS and service chiefs on the 19th of June 2023. Consequently, I am directed to respectfully require services to direct all officers with seniority on the commission above on the commission above of the NDA regular course 39 to submit their applications for voluntary retirement from the service with immediate effect. It is important that all officers whose officer cadet courses run seniority above that of the current service chiefs are disengaged from service. So yes, so that's just it right there. For all of the reasons that I've already just mentioned. Already the pulling out ceremony of the erstwhile service chiefs and cosmates of many of the generals affected have commenced with former Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya bowing out last weekend. So there it is. So now let's not see what people are making of it. Let's see first what package they do get. Retirement windfall. Ex-service chiefs get 4 bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, 36 soldiers. The Chief of Defense Staff and service chiefs. So I think these were people that were actually holding portfolios and not all of the generals that are being made to retire. Pardon me. The Chief of Defense Staff and service chiefs who were retired by President Bola Tinubu on Monday, June the 19th, 2023, are to get bulletproof sport utility vehicles, personal aids, guards, and other perks of the office, including generous allowance for medical treatment abroad as retirement benefits. The affected senior military officers are the immediate past Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, our Chief of Naval Staff, our Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, and Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ishaka Amo. The harmonized terms and conditions of service for officers of the Armed Forces of Nigeria 2017 revised, which was exclusively obtained by correspondence and marked restricted, listed the benefits of the retired generals upon leaving the respective services. Section 1.8 of the HT blah 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 2017, a revised version of the HT blah 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 2012. So this revised package actually came under the Buhari administration. So this package now came under the Buhari administration. You can see it here. It says Section 11 subsection 8 of the HTACOS 2017, a revised version of the HTACOS 2012. So of course that came in 2 years after Buhari. I think that was during his sick phase, when they were padding out packages so that they don't get a military insurrection. Section 11, subsection 8 of the H something or the other 2017 listed the benefits of retiring CDS, so that's Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs, to include 1 bulletproof SUV or equivalent vehicle to be maintained by the service and to be replaced every 4 years. So I'm glad it's at least 4 years, because with the governors, I think it's every year, isn't it, that they get a new car. Peugeot 508 or equivalent backup vehicle and 5 domestic aids made up of 2 service cooks, 2 stewards, and a civilian gardener. So is this excessive or is it not? And should this, because of course they get a pension, or they get a pension. So right to imagine this is excessive, isn't it? But there it is, because they get the pension already. Each of them is also entitled to an aide-de-camp security officer, so that I can understand, given the sensitivity of the roles they occupy. Each of them is also entitled to an aide-de-camp / security officer, a special assistant of a lieutenant / captain or equivalent. So anyway, so that's a man Friday, isn't it? So they get a man Friday as well. It's unbelievable. It's not getting to the ludicrous level. Each of them is entitled to an aide-de-camp / security officer, special assistant of lieutenants or lieutenant, as we call it in Nigeria, but lieutenant as they call it in America, but lieutenant as we call it in the UK. So let me pronounce it that way. Each of them is also entitled to an aide-de-camp / security officer, a special assistant of a lieutenant / captain or equivalent, or personal assistant of rank of warrant officer or equivalent, and 9 standard guards of 9 soldiers. So that's almost a platoon, isn't it? So each of them is entitled to a platoon. The immediate past CDS and service chiefs are also entitled to 3 service drivers. So why 3 service drivers though? I mean, I don't get it, because they drive in one vehicle. They have already this retinue of guards. They have a platoon guarding them. So why are they getting 3 service drivers as well? You know, so this is just what's wrong. This is why we get annoyed in the country, isn't it? The immediate past CDS and service chiefs are also entitled to 3 service drivers, 1 service orderly, escorts to be provided by the appropriate military units / formations as the needs arise, and free medical cover in Nigeria and abroad. They are also to retain all military uniforms and accoutrements to be worn for appropriate ceremonies, as well as personal firearms. However, such firearms shall be retrieved by the relevant services upon the death of the beneficiary. Section 11, subsection 19 of the Act also lists the retirement benefits of a lieutenant general or of a lieutenant general for the Nigerian Army, vice admiral for the Navy, and air marshal for the Air Force, to include 2 Peugeot 508 cars or 1 Toyota Land Cruiser, 2 cooks, 2 stewards, 4 residential guards, 1 service orderly, 2 service drivers, free medical treatment in the country and abroad to the tune of $20,000 annually. Meanwhile, many major generals and equivalents in the Navy and Air Force are expected to apply for voluntary retirement latest by Monday following the appointment of a new CDS and service chiefs by the president. In the HTACOS, however, the retirement benefits for a major general in the Army, rear admiral in the Navy, and air vice marshal in the Air Force, who are 2-star officers, include 1 Peugeot 508, a cook, a steward, 2 residential guards, 1 service orderly, 1 service driver, free medical treatment in Nigeria and abroad to the tune of $15,000 per year. So if you multiply that by the 100 that are over 100 have been retired, I think the fuel subsidy is now going into the retirement benefits of the military people. There are 1-star officers who are brigadier generals, commodores, and air commodores upon retirement are entitled to 1 Peugeot 408, 1 service driver, 2 residential guards, 1 service orderly, and free medicals locally and abroad to the tune of $10,000. For colonels, captains, and group captains in the Army, Navy, and Air Force, respectively, each of them is expected to go with a Peugeot 301 or any car of the same value and free medical cover in the country. The harmonized conditions of service, however, provided that for the major generals, brigadier generals, colonels, and their equivalents in the Navy and Air Force, all the benefits could be monetized for the retiring officers. So that is to say, they get a lump sum check. In comparison, the 2012 version of the HTACOS made provisions for one security car to be maintained by the respective service and replaced every 4 years, retention of all military uniforms and accoutrements to be worn for appropriate ceremonies, as well as personal firearms, which shall be retrieved by the relevant service upon the death of the beneficiary, 3 domestic civilian aides, cook, gardener, and steward, or cash in lieu, 8 the camp/security, 6 standard guards, 1 service driver, and 1 service orderly for retiring General C. So they've multiplied by 3 the package under Buhari. So it's okay, it goes on and on, but I think we get the gist of that. Let's see what Sowore is making of it all. Let's see what Sowore is making of all of it. So this is Sowore now. So this should be good copy. Tinubu gave sacked Nigerian military chiefs mouth-watering benefits to avert overthrow of his government. So this is the rascal from the creeks. Human rights activist and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has stated that the reason behind the Nigerian government's approval of mouth-watering benefits for the recently sacked service chiefs was to avert an overthrow of President Bola Tinubu's government. Correspondents had last week reported that Tinubu approved the immediate removal of all previous service chiefs and Inspector General of Police advisors. We don't even know what the package for the police guy is. Correspondents had last week reported that Tinubu approved the immediate removal of all previous service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police advisors and the Comptroller General of Customs from service and appointed their replacement with immediate effect in June. The correspondent had also on Saturday reported that the Chief of Defense Staff and the service chiefs got bulletproof SUVs, personal aids, guards, and other perks of office, including generous allowances for medical treatment abroad as a retirement benefit. So let's see what Sowore has to say. Reacting to this in a tweet on Saturday, Sowore described this development as a hint. Reacting to this in a tweet on Saturday, Sowore described this development as a hint to believe claims that there were plots by the military authorities to topple the Tinubu government, especially when he leaves Nigeria for France, especially when he was to leave Nigeria for France about 2 weeks ago. So it would be something if they had done that, Muni. I never heard that rumor, and I think that's somewhat ludicrous. So what Sowore is saying to us was that there were plots to actually plan a coup when Tinubu went to the summit in Paris. I think that's just stupid. Reacting to this in a tweet on Saturday, Sowore described this development as a hint to believe claims that there were plots by the military authorities to topple the Tinubu government, especially when he was to leave Nigeria for France about 2 weeks ago. Sowore said, these mouth-watering retirement offers to these suddenly retired Nigerian military top brass sounds like they held Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to ransom because they knew something the public did not know about his presidency and selection. So I think that would be meat and drink to the obedience space with it. Now, I think the rumor of their plan to take out at official ABAT before he returns from France might be true after all. So far, the interest of ordinary Nigerians have been sacrificed to get Tinubu's power consolidated. Showore also tackled the president for the removal of the fuel subsidy to please global economic stakeholders whilst creating more hardship to Nigerians. He continued, to the World Bank slash IMF, he removed fuel subsidy and commenced defunding public education to make foreign investors and currency speculators happy. He floated the naira to please his political friends. He raided the offices of the EFCC and carted away sensitive criminal investigation materials related to and of PEPs, and to keep the military boys happy, he gave them mouth-watering, never heard before retirement benefits. So I'm not sure if it's a never heard before retirement benefit, but it seems to me certainly overly. I mean, God Almighty. It seems to me as it is overly generous. That's what it seems like to me. So overly generous retirement package. Let's go to this last one. Let's take this reaction from this space, and then we come into the room, see if there's anybody there. Let's see what our experts are making of.
Is arise analyst Frank Tete joining us tonight. Good as always to see you. Well,
Defense headquarters struggled to give a rationale. That is, we have quite a number of generals. I once, as a growing up in 1983, there were only two major generals when they had Buhari and then Adam Katubali. So the big boys like Ibrahim Angida and General Abacha.
Can anyone hear anything, by the way? No, is anyone hearing anything? Can you let me know?
No, that the audio of the video is not clear enough, like dipping in and out. Or is it from your side, one man?
I think it may well be. Let me try again. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay.
Yeah, you sound very clear. I think it's the video. The video is not. It's not all right. It's not.
All right. Let's try one more time.
Here to speak on the issues earlier talked about the forceful retirements of military officers is Arise News analyst Frank Tete joining us tonight. Good as always to see you. Well, listening to
We can't hear anything, one man.
All right, let's just abandon that then and just get into it. So let's kick it off with the prime. Let's kick it off with the prime. The prime, are you ready?
Hello.
The prime dot.
Yeah. Good evening, or probably good morning, wherever everybody are. Please like and subscribe.
Yeah, your voice sounds a bit low. Are you just waking up?
No, I'm just
Oh, oh,
in
oh,
the house.
all right,
Can
brilliant.
you hear me
Let
now?
me kick it off. Yeah, no, yeah, that's much better. Let me kick it off with this space. Did you hear me read out the Odudua plan to explore oil and electrify the southwest? Did you hear that readout and you have a response to it?
Yeah, I had it. It's quite unfortunate that those legacies that were supposed to be, nurtured and passed from generation to generation. The bad leadership in the country over the years has distorted the narrative of Odudua. Those are things the Odudua group should have been doing. Sometimes ago, I used to go towards that art. I saw so many investments that were supposed to be Odudua investment, but some of them have been, handed over to other foreigners, maybe Chinese, or sold out. So, but I think it's going to be a good thing if that group comes together to protect the interest of that region. Because I've always said that the best model for Nigeria should be the European model. We should cooperate at the national level, but at sub-regional level, it's okay to have like independent sub-region. So just like European Union, they cooperate at the national or at the continental level, but each country has its own,
But
identity.
that's not embedded in the structuring of our constitution, though, because what you're talking about is some sort of stealth restructuring, isn't it? That's not
But that,
embedded. But there's nothing preventing you from cooperating regionally, though.
yeah, but that was the initial arrangement that the British left us with. We're supposed to be kind of region and we cooperate at the federal. It was probably the military that came in and distorted
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but what I'm saying, the prime, is that there's still nothing that stops you from doing that. Like you said, the Southwest have this Odua investment group, which
Yes.
and they all get their allocation from the federal space. So there's nothing that stops them from pulling resources together to develop their region. What stops them from doing that?
I think if they've not been doing that in the scale they were supposed to do it, it's a kind of negligence on their part. So I think it's a welcome development. We should not probably scream about that, but it's the right thing to do regionally because they are probably closer to the people. You can provide jobs more for the people. We should not always also complain only about state government. There are so many functionalities within the Nigerian system that if those things are working properly, the country will be great. But people don't just do things they're supposed to do. So if they are waking up to their responsibilities, it's okay, it's all right. We don't have problem with that. At least the people they're going to employ are the Nigerian citizens and probably people of their region. So I
Do
think
you think do you think the Tinubu presidency is what has opened this window for them? Because they've secured an oil exploration license and they're talking about a mass electricity project across the southwest. So do you think they are levering the fact that somebody from their region is the president?
hello,
Did
can
you
you
hear
hear
any
me?
of that? Yes, I can hear you. Did you hear any of that?
Yeah, actually the sound was a bit bad, yeah, but I think I got it. I think the Tinubu presidency definitely will serve as a kind of moral booster. And but even without the Tinubu presidency, Odua group, if they set their mind on things and gather the Yoruba people along, they can do those things. Probably some of those things will probably need some legislation and some federal might to push those things. So
Yeah, but
I
that's where Tinubu comes in, isn't it? The federal might.
Yeah, I think that is right. So let them do it. Fortunately for Nigeria, within that region houses almost every other region. So whatsoever they're doing is also still benefiting Nigeria as a whole. There are hundreds of thousands of the northerners living in Lagos. There are hundreds of thousands or probably millions of the Igbos and other ethnic groups. So it's still like doing things for Nigeria. So it's no.
Do you think the Oduduwa group, do you think they have expectations of a southwestern bias from the Tinubu administration? Like we saw somewhat under the Buhari administration, are they in expectation of a southwestern bias?
I think except probably we want to play with one or probably like to each other here. So obviously they believe now that we have our son in, we should get those policies that will be hindering our growth. We should get those things sorted. It's just they have expectation like, okay, we won't have to face the bottlenecks of federal, like okay, for instance, when Obasanjo was there and Tinubu was trying to do the electricity in Nigeria, in Lagos, I mean, he did, he constructed a power station, but Obasanjo said, sorry, you're not putting it on national grid, except you send the whole thing. So those are the kind of policies that Buhari has losing. So, and those kind of policies, there are many in those, in different parts of our economy that it is just a kind of bureaucracy that is stopping it. So I believe the expectation that now that we have our son there, those bottlenecks will be losing up. So that's what I think about it.
All right. And to the Tinubu speech that I played earlier, where he seemed to be fleshing out a policy position, what did you make of that Tinubu played?
Woman, I'm gonna probably accuse you
Yes.
of always trying to put Tinubu and Buhari in the ring to box. In terms of trying to say, oh, Tinubu is doing this, is directly trying to contradict Buhari. However, let us start by understanding that APC is a merger. ACN had its own economic ideology. CPC that Buhari probably led has its own economic ideology. Tinubu waited for Buhari to run his own course, and he really stayed clear of him, at a reasonable distance for the 8 years. So now that Buhari is also reciprocating that gesture, we should not always see things as if it's directly against Buhari. They formed a kind of partnership, and everyone is playing um, his own role, or is trying to bring into reality his idea of how to develop the country. I don't
What did
think
you
it's
think?
personal.
Sorry, the prime. What did you think he meant when he said, "I could have left the arbitrage in the foreign exchange there and just taken and just made myself rich"? Is that not to suggest that that was what Buhari did?
No, that is to suggest that that was what all the previous leaders have been doing, because it's a lazy man's work. It's easier to just do that, and you know you enrich your followers stupendously rich. You make them stupendously rich, and without even breaking the law. So he could have done that. It's not only peculiar to Buhari. Buhari did that. Jonathan did that. Yar'Adua and every other person, even Abbas, all of them did that. But that is not the right thing to do. So, just like this Yoruba adage that says, inú kòkò dúdú lẹ̀kọ̀ funfun ti ń jáde. Surprisingly, what I'm trying to say is like everybody, there's this low bar when it comes to fighting corruption that has been set for Tinubu. People see him as, oh, this is the most corrupt human being on planet Earth. But it appears with his few steps from the evaluation of this 1 month that he is not what people are really thinking. Because those steps is probably putting into action, those things doesn't really support the corruption machinery in Nigeria. So I don't think he's trying to indict Buhari. It's just like looking out for the country. Like at this point, we cannot do this. You can easily go to IMF or one of these financial institutions and borrow more money, and it gets looted easily, just as it's been always in all other form of government. But I think if he's trying to do the otherwise, let's probably give him time. Let's see what he's doing. When it goes out of tune, we will come here and criticize him. We're not praise singers, but we cannot critique someone that is doing what is obviously right. It's a lot of pain on the Nigerian people, both home and abroad. It's a lot of pain, but it's the right thing to do. So I don't think he's trying to indict Buhari. It's just saying the factual things.
All right. Let me take you to this next headline. Tinubu's ministerial list is ready, undergoing security checks. So there's been a lot of speculations around who will make that list, and a lot of names have been recurring. We all know that Yemsen Wike has virtually permanently taken permanent residency in Aso Rock Villa. So there's a lot of anticipation that he will be on that list. And a lot of people are also speculating that Ambode will be on that list. But the list is ready and is being vetted. Within the next 3 weeks, we're going to get that list. What is your anticipation of that space, the Prime?
I think Tinubu has shown his card. I think he's going to have ministers to fulfill constitutional requirements. I think he will be relying more on his special advisors. And probably the other ministers, I think just ones will be just for political compensation. It's going to compensate some people politically. Wike did help him in his quest to be a president. And for Hambody, I spoke with someone sometimes ago and I told him like, yeah, Hambody was coming back to the fold. He wanted to fight. Probably the elders called him.
Are you breaking or is it me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right.
Hello?
Carry on. Yeah, you were dipping a little bit then. I wasn't sure if it was me or you. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. I was in a conversation with someone concerning Ambode, and I told him, yeah, he hasn't antagonized Tinubu and the power that be in Lagos openly. He took the punch in the mouth and probably, he complained less. He took the loss like a man. So, we know Tinubu. His kind of politics is more of loyalty. It compensates loyalty. Ambode got a few things wrong. It doesn't mean he's incompetent. So it might bring him back, give him some ministerial posts. It is what it is. Those are the people he has worked with in the last 23 years. So when they do wrong, none of us wants to be sacked. None of us wants to be sacked from work because of just one mistake. So Ambode did something. Ambode had a different way of governance, but I think he has come back to the family and they've resolved their family problems. And I think if I get a ministerial post or probably director at one of the big one of the big ports, maybe MPA or somewhere. And I think Wike might go for MPA. No, MPA boss, not necessarily a minister. Might get one of those big top shots positions. So, but he's going to do that and have his technocrats and the politicians, just like Bishop always say, like, okay, there's always a mix of technocrats and politicians to make the day. I think there's no big deal about Tinubu's list. He has announced his special advisors, and I think those are the few people he's really going to work with. The other ones are just going to be constitutional requirements. Let's have a minister. This is what we are doing, Mr. Minister. Go and do it. So
all right. That was my traditional kicking out by my system. That seems to happen. That seems to happen every session. So yes. Let me take you to the service chiefs. Let me take you to the service chiefs. So as a result of the replacement of the old service chiefs, some senior service chiefs have had to retire. Over 100 right across all of the services. But some of the packages that they've been given as retirement packages is eye-watering. So what are you making then of those retirements and their packages at the Prime?
Woman, because I see this issue from the point of reality and what is okay. Let me put it like this: from the point of reality and the point of what is good to see, what is pleasant to hear. To become a general in the Nigerian army, it takes a lot of time and lot of power they've got. When you're trading off power, you have to trade it off with something. Tinubu wants to stabilize his government by probably flushing out some of those top generals, because those top generals have been responsible for some havoc that has rocked that country. For example, you find someone in Bunkri, at the end of the day, you get a call from a general. Oh, this is General dash dash dash. That boy, and at the end of the day, that case dies down. So, for him to probably ask them off the Nigerian economy, it needs to give them something like, after this, I've given you any misstep, people will say, okay, you were adequately compensated when you left. So, because all those packages is not up to what Nigeria loses in just 30 days from Bunkri. The entire package they're giving those people is not up to what
you don't think it's excessive. They get a team of 36 guards to the level of a lieutenant sometimes. Then they get an aide-de-camp. They get 3 service drivers. Why would they need 3 service drivers for one vehicle? They get just endless cars. You don't think that's too much?
One man, I had the list. It's mind-boggling, but let's face the reality. Those people, we are responsible for bunkering. You know what a vessel of oil, those people, the level of a vessel of oil, you know how much it's going to cost. And those people are the one that are the backbones for those things. So I think he's trying to give them this benefit to the point that when they come again, and probably it smashes them on the head, it's going to be justifiable. Like, you got this, you got this, you got this. Why are you coming again? All the entire package, I can say it, all the entire package is not up to what a week of bunkering will give to these people. These people, they are the brain behind the whole problem. These are the same generals that took over 25 billion in the last 17 years fighting Boko Haram and couldn't defeat Boko Haram. So if he's letting them go, he has to part with them with something substantial. Just like the same
Why?
way a billionaire.
Excuse me. Why? Why?
That is reality, Baba Jan Lekoko.
No. I'm asking you why.
The same reason, if you become a billionaire today,
You are not answering. You are not answering.
I'm answering you, Baba Jan Leko. Hold on, let me say it.
Hold
The
on.
rational. Hold on, please. Let me make.
Hold on.
No, let Ajaleko put that position there.
At whose expense and why?
Okay.
Because you said a lot of things. These are the people swimming in billions. Now they are parting away. So they have to give them every resources of the state
Baba Jan
for them
Lekoko.
to continue to live fat till thy kingdom come. Yeah, tell us
Baba Jan
why.
Lekoko. Okay, let me explain.
Yeah.
Okay, let me. What is the rationale for you working and probably becoming a billionaire, and God forbid you have a divorce, your wife that was sitting at home gets 50% of your heart and effort?
That's a wrong analogy now.
Yes.
You know why I'm saying
What
it?
are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is these people are responsible. They are the backbone
for looting our
for
resources
looting.
for
At
several
this
years.
point, let us compare the
So
cost. The kind of simple cost analysis.
We have to part away with them and continue to use that resources to give them that comfort to the end of their life.
No, Baba Jaleko, hold on.
Wait, the prime. What Ajale Koko is suggesting to you is that you are saying that they are compensating them for criminality because they've gotten fat off the fact of the land. If you are claiming that they're responsible for bunkering, you are now saying that because they are no longer able to bunker, the government has to compensate them for what they are losing from that criminal activity.
Okay, let me say, well, this is what I'm saying. I started by saying reality. And the reality is that these people are responsible for some of the bunkering in that country. That is one.
Right.
That is one point. The second point is the amount Nigeria is losing to that activity.
Yes.
The entire package they are giving them is a very small fraction of it.
There is no correlation between the two now. There's no correlation.
One man. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
You have me, I come and steal your food, and rather than me and you, I have to break the door. I break the door. Every time I break the door, it costs you maybe 1,000 to fix the door, and you decide like, hey, bro, don't come and steal again. Take this card and go and buy food at the store. And you give me an $100 card. That is what I'm trying to say. That by virtue of the position those people occupy, it is not the best of. It looks a bit unpopular. We can play to the populace, we can play a populist kind of thing. But
their package should be relative to their salary, nothing else. But I think Oga wants to interject. Oga, come in. Are you Oga from the comment section, by the way? Oga, on mute.
Hello, good day, everybody.
Are you Oga from the comment section?
I don't think so.
Oh, all right, carry on. Good to meet you.
Yes, good day.
So we continue the record of documenting a new voice a day. Yeah. Is this your first time here?
This is my first time here.
All right, let's hear from you. What are you making of the prime submission? Oh, there's a heavy background noise there. Can you solve that? Let's hear from you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. There's some background noise I'm hearing. I don't know if it's from me.
No, it's good now. Carry on.
I'm hearing someone else. Hold on.
No, carry on. We can hear you.
Oh, Lord.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm hearing the other person who's speaking his voice. So
no, carry on. You have the floor. Carry
Okay,
on.
okay. Yes. 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 In terms of this whole Tinubu administration, 30 days so far, I believe it has not been anything good to write home about. There are many measures that we have been hearing and been seeing that I
Right.
don't see how is it impacting positively on the country. For instance, this fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy that was removed, I was against it. I'm against it because if you look at other countries, they make provisions to subsidize certain, certain commodities, certain items like corn, wheat, barley, etc. So in our country where everyone is already paying exorbitant prices for everything, why would they remove? What is the good in removing fuel subsidy? Okay, people are stealing the money that was being spent on it, that was supposed to be spent on it. Why not go after those people? What is the what? It's no benefit from moving fuel subsidy. And then if from what I've been hearing, that fuel subsidy was ended the first day of Tinubu going to office, which was June the 1st. But fuel subsidy was supposed to end naturally at the end of June. So that money, which is not a small amount, we're talking about $131 million for the month of June. If he said that his government is going to be a transparent government, what exactly happened to the money? The 131 million. So already in 30 days, you have seen $131 million have not been accounted for. It's barely been 30 days. So these are one
What
of
do you
the
mean? What do you mean it's not? No, no. Hold on, Oga. What do you mean it has not been accounted for? What? Sorry, how did you arrive at that?
so
Talk me through it.
yes, the fuel subsidy, it was supposed to end at the naturally at the end of June. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so when President Tinubu got in on, I believe, May 29, June 1st, and said fuel subsidy is gone, the fuel subsidy was already paid for. The allocation was already made. The money was in the bank for fuel subsidy for $131 million. So where is that money?
What do you
Uh,
mean? Where is the money?
the money
What
that
does
was
that mean?
the money
Yes,
that was allocated for June, that was already
yes.
allocated. Where is the money? What is
What do
the
you
money?
mean? What does that mean? Where is them? I don't understand.
For the months of, like, for this year, January, February, March, April, May, money have
I'm assuming it will be in the coffers of the CBN. Where else would it be?
so that money, that 131 million,
Yes.
where is it, and what is it being currently used for?
It will be in the coffers of the CBN. I'm not sure how much you are following the news, but just yesterday, they have this Federal Executive Council where all of the states meet with the federal space every month. So the federal allocation for the month of June, it was double what it was off the back of the fuel subsidy. So that's part of it. But that where is the money? I don't know what that means. All the Nigerian money is in the central bank now. Where else would it be?
He has not told us where that money has going to be used for. What exactly happened to it? In addition to that,
No, no. So did you hear what I said? I said the federal allocation for the sovereign states, it was double last month off the back of the fuel subsidy removal because there was more money to share. So the ones that were getting 10 billion got 20, the ones that were getting 50 got 100. So that's part of the fuel subsidy. But then, of course, the fuel subsidy is part of the overall monetary space of the country. So I'm not sure what you mean by where is
I
the money.
I
The
I
money the money will be in the central bank. What
I,
do you mean where is the money?
I don't. It's not only where is the money. What is the money going to be currently used for? Because from what you're saying now, that the money, that the budget for June was done.
Have we lost you? Readjust your. Can anyone hear me? Can you guys hear me? The prime.
Yeah, one man can hear you.
Can you adjust your position because I want to have this conversation with you, Oga? Oga, can you hear him? Can you hear Oga?
No.
No, Oga, I think your system, you're not coming through. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but back to the prime. That was an odd question by Oga there. That what is the money? Where would the money be? It would be in the central bank vault, I imagine, and
Yeah,
you'll be
I think if you want to buy a car, you're saving up for a project. So I think where is the money? Nigeria has a lot of things to do. Probably they should be gathering the money. And especially the money was not allocated, it was budgeted. And NNPC was already telling the federal government that, hey, you guys are not paying us. You just collect the whole money. So
Oh, sorry,
I
I'm
think,
sorry, I'm not sure. Sorry.
Are you back? Are you
Yes,
back,
yes,
Oga?
yes, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, so yeah, I was explaining the money will be in the central bank coffers where monies go. Sorry, take me through. Talk me through what you're getting at.
You see,
Because it's quite an odd position you're
you see,
adopting. Talk me through. Yeah.
most of us on this platform, most of us live abroad,
Yes.
and abroad there is full transparency in that if they if they say money has been allocated somewhere and for a
Yes.
project or for a specific thing, not only are they going to, they don't just say that area where they're doing the project. Let's say they're repairing some pipes in your local community. They're going to put the exact dollar amount, even the exact to the last cent. They don't miss it. That is the transparency that I'm talking about. So if a fuel subsidy of $131 million was being added to the central, added to the budget, first of all, they should have told us that. We cannot just assume that. They should tell us that. Then from there we can go from there. But we can't just assume that these people they made the right thing by they just put it into the central bank and then share them amongst everybody. We should not just assume
One man.
and we cannot equally assume that they are not doing that.
What is the proof?
One man,
What is the proof for you alleging
can I
them?
interject?
No, hold on. Yes, Zita, come in.
One man, I think. Where is Kulat and the other people? Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are.
Yeah, good evening.
I think.
Good evening, Madam Zita.
Yeah, how are you? Who is speaking?
That was the prime.
Oh, the prime. How are you? Who
I'm
is
fine.
the person making their argument about fuel subsidy?
Oga Cyrus.
I'm making
Okay.
the point here. No transparency we are seeing so far.
I think we are missing the point here. I've always seen Nigerians say this thing the guy is saying, like, where is the money? In the first place, I think we are trying to misunderstand what removal of fuel subsidy meant. They think that money is somewhere, and they said, we are not going to use it again. That's why he's asking that question. Please be informed that that money is not there in the first place. There is no subsidy money. And in 2023 budget, 2023 Nigerian budget, there is no fuel subsidy. So we can take it from there. There is nothing like there is the money somewhere and the government said, we are no longer going to use it to subsidize. So you can, if there is something like that, you cannot ask the question, where is the money? Like, where are they putting the money they said they're not going to use to subsidize our pump price of fuel? The important thing is that there is no money in the first place. They ran out of cash. And they can no longer...
Zita, even on the assumption that there is the money, is still not a legitimate question. Even if there was the money, is the question Oga is asking is still not a legitimate one.
No. The question is, if fuel subsidy is gone, it's gone. So somebody should not be asking the question, where is the money? Okay, let me give you an example. Maybe I'm not saying it right. You have a family where you sell, every month you buy okra, you buy yam, you buy beans, you buy gari, and all of a sudden, you woke up one morning and say, you see this okra we buy every month. We don't have enough money to sustain buying okra every month. So we will stop buying okra every month. And somebody comes up to ask you, where is the money for the okra? That's the question. I noticed that most Nigerians are asking. I am not saying that Nigeria doesn't have money to run their government, but I am saying, from my own understanding of fuel subsidy removal, is that we can no longer sustain this thing. We don't have money for it. So asking where is the money means they have the money, they can sustain it, and they said, we cannot sustain it. So we are taking the money to another place. No. What they are saying is that in as much as the money comes in, we generate our revenue. We will use our revenue to do some other things instead of subsidizing the pump price of fuel. That's it. It's as simple as ABC. So when I see people jumping off from one platform to the other, say, could tell us where is the money?
Sorry, Zita. Am I out of the loop? Is this something that they are going everywhere saying? Is this a?
Yes.
Is this a?
Yes.
Is it a? I wasn't aware that this was being debated.
Yes. Even my cousin have asked me that question several times.
My goodness me.
Yeah. They have asked me that question several times. Where is the money? Why are people still suffering when they say they have removed the pump price of fuel? That means there is lack of communication between the Nigerian government and the citizens. There is a bridge in the communication. So I'm using your forum now to let Nigerians know what the removal is all about. First, in the 2023 budget for the running of Nigeria, there is no subsidy. And I think the budget ends June to June. So there is no subsidy, no money to sustain it. So what Nigerian government is saying is, going forward, as we generate our revenue, we are going to use it to do other things to benefit Nigeria, not subsidizing pump price of fuel. I think I don't know if I'm making sense to anybody because I'm tired of explaining this thing.
No, perfectly.
Let me ask a question. I don't know that Nigeria state is the way the way they do their own thing is different from the way other parts of the world run their economy. Okay, like you said, Ms. Zita, you said there is no budgetary allocation for subsidy in 2023 budget, right? Isn't it?
Right.
Okay. So, and there has been subsidy from January till May when Tinubu took it.
That was the budget for 2022.
Budget of 2022 extended in 2023.
I think the budget of Nigeria runs June to June.
No, it doesn't run June to
January to December.
It runs January to December.
So it must have been. Where is I don't know how to explain this. Where is this guy? Where is Bishop? Bishop is not on the platform today. He would have helped me out on that.
I think the subsidy utilization is June to June. That's why it was running out this year, June.
Yeah, it covered
Hold on, everybody. The budgetary cycle of the Nigerian state is January to December. What they budgeted for was half the month to end their administration, and then so that's the Nigerian calendar, January to December. Rational mind, make sure your mic is switched on so I can add you. Oh yeah, there you are.
Yeah, what you said, Mama, makes sense.
Allocation was made for
June.
June of this year.
Yeah.
Hold on. My question is that how were they able to give that subsidy from January to May when there is no
Supplementary.
monetary?
Supplementary.
Where did the
What's
money come
supplementary?
from?
What supplementary
Supplementary.
from when?
From where?
But
Supplementary budget.
don't guess at
Supplementary
it.
budget from when?
January to
When we have
June
not
now.
from
Wapis has already told you.
the supplementary budget.
Yeah, because the
How would they
government that
hold on,
Papa
hold on,
Janikoko, the
Miss Zeta.
government that is leaving has to run the country till June to May 29th.
But
Hold on.
fuel was not
Let me-
around
let-
700
This question.
earlier this year.
If there is no budget for it at all, then supplementary budget cannot take care of it because there's no budget
It
for
took
it.
care of it in June now.
No, hold on, Zeta. Hold on, everybody. Zeta, you are confusing us more than expanding on our knowledge. The budget, the subsidy was budgeted in the Nigerian budgeting. It was budgeted, and it makes sense that if you're saying they budgeted to the income of the country, then that makes sense. But to say there was no budget for it, it was budgeted for. We all saw the budget.
Okay, one man, quick interjection if you don't mind.
Yeah, come in, Prince.
Well,
Yeah, hello.
Ajale Koko, hold on for Prince. Prince, come in.
Yeah, hello everyone. Just what's the noise there?
It's coming from Oga. Let me mute him for a moment. Yeah, go on now, Prince.
Yeah, well, it's more likely they had like a partial budget for fuel subsidy, but one might remember though,
But did they tell us that?
hold
Is that
on,
what they told us?
Hold on, Oga. Let him make the point.
one second ago. But if you remember, Mele Kyari's interview on Arise, I think his last interview, he said it himself that there's no money allocated for this last quarter for fuel subsidy or the last 2 months. He said it himself. There's no money for it. So in other words, they must have partially. He said it by himself. So they must have partially allocated some funding for the subsidy. Of course, it contingent to maybe more revenue or income coming in for the state.
I think, Prince, you just used the right word. I think I was using the wrong word. It's allocation. There is no money allocated for fuel subsidy. So
sorry, Ms. Zita,
no, hold on, what please? Let Zita make that point. Yeah, carry Zita.
So saying the point I'm making is that there is nowhere you can go in the Nigerian government and say, this is the money for subsidy. We locked it up. We don't want to use it. I think that's the understanding of most Nigerians. So they ask you, since you kept that money there and lock it up, what are you using it for? Since you don't want to use it for subsidy, that has been their question.
On that note, you're right. There's no money. At least for this, according to Mele Kyari, the last quarter or this last month, 2 months before Tinubu took over, he said himself, there's no funding for subsidy, none. Okay, so wherever they began the money before, they got it, but they didn't have full. You can budget something, but don't have full funding for it. I think that's what happened.
I believe that these people, they embezzled the money.
Okay, let me finish.
No. You are leaping to that belief on a shaky grounds.
It's based on the
let me finish. Now. Can I finish my thought?
This is how Nigerian politicians behave. They embezzle our money.
No, but you are leaping to that belief on a shaky ground. That sounds like a prejudiced belief. But let Zita land. Zita.
You see, most times when things are done in my country, Nigeria, I hear Nigerians say a lot of shit about Nigeria, and I don't like it.
Mind the language. Carry on.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
They say a lot of and do a lot of shenanigans just because Nigerian government is putting up a policy or said something or did something. Some people even feel they are being targeted because of that policy, as if they are the only one living in Nigeria. They feel they are the only one being targeted. That being said, fuel subsidy is something I've been trying to explain it. They are saying, okay, let me say it in simple terms. They are saying, going forward, we don't want to be spending money on that thing. So don't ask them, where is the money? Ask them, what other things are they doing? I think that should be a better sentence than saying, where is the money for fuel subsidy? You can ask the government, you have removed fuel subsidy. So what other things are you doing? Because fuel subsidy was one of the things you were doing. So what other things are you now doing for the citizenry? Because asking where is the money, it means there is money for that thing, but they refuse to use it unless otherwise the government is lying to us.
You know, that's subsidy, eh?
Yeah, hold on for Ajanle Koko, Oga. But as you are holding on for Ajanle Koko, if you look at your screen, that's the clip that Prince was referencing. So that's Mele Kyari, the NNPC czar, and it's telling you no money to fund fuel subsidy for financial year 2020 through for financial year 2022 and half year 2023. So you can see it right on your screen. It's a 30-minute video, and I don't know where he said it, but I played it. But so there's no where is the money is what they are telling you.
So the money was embezzled.
What are you talking about now? Are you ignoring? Are you sorry? Are you ignoring facts to hold on to a prejudice? Are you listening to?
I'm not only talking about this year, for all these years that we've been having fuel.
Yeah, no, that's embezzlement. But let Ajanle Koko come in. Yeah, let Ajanle Koko come in then for Thai. Ajanle Koko, let's
need to go after the money.
Yes.
Okay, I think we may all remember, I think they passed a law against subsidy last year around December, isn't it? If my memory serves me well.
Yeah, the Petroleum Industry Bill, yes. PIB.
Yeah, so they passed the law. But what I think that they did was that those petrol that were imported by last year, as at the end of last year, they have so much in storage that they were still using to service the economy through May of this year. Because the budget did not allocate any penny for subsidy in 2023. So how on earth did how on earth were we able to sustain that subsidy from the beginning of the year till end of May, if the budget
Ajanle Koko, Ajanle Koko, if you watch this interview by Mele Kyari, he told us in there that NNPC was actually funding the fuel importation. They were invoicing the government, but the government was not paying. So that's what Mele Kyari said. But carry on.
Okay, was that not illegal?
It is, but Buhari's administration now.
Against the law, because the law was passed against subsidy from, as at the end of last year, but he was still funding it after the budget of the federation. So you see, it's just we had a government that does not, everybody was just doing what they like. And he was doing it for the president because the president does not want it. The federation, I mean, the president doesn't want subsidy to go, but the federation doesn't want to fund the subsidy. So, but he that was holding a position as the NNPC chairman or president, they call him, at the mercy of the president, he feel he has to certify president and not the nation. The country did not budget for subsidy, but he was funding it at the expense of in contrary to the law, and at the expense of the nation's wealth. So it's just, look, one man, that country was just, Buhari administration was a disaster to that country. It was a disaster. So we can't, none of us can defend this one. It's not clear. They are not running a transparent, there's no transparency in the way they're running the state. So it's unfortunate, one man. So it's just, nobody is sure how they funded it, how much was put into it. We don't know it. And people can just juggle vigor to say, this is how we are spent. And that is the way the nation was run for the past 8 years. So that's just my my take, one man.
All right.
Baba Jali Coco, can I respond? Oh, sorry.
Yes, Madam Tita.
Okay, you see, you are perfectly right in what you just said, but the difference is that you are mixing up misappropriation of fund, which is part of why fuel subsidy was removed. You are mixing it up with the situation we find ourselves now as a country. The federal government of Nigeria are being incapacitated by funding subsidy. That's what they're trying to tell you. Oh, let me tell you the truth. They would have loved to continue funding it if the money was still there. But if they continue, it has eaten so deep that if they continue, the economy might crumble. They might end up using only the fund for only the federal allocation. They might end up using it only in subsidy. So the misappropriation is part of the reason why they stopped it. And I think today's topic, we are talking about people asking where is the money. That's actually why I came in, to let everybody know that there is nowhere the money is, and somebody locked it up and say, we're not going to use it. They're telling you that we are now incapacitated financially by subsidizing pump price of fuel in Nigeria. It's a bombo yombo yo. So they can no longer continue.
What economic theory is that? Sorry, what economic theory is that? Bombo yo. I don't remember taking that in class. Where was that? Where is that thought? Is that some Harvard something? Bombo yo. But Fatai, let's hear from you, Fatai.
Wait, please, one more before Fatai comes in. Please, let me add to what Ms. Tita was saying. I wasn't so Angelico just now I was driving. Yeah, Angelico, you're making a point, but you are getting my mind twisted. Subsidy funding, we all know is corruption. But you were saying that when Nigeria getting money since the subsidy, there was no subsidy allocated for 2003. Where was Malacca getting the money to fund it in June? That's the place you're getting it wrong. The budget for subsidy a year ahead. Subsidy of 2022 runs out June 2023. As January 2023, if they want to continue it, they will add it to the budget for against 2024. That's how it's run. Now, once it's budgeted, as when Nigeria is broke, we don't have money, we start borrowing funds to fund that subsidy because the contract is already on ground in June 2023, which Buhari just stopped. Like he was not going to put it on the new budget 2023. But doesn't mean the one that is on ground since 2022 will not run out in June 2023, which is still corruption. So Melakari is doing what he's supposed to do, or central bank governor funding it, is because it has been on ground since 2022. But there's no subsidy from 2023 to 2024, which they have stopped. So that's the part I want to clear, Ajale Koko. Thanks.
No, the cycle runs January to December, but Fatai come in.
No,
Hold
subsidy
on.
don't run that cycle.
All right.
Subsidy don't run that cycle. It's not the budget that run. The budget runs January to December, but subsidy runs to its time.
All right.
Hello, woman.
Let Fatai come in. Let Fatai come in. Then come in.
Are you done with me?
No, you still have the floor, but let's address what Oga brought up first. But let Fatai come in.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me, one man?
Yeah, perfectly. No echo, nothing. Clear and crisp. Yeah, clear and crisp.
Okay. That's
Loud
good.
and clear. Osia.
Baba, Koko. Eku gbadun, eku se Olúwa. Olúwa sagbara dọ̀tun. Kí lẹ wí? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Ṣé bàbá mi? Actually, I didn't. I was coming in for something else the Prime was talking about, but let me just say a few contribution with regard to fuel subsidy. Actually, naturally, I really didn't want to be getting involved in the fuel subsidy discussion because there is too much politics inside it. Some people people are talking about it where they feel they want to pass credit, whether to Buhari or to Tinubu or this and that, and then the discussion gets wild. So I don't. But just to offer this clarification, since it became a hot topic now. So one of the misinformation that people are always passing, right, for whatever reason, is that the PIB, the PIB law, whatever it is, petroleum industry something bill removed subsidy. Yeah, removed subsidy. First of all, that bill was not designed. The architecture of that bill was to make the NNPC to make it a private, to restructure. The fundamental reason for that bill was to restructure NNPC, and so that's why you see the arrangement where NNPC, they call NNPCL and all of those things. So it was to finalize the restructuring of NNPC. That is really to also make it more transparent, to do the general.
Yeah, but embedded within that was the removal of oil subsidy.
No, that was not embedded. That is a phrase embedded there, right? And people take it to mean a subsidy removal. First of all, thing to say, like, you cannot pass a law. The National Assembly cannot pass a law that ties the hand of a government, right, on how to run the administration. Okay, let me give an example. If there is an economic recession and the government, the administration comes to the conclusion that the only way to help the economy was subsidy. So can the National Assembly, by that logic, the National Assembly would be making the right thing for the government to do illegal. So it doesn't really go that way. The phrase that everybody confuses for subsidy removal was the phrase, I'm not quoting verbatim because I don't have the bill in front of me. It's like the price will be thrown to the market. Now you can say that means interpretation. So the interpretation of it's what leads people to call it, to say that it's subsidy removal. That the PIB removes subsidies and interpretation. It's not like the letter of the law. The law cannot be passed because whether subsidy or not, like if real subsidy, right, it's an instrument for the government to deal with the economy of the state, of the space. So you can't tie the hand of government. It's like saying government can never bail out. No, you can't say that. If that is the thing that will save the country, the government has to be able to do. So people put an interpretation on that, on the phraseology, to say that means subsidy is removed. Well, if it makes you happy, all right. It doesn't matter. Then the second thing also is that when Tinubu says subsidy is gone, right? Subsidy is gone. It's a statement because When Tinubu was
Fatai, take us quickly to what Oga is interrogating. That where is the
I know,
money?
but
Go
I
on.
know I will get it, but the point is just going to that one will never solve anything, right? It's
Okay,
it's
carry on.
I will just say
Carry on.
I'll wrap it up quickly. I will not take too long. I'll wrap it up quickly, but I just to streamline my
Folks.
submission.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
on.
So when he said subsidy is gone, right? It's a statement to supplementary budget. The previous NEC, the National Economic Council, they passed a resolution that subsidy that is going to end, according to the current budget, that is going to end by the end of June, right, should not be allowed to just be like that, right? That it should be extended through, that should be a supplementary budget passed to extend the subsidy regime. And subsidy is gone. It's a statement to that. I don't want any supplementary budget. So essentially, subsidy is gone. Don't bring me any supplementary budget to continue subsidy. Now, the only problem I have, the only thing I would say, like when they jacked up the price, is whether Tinubu would allow NNPC to put in its account subsidy money for the month of June. Since they have jacked up the price, they shouldn't have the right to come and account for subsidy for the month of June. So if they are accounting subsidy for the month of June, what they have done is illegal against the Nigerian people, because you can't take subsidy money and then shark away your obligation to go by the subsidy and say some future market forces. That is you, an obligation is an obligation. Okay, that let me just leave that, not to expand that too much. Now, Melekiari talking on television, he's just telling half truth. It's half truth. He said subsidy money, there was money for subsidy for 2022, but this year, and he was careful to say it. He said for this year they have not received any money. There is no money given to NNPC for 2023 subsidy. Well, okay, it doesn't have to be money. When you write, like what Babajalo was saying, it is not illegal for NNPC to fund the subsidy once, if they account, that in accounting there is something they call receivables, right? I can do a job for you and record it in my account that you're going to pay me in the future. It's almost like the same thing. It's called account receivable. It's almost like the same thing, like paying you money, but just that I defer the payment, just that the payment is deferred. So it's possible for NNPC to be paying and account for it, and the government would pay later. So it's the same thing as the government paying. So he cannot say there is no subsidy for 2023. And he didn't say that. He said they have not been given money. Of course, maybe they have not given money, but you're accounting for it. So maybe in later day they will give it to you. That is the first part. The second part is not only by money the Nigerian government is paying for subsidy. They are paying for subsidy to crude swap, crude oil swap. So either you receive the money in cash, or you receive it by account receivable, or you receive it by crude swap. You are taking subsidy. So you had no right to shark your obligation. Otherwise, all of that from June, they should not. Okay, anyway, let me leave that. So the budget contains subsidy to half of the budget cycle. The budget cycle, if they put subsidy for the budget cycle, it runs, just to answer what please. If the subsidy is there for the entire budget cycle, it runs to the entire budget cycle. It's just that this particular year, Buhari put it to half of the cycle, to end of June. So if it wasn't half, it would have run to the end of the budget. I assume that is December. So it would have run to December. But Buhari put it like to the end of the usually, for easy consumption, cycle, quarter or half, these accounts are documented in this manner, right? So first quarter, second quarter, right? So until that, and that parallels the end of Buhari's administration, and that's it. And it's okay until the end of my administration. That's it. The subsidy goes with my administration, and that is how that went. So the new administration will take it up from there. So Madam Zita is right on the architecture of her explanation. right? It's not like there is one money sitting down there that we say, okay, we'll not give it, so we have that money to give to everybody, right? The money will come, and as the money come, we have our revenue. Then in the next year's budget, right, then we will see where they are going to spend the money right now, right? So that's it. The government budget for this year has already been set, right? Except they do a supplementary budget, the government will run on the current budget. But before the next budget, we should have had loads of money. Before the next budget, we should have had loads of money, and we should see a very good budget that takes care of the Nigerian people. In the meantime, the government can I don't know, maybe through bridge financing, get some money, like these 800 they said they are getting or whatever. I thought actually I thought before it was reported as a grant, but people say it's a loan. Only God knows what is going on there. So if you want to do some palliatives, how it's going to come, maybe it's going to come by way of supplementary budget, maybe it's going to come by way of some account in the budget that is like for out-of-pocket expenses. Let me put it that way. It probably has an official name, like some money for exigencies. So from there, they can alleviate the hardship of the people. So that comes in. But the budget is set. The government spends according to budget, and the budget will run at the end of June. You can't totally hold Tinubu accountable if the problem is not by a big margin alleviated through this budget, because the government already set its budget on the other. But by next year, by way of his budget, if he doesn't take care of the people, then he needs to be held accountable. So that's what.
Fatai, can I come in?
No, it's my turn.
Hold on, before you come in, let's hear from Oga. I hope that satisfies your concern.
Let me.
Yeah, hold on, Zita. Let Oga come in because he opened up that space, Oga.
Let me clarify what I am.
Oga, you have to adjust your position. Yeah, adjust yourself. You are fading in and out. Adjust where you are. Let's hear from you. All right, let's go on to Zita. Your system is not. Are you there? Yeah, go on, Zita.
Fatai, what you just said. You made 2 points, but I will just bring my head looking for the economic times of what you are saying. You said that they don't struck out something totally, like we sign a bill, we will never do this. You are right. No government does that. Then you said again that they are going to, just as I said before, since they are incapacitated in that area, they want to channel it to other areas. I think what we are actually talking about is what they call corrective subsidy. Like, we are going to put the money where it will benefit the people. I think that's what you're saying. It's not that the government is not going to...
I'm not disagreeing with the points you made earlier. I think you're totally right on the fundamental you're trying to put forward. What I'm saying, I'm just saying like the specific explanation. The money for the subsidy, we are going to be received, like our revenue will be coming in, and we will not be giving it back to subsidy, so that we will be having that money to spend for the next budget.
That is corrective subsidy now.
All right, let's not get into some economic,
No, I didn't say anything economic. I just
not you. I think Zita was taking us into deep waters a little bit. But let's say from you, Oga. Your system is just not. There's a lot of background noise from you. Yeah, there's a lot of. Okay, yeah. Just respond to what Fatai said, and then we move on.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying in all is that, on this subsidy, if subsidy was already budgeted for this year, because fuel, as we know, increased to around 600, or the price that it is now in June, but from January to May, it was not at the price that it was now, meaning that some kind of subsidy money, fuel swamp, was being allocated to make that price low. But we heard that it was supposed to stop at the end of June. So why is it from June 1st that the whole money stopped? That budget should have already been made. Now, if that budget was removed completely, we need to know exactly how much it is and exactly where that money was going for. That is the meaning of transparency. We can't just be assuming it went here or there. No, we have to be exact. And the government themselves have to come out and tell us that.
Okay, please let me put this to you, Oga.
And one more point, and one more point, please. One more point, please. And then if the money if it was the monies not only for June, but last year and before was being embezzled, the president has to set up a panel of investigation to find that money wherever in the world that it is. That is also another thing that he has to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, with regard to your first point, that's the point that's the point I was making, right? So from June, when they hiked the price, the next day that Tinubu made the speech, right? They weren't supposed to do that. That is the election of the obligation, right? So they were not supposed to do that. And now that they have done it, they are supposed to not take money for subsidy from June.
Did they
should give that money back to the government. If they have taken the money, they should give it back. If they have not taken the government should not give them, right? But the subsidy was in the budget until the end of June, right? Whether they are taking that money, so what Melekiari is saying is that they have not been taking that money in this year, from this year, by cash. They have not been given cash money. But in accounting, it's not only by cash you receive money. You can receive money by cash directly, instantly, or you can receive money by what they call account receivable, which is you document the money you're supposed to take for a service you have rendered now, and that money will be given to you in a later date, in the future. It still means you have been paid, only that the actual money will be given to you in future.
Was the money given for June? Was it given though? Do we know whether or not it was given for?
Melekiari is saying that they have not been given the money. It's that they have not been given the money, that NNPC is being responsible for the money. But that's like a distinction without difference. Whether they have given you the money in cash, the point is, have you recorded it this year until the end of June for subsidy? So by what he is saying, the Nigerian government does not even have money since the beginning of this year to be funding this subsidy regime. They don't have money to give to NNPC. NNPC is doing the subsidy from its own account to be paid back later. That is the part he didn't complete. To be paid back later.
All right, let Prince have the final word on that space and then we move on. I don't think we'll come to a convergence. I think Oga has already made up his mind that Tinubu stole that money.
No, don't please don't say that. I just want to know exactly where everything has been going. Because like I said, most of us live abroad and there's complete transparency.
No, it's not going anywhere. And there was no money. There was no money. It was not going anywhere. NNPC saying they have not even been paid the money. The short side is that whether or not you have been paid the money, you are recording it, which is essentially by accounting principle, it means you have been paid, whether you take the money now or you take it in the future. So the actual cash, the government does not have money. The government is broke. It's borrowing the money to pay. It was borrowing money to pay it before, and they don't want to borrow to pay anymore. They don't have money. NNPC is the one using his cash, according to Melekiari, which they will get back in the future because they will record it against the federation account. So they've not been given money to the federation. They've been seizing money they are supposed to be paying to the federation. So they seize it and they say, okay, this is the one we take back for the subsidy money that we spent from our account. So take the chump change that is left. Before they were doing. Right now, they are not giving any money to the government, to the federation, and they say they also are not receiving money yet. But where is your account book? That is really the question.
All right. Have the final word on that space, Prince, and then we move on.
Yeah, well, man, thanks. I was gonna say, well, if they record the accounts receivable, well, they can also cancel it as bad debt. And because they have account receivable doesn't mean that they're gonna get paid. And I mean, and to NNPC, right? It's well,
No,
is it
no, you are going to get paid for your account receivable. If you have done for me a job and I've account receivable, you're going to get paid. You can't cancel my account receivable. I've done service for you. I have recorded it. You're going to pay me in future.
I don't think they've completed a service for the month or for the time period they're talking about, because if the reason why the marketers, they thought, since fuel subsidy is ending, it sounds like we're not going to get our money, so it's better that we jack up the price or do what we have to do, because the government is not going to pay up on that. The period that
so for the June, there will not be account receivable because they didn't fulfill the obligation of the subsidy that the subsidy is meant to provide for the people.
A guy was asking the question, which like a week or two ago, you and somebody were kind of debating on it. So a guy was asking the question: if they've paid these marketers for this fuel subsidy, how come they jack up the price towards the end of it if they've been paid till June? That was a legitimate question, which you've talked about in the past. So this issue is very convoluted. We all know, nobody knows the truth, but if you apply the accounting principle, which is fine, but it may not really pan out.
Hold on, Fatai. Hold on,
Fatai. Let me just say, David. What they did is illegal. If they go to take the money either now or in the future, because it's a breach of obligation. Whether they are going to take the money now or they are going to take it in the future, it's a breach of obligation and it's illegal.
Okay, man. Let's move on, man. That sounds good. That sounds good.
What Kulata incited is, and I think Zita agreed, is that you can write it off as bad debt if you can't collect on the AR, which will be account receivable.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said earlier.
It wouldn't even be a bad debt, would it? If the service was
that would be an agreement on both sides. Yeah. That would be we both sides agree on that. Yes, you can't just cancel out my money as bad debt. If I give you service, you have to give my money. Account receivable.
If the company files bankruptcy,
they can have an agreement to do that. It's not a problem. They can have an agreement to do that. Yeah, anything happens in business, you can have an agreement. But
hold on, Fatai. If the service was not rendered, then the money is not owed.
That is correct.
They can claim they are owed, but if they claim they are owed, that will be illegal because the service was not rendered. So either they will not bother to claim the money for June. They will be better advised not to, or they will claim it and face breach of obligation. It's either of the two for NNPC. That's why they shouldn't have jacked up the price.
All right, let's move on. Unless Isaac, did you want to say something? Isaac, you're muted. Isaac.
Yeah, Walma, good evening.
Good evening.
In fact, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to say nothing about the subsidy. You know why?
Why?
Because Bola Ahmed said subsidy is gone.
Yes.
That's all. It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, but Oga is chasing the money. But let's move on and let's get back to where the conversation was. You were speaking about the package of the retired general.
One man. What Oga is querying is that the savings for June, how much is it? And what are they going to use it for? So it's asking for transparency in that on that savings. So Oga is not asking illegitimate question. So if they cannot give account of how much is saved and what is going to be channeled on, or or channeled to whatsoever, then they are running a government that is devoid of transparency. So I think Oga is asking legitimate question, and I think I'm on the same side with Oga in that respect.
All right. I think our gas system dropped. So Oga, you have a Janeko on board with you, but
One man.
yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to call you your morning. That was my today, which was Sunday. I thought you were being busy or you be in church or family stuff. I couldn't respond to you yesterday when you just said the thing ring bell in my head that they post your picture in a Samuel Ekpa show. Is it true?
Yes, it is true. Somebody sent me. Somebody sent it to me that that I'm wanted dead or alive. That's what Simon Ekpa said.
Okay, let me say something. I think my delivery is here.
What be? Where did you say it happened? Where did it happen?
It said they posting picture for Samuel Ekpa show. Said they look for him.
For what? What did he do? What did they talk
I
about?
know. Now let me ask her again. So I bought her yesterday, but I feel say go day family time. So look at ask her where. Well, let me quickly tell you this one man. You don't need to worry yourself. There's adage in my town that the pubic hair of a lady cannot do. It can only make noise, but can never set the underwear on fire. So Samuel Ekpa and his cohort can only make noise, but they cannot do shit. I'm saying on the live show.
Let me put it like this, please.
Let me show you it. Not just me. Can you see it on your screen? It says where are they today? People without vision. Every day it was about Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa this, Simon Ekpa that. Especially the elephant nose. So I'm not quite sure who the elephant nose is. That's him right there. That's what he has put out. The rascally, the brave man from Finland. He's not in his own
I'm
village.
talking also from Finland.
Hello.
I'm talking from that same Finland.
Who's that? Is that you, Isaac?
No, it's the Prime Dot.
Sorry, the Prime. Yes.
If it does that, if you are posted dead or alive,
no, he didn't post dead or alive. Bro. That's
he's in trouble in this country. That is the beginning of the end. I can just give you that guarantee. It's not going scot-free. The law about threat is serious in here. His case is going to be worse than that of Ekwere Madu that thought UK was Nigeria. You can't do that. Just take it. You can't.
They cannot do anything. They cannot do more than that.
I think it's just mocking them. All those
as
a goddamn head that are gathered together talking against Biafra nation on Rudolph's show. So I think it's just mocking one man and co.
If it's mockery, it's okay. But if it's a threat, Samuel Ekpa understands.
It doesn't sound like a threat.
You don't know that, and that's me just adding Jara. But what does it mean? Especially the elephant nose. So I was there looking at the nose to see who was the biggest. So I think it's Rudolph. So maybe it's after Rudolph. Especially the elephant nose. It's unbelievable. But the sort of followership he has, they may well understand this to be a hit list. That I want these people out of the way. So I've passed it on.
That's true, Mama. That's true, but still they cannot do anything. I encountered them here like 4 or 5 years ago, and up to the point they was telling to people. At one time they made a mistake. They were telling my friend of my big brother that if they have the opportunity, they will poison me. They couldn't do shit. They only make mouth. They can't. They're in a civilized country. They would say worse, but they will not do nothing.
So what you people are saying is that no one should have a contrary opinion. If you have a contrary opinion, you get killed.
I think that was Simon Ekpa just preening and peacocking. You know how he likes to peacock, It was just peacocking. He likes to flap feathers for his audience. So I didn't know you were in Finland, the Prime. Why would anybody be in Finland? What happened? Hello, can anyone hear me? Oh,
I can hear you.
Yeah, one man.
I can hear you.
I was asking the Prime how he ended up in Finland, but let's move on. I think the Prime may be locked up in some matters. Fatai, you said you came in for something that the Prime specifically said.
Yeah. I did come in for what the Prime said. But just before I go on, just one last sentence from me forever. Babajanigo, I agree with you to the point of the transparency. We should know what happened in the month of June to have suffered the people that much. What happened with NNPC, they should let us know. Right? So how they spend the money, I think most probably that will be in the next budget. But what happened, what went down in June, we need to know, because the subsidy was supposed to be until the end of June, but price was jacked up in the beginning of June. So they should let us know what went down, and that's that. So the reason I heard the prince saying, I mean, it was so categorical, like it's the people that are getting retired, the military, how can I say it? The people in the military, in the Navy, Air Force, whatever, the generals and admirals or whatever they are getting retired. That are the one involved in bunkering, right? I'm not sure whether he's saying that as a general comment, everybody would say there is no smoke without fire. You can't have a big ship sitting on the water there and taking crude and without the knowledge of people higher up. As a general knowledge, yes. Or was he speaking? Because I know Asari Dokubo could say that, but they are all in that business, so they probably know what they are saying, right? But if he is saying that they are I don't think. I mean, I don't like to. I think everybody is innocent until proven guilty, right? So, I mean, the way he's saying categorically that they are the ones involved in bunkering, that's why they are getting this fat retirement package. I don't know if he's saying that as a matter of specific knowledge or beyond what
Is that not the wide? Hold on, is that not the widely held belief? It's always been it's always been the understanding within the Nigerian space for decades that the people behind the oil bunkering are the military, are the
hello, please. One man, can I answer what I think is Fatai?
Fatai, yes.
You see, Nigeria is a big place. Everybody has this personal experience of corruption in Nigeria. I'll say this personal experience I had many years ago. I got to know a lady that was doing bunkering, and she confirmed that there is no bunkering that can happen in Lagos without the DPO of that area knowing. I'm talking of those people that bust pipeline. So when that is something I've known for many years. So when Asari also came on board, he just confirmed something that I used to know.
No, I don't disagree with you. You might be right. You might have inside knowledge. I'm not saying you don't have inside knowledge. Maybe you have it. I'm just trying to be sure that you are saying it as a matter.
That was the experience I had many years ago.
Okay, but the lady also, I don't know, is it a general?
She's a bunker. She's a bunker. She does that shit. She does that.
But
Sorry.
is she in the military? Is she in the military or in the Navy? She's just somebody doing bunkering.
Sorry, what's the wider point? Because I'm not sure where we are. What's the wider point?
My wider point, especially in a public space, there's no need to make such sweeping statements, right, about a group of people retiring or whatever, that they are the ones. Maybe some of them are. Maybe one of them, maybe all of them. It was so sweeping. I think there's no necessity to make such sweeping statements.
Fatai. Okay, this is what I was saying, Fatai. This is what I was saying. First of all, I said I know someone that did that thing, and she confirmed that it is not possible to run a bunkering operation like all these people busting pipeline, that you can't run it without the knowledge of the DPO, at least. So when Asari came on national TV and indicted the entire military top generals. It's only confirmed what I was told many years ago.
I don't disagree with you. I'm saying even I can have such suspicion. Everybody have such suspicion, right? But you were saying as a matter of
it's not a suspicion, it's a widely held belief.
Okay, it's a widely held belief. Any people can have that belief, right? But it's not a categorical statement that the people retiring are the ones doing bunkering.
No, not specifically them, but that cycle. I mean, so sorry. I'm not getting you fully. Are you disputing that bunkering is taking place under military cover?
No, no. What I'm saying is that there's no necessity to be indicting people, right?
How that indictment?
Hold on, the prime. Yeah.
It is an indictment going on public space and just making this, just saying.
Yes,
I the people could say it because
leave Asari. Hold on, Fatai. Leave Asari Dokubo, and I agree with you that to specifically indict those particular people, and we pushed back against the prime when he was saying that. But to the wider space that the cover for bunkering is provided by the forces, are you disputing that?
Probably, I don't.
Well, no. Is it probably or certainly?
No, I wouldn't say certain. I have no specific knowledge to say certainly.
Is it possible for bunkering to take place without military cover in Nigeria?
I would say without the knowledge of people in high places, without the backing of people in high places, whether that has to do with the military, whether that has to do with and also when we saw on television or on YouTube, like pipelines behind military stations, okay, that lends credence to it. But I am not going to go in public and disparage people retiring and say all of them are doing bunkering or they are doing bunkering. Let me know. You didn't say all. You said they are doing bunkering.
You are the one putting those assertions to it, for Ty, please.
I think my latter point is I think you should qualify it, right? You can own it, but it should be qualified. Like I don't.
Yeah, because I think Asari Dokubo is a larger voice in Nigeria than even me.
The prime Fatai is right that you can't, because when you were making that assertion, I think Ajanle Koko, we were both pushing back against it to say that it's a shaky ground sort of assertion. But the wider space that cover for bunkering is provided militarily. I don't really think that anybody can really, especially we are all Nigerians.
That was what I was saying. That was what I was saying.
Can I interject?
Yeah, but you wrapped it into the package of these people. That is where
you
went. That's where you went awry.
Okay, sorry. I think probably we didn't have enough time for me to enunciate my thoughts around that thing before Oga came with the stuff.
With Bola Balu, yeah.
What I was saying is this. No, what I was
saying. Don't be always wicked now. Don't be always wicked.
Hello?
No, carry on. We don't. Carry. Yeah, we can carry on.
Okay, what I was saying is that it's better to let go of those generals and give them substantial money. It's if what they get is a fraction of what the country is losing to bunkering and vandalism, because they are the one giving cover for those people doing it.
Anyway, thank you all. I made the point I wanted to make. I just say I think it's a matter of principle. I prefer people.
No, but for time, between me and you, if there any of us is bigger than Asari that said this in Aso Rock, Asari said it in Aso Rock.
I understand you. I have made my point. I've made my point. Thank you. I understand. I get the point. I just felt like people. It just hit me because as a matter of personal principle, that I don't personally like indicting people, right? Like people are always not guilty until they are proven guilty. Like
Which
people
is
are innocent.
honorable, which is noble. It's a
It doesn't
noble
matter,
act
brother.
to do that. But
That is,
unfortunately, that is the general belief with circumstantial evidences all around the country.
The prime, take the point that Fatah is making. Fatah is not disputing that military cover. He's disputing it, but he's willing to pack it under a probability. But
Okay.
to specifically hold on, but to specifically say that wraps into the narrative of these people being pulled out. I think
No,
that
no,
was
no,
what
no.
that is what he was recoiling from.
No, there are a lot of generals that have served honorably. I don't intend to impugn on their character, but to the best of knowledge and to the best of public knowledge, people believe there is no vandalism, bunkering, movements of vessels on the high sea without the knowledge of the top brass. We can want to play saints, but that is just the truth. Those vessels, those are 60 feet containers long. They are hundreds of meters, so they are not a bucket. Those things are not
anyway,
buckets.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, one man. Good
Can I
night. I
come
think,
in?
Muhammad, thank you. I think you got my point. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for time. Yes. Sorry, is it? I think Ajan Lekoko wanted to come in. Come in after Ajan Lekoko, and then we wrap that topic up. Yes, Ajan Lekoko, you were about to say.
Yeah. So, Prime, what you are telling us in essence is that this retired officer, for the fact that they are the one responsible for giving cover to looting of that crude oil, because there's no way we can cover this. Actually, they are the one that give them cover, because we have Navy, we have the military there, and we have the Air Force that can rover around on the air to monitor what is going there. So what you are saying is that we have to reward these people for their criminality. You are justifying this so much abnormal reward that is given to them, that yes, they deserve it in order to reward their criminality. Is that what you are saying? Because
Hello, Baba John Lekoko.
Because hold on, the prime. Before you respond, take Zita as well, and then give one response to that whole space, and then we move on. Ajan Lekoko, back to you. Let Ajan Lekoko land first. Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, that is the way it sounds to me. That okay, let us reward the looter. I mean, the kinsman of our oil looters, or how could I describe them? That let us reward them their criminality and let them go away so that they can leave us in peace. That is the way I can. I mean, that's what I deduce from what you are saying.
All right, Zita, come in.
Woman, I don't know how much time I have to speak, but let me just say this. The three people that have spoken, they are right in their own ways. But I have to say this, that over the years, a lot has been going on in that space, in our pipelines. And when let me say this, the military and the oil companies, they are involved. The vandalization, I will say categorically clear, 70% of the vandalization of the pipeline is done by oil workers in collaboration with the communities. This is a global platform, I must say it. If I have time, I will give that particular one, I will give evidences. People usually ask me, where is your evidence to buttress what you say? But that one, I will give evidences, because I was in that space. Secondly, because a lot has been going on in that space over the years, Nigerians didn't know until the Niger Delta people started agitating for their land and the product from their land. Now, talking about the military, Fatai might be right. He said, don't generalize. Most times, I don't really like people generalizing, but when it is 60%, it's difficult to blink an eye and said, or 80%, you say, where is the 20%? When the Niger Delta people started agitating, it was the military that was called to comp those boys. I can say on this global platform that what they are doing in Nigeria is business. Nobody is protecting anything. The military is protecting no shit. They are just running the thing as if it's their own personal business. Now back to the generals that are being retired. They have the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, this, that. According to the other speaker, he said, those things cannot pass. Number one, there are the people guarding it. Those things cannot pass without their approval. That's just the truth. The federal government of Nigeria gave them a charge to guard those things. So those things cannot happen without their approval. And one thing I would like to tell people who care to hear is that saying that the militants or the Boko Haram or any agitation is overrunning the military, that's a condescending and demeaning statement about the force. It happens because they are running a business. It's not that they cannot destroy them. It's not that the Nigerian military are incapacitated to stop the bunkering. But what I want to say in this global platform today is that they're doing a business. I don't know how anybody retiring some people will stop it. I don't know. I'm not generalizing. But as the last speaker said, those things, I repeat, cannot pass without their approval. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So wrap up that space, the prime, and then I want to go on to Prince Daddy with a different topic. But back to you, the prime.
Okay. What I just want to say in a nutshell, first of all, Babajan Lekoko, the idea, okay, like in project management, they call some things sunk cost. You know, like you want to build something, you just discover that this thing is taking too much money, and you've invested certain money. You look away from that and like, okay, let this go. In this case, a fraction, what I'm saying is a fraction of what they are giving them, those big luxurious things, is what the country is saving. The country is saving more by reducing the number of probably, I don't, in the word of Fatah, like I don't want to impugn on that character, like if they are thieves, but let's remove the number of thieves stealing from this. I'm not saying the generals are thieves. So giving them that money, I also mentioned about the over $25 billion that has been spent on fighting Boko Haram in the last 17 years. They are, sorry to say it, those generals are ineffective. I'm sorry to put it like this.
Yeah, but you are still not justifying their generous package, though. So if they are I'm not going to say what you're saying does not cohere with logic, but where's the logic in what you're saying?
Okay, the logic in what I'm saying is that those people are surrendering power. They are generous. They have battalions. So you don't just dismiss them just like that. For stability of politics in Nigeria, the military is being settled. That is just the truth. We should just put it like that. For example, look at Abdul Salam. It's as if he never reached Nigeria. It's as if he never committed anything because he just did one thing. He handed over. All his sins have been forgiven. So the Nigerian state continuously pay the military to have this democracy. We should not delude ourselves. So for you to now remove some of those generals, you need to pay them generously and let them go. That is just what I was saying. They pay them generously, they let them go, we save more money. That is does it.
So sorry, who is the boss of whom in this equation? Who is the boss of whom? Are we the boss? Are we the boss of them, or are they the boss of us?
The man that owns a gun, no man argues with the man that owns a gun. They have the power of the gun.
Are they not submissive or required to be submissive to us by the constitution of the land?
Why are you asking this question?
Hold on now. Hold on. That is number one. Then number two, and this is going to be the tradition. So every time that a set of what do you call them? Service chief are retired, we are going to give them this abundant reward. I mean, what are we getting back as people?
Okay, this is what. Okay,
what do we get back?
There's a way you can do it.
Hold on. These people feel, from what you said, I'm trying to, analyze what you said now. They feel in their responsibility to secure us. They are getting reward for it. Number two, they operated as cover for the looting of the resources of the country, and they are getting reward for it. What kind of state are we running? Look, what I know for fact is that once people are taken out of power, they become nobody. Once they are taken out of power, that is the way it works. So they are just human beings like us. They are not superhuman beings. The responsibility of the government is to have people that we take over from them, that we do the justice, that we do the needful by making sure that looting does not continue, that looting stop, and these people that have perpetrated the looting in the past are never given any breathing space to operate again. And them and their cronies should never be allowed to operate again. They can even put them on the radar to watch them. That is the way system work. They put them on the radar, they be watching them. You have intelligence officer monitoring their activity outside the service, and at any time that they got an info that they are still planning anything, they pick them up and then show them and deal with them so that they can serve as deterrent to others that have the same mindset, criminal mindset like them, that are still in service. That is the way it should work, and not the reward as you are supporting or proclaiming that, oh, this is the best thing that should be done. I totally disagree with you.
All right, I wanted to shut that space down, but all right, I'll just take two brief commentaries on that, and then we move on because I want to move the conversation on to Prince Daddy. But I think Ola wanted to come in before you, Zita. So Ola, come in, and then Zita, and then we move on to Prince Daddy.
Okay, thank you, everyone. What I want to say about the package, because naturally I don't want to accuse of I don't want to accuse those ex-service chiefs of what I've not been able to establish. So whether they were looting, whether they were doing all those things, I've not been able to establish that, even though the probability may be there. But the symbolic situation that I can see in what Tinubu is doing, I'm not necessarily defending him because I'm varying my opinion, is that it could just be a signal to say, okay, we know that if you serve and you really do your job, especially in our security situation, you may be the target of the evil one once you are out of that serving capacity. So we are going to protect you. And these are what I'm going to give you to protect you so that you can do it. So anybody that will come after you, they can do their job, knowing quite well that the government will have the possibility of taking good care of them. So you don't want to free those people and release them to the hands of tigers and lions after. So that's the way I'm saying it. I could be wrong. So it doesn't mean that in the future that the government cannot say, okay, after we've established stability, that we can stop that. But at least now, it can just be some kind of encouragement to those people that will take over. Okay, look at those people that are going. Look at what I did to them. Look at what we gave them. So please go and do your job. We are going to protect you that way too. That's just the way that's just another way to see it. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Excellently put. Zeta, let's hear from you.
I understand what Ajani Koko is saying, because he's saying kind of, why do you reward people criminality? Why do you want to report criminality? But first of all, I must want to make a little kind of a broad statement. 80% of the coup d'etat that happened in Africa is being backed up by ex-generals. I must say that. Somebody working for you and you want to force him to go home, giving him things, I don't really see anything wrong with it. If we don't see anything wrong in Yar'Adua, is one of the presidents in Nigeria that I heard most people in this platform praise him for his little 2 years. That man brought something in our country that is eating our country deep today, rewarding criminality with palliatives. The Niger Delta boys that killed most military men, police officers, named some families, some oil workers, some white people, were being rewarded today. And Nigerians see nothing wrong in that. So if you don't see anything wrong in that, and you call Yar'Adua a very good president, even though he ruled for 2 years, you shouldn't see anything wrong in giving military men, even when they committed havoc in our crude, in our, what do I call it? One of our means of our financial, this thing.
Livelihood.
Yeah, livelihood, sorry, my dear. So if you think they committed a lot of crime, that's not enough for somebody who killed a lot of people and was patted at the shoulder. Some of them gained scholarship to go overseas. Some of them were relocated outside of Nigeria. And Nigerians were clapping for Yar'Adua for bringing amnesty into Nigeria. So I'm trying to balance it. That's why I wanted to chip in this topic. I'm trying to balance it, saying yes to Yar'Adua and saying no for giving military something. I can't balance it. So if you think what Yar'Adua did was good, for somebody to graduate from university with first class, the person will not get a job. But a militant that chopped off several hairs will get the best and be patted in the shoulder. That's good. So why not for the military? After all, they will even commit more havoc if you don't do that. Thank you.
All right.
Can I just ask a quick question? Has this been confirmed by the Tinubu's government, or is this just a newspaper article?
All right. Since we're there, let me just represent it then. Yeah, let me represent it. There's something that I'm so keen to share with you guys, but let me represent this one first. I'll speak through it. It says retirement windfall ex-service. This is embedded in law, by the way. Retirement windfall ex-service chiefs get 4 bulletproof SUVs, 20 domestic aids, 36 soldiers. It says the chief of defense staff and service chiefs who were retired by President Bola Tinubu on Monday, June the 19th, 2023, are to get bulletproof sports utility vehicles, personal aids, guards, and other perks of office, including generous allowance for medical treatment abroad. The affected senior military officers are the immediate past Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, and Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ishaka Amao. They harmonize terms. So this is where it is embedded in law, directly to your question, Kulata. They harmonize terms and conditions of service for officers of the Armed Forces of Nigeria 2017, revised, which was exclusively obtained by correspondence and marked restricted, listed the benefits of the retired generals upon leaving their respective services. Section 11.8 of the HTACOS 2017, the revised version of the HTACOS 2012. So that is to say that this was Buhari's initiative, listed the benefits of retiring CDS and service chiefs to include 1 bulletproof SUV or equivalent vehicle to be maintained by the service and to be replaced every 4 years, Peugeot 508 or equivalent backup vehicle, and 4 domestic aids up to 2 service cooks, 2 stewards, and 1 civilian gardener. Each of them is also entitled to an aide-de-camp or security officer, special assistant of lieutenant/captain or equivalent, or personal assistant of the rank of warrant officer or equivalent, and 9 standard guards of 9 soldiers. The immediate past CDS and service chiefs are also entitled to 3 service drivers. So that one really annoys me. Why would you need 3 drivers? 1 service orderly, escorts to be provided by the appropriate military unit/formation as the need arises, and free medical cover in Nigeria and abroad. So not even Nigeria or abroad, or Nigeria and abroad. They are also to retain all military uniforms and accoutrements to be worn for appropriate ceremonies, as well as personal firearms. However, such firearms shall be retrieved by the relevant service upon the death of the beneficiaries. Section 11, subsection 19 of the HTACOS 2017 also listed the retirement benefits of a lieutenant general for the Nigerian Army, vice admiral for the Navy, and air marshal for the Air Force, to include 2 Peugeot 508 cars, or 1 Toyota Land Cruiser, 2 cooks, 2 stewards, 4 residential guards, 1 service orderly, 2 service drivers, free medical treatment in the country and abroad to the tune of $20,000 yearly. Meanwhile, many major generals and equivalents in the Navy and Air Force are expected to apply for voluntary retirement by Monday, following the appointment of a new CDS and service chiefs. In the HTACOS, however, the retirement benefits for a major general in the Army, rear admiral in the Navy, and air vice marshal in the Air Force are 2-star officers, including 1 Peugeot 508, 1 cook, a steward, 1 residential guard, 1 service orderly, 1 service driver, free medicals in Nigeria and abroad, and it goes on and on. So, and then In another readout, it's embedded. They also get a complement of 36 officers to guard them and all of that. So that's really what's
So
rankling people. So you
So
see,
it's
ex-service.
it's just perks of the job. That seems it's not. They have to honor it. If that's the perks of the job, that's the perks of the job. Uh, I mean, they should have some reward for going to that career and also rising through the ranks. And if that is what the government allows for it, I don't see why we should complain. I mean, it's a good job. That's all it means.
20 domestic aid statistics soldiers. That doesn't rankle you. That doesn't annoy you.
No, it doesn't rankle me because it's not like Tinubu crafted this or something. This is what is in whatever rule or law that they're following. So it's like rising to CEO. CEO gets golden parachute for doing the bad job. What are you supposed to do? They're still going to give him that money. This one is retirement package. It is the package that's been negotiated for them. I mean, we don't know the history. Maybe it got negotiated to kind of like not encourage them to do military coup or something. Who knows? I mean, I don't think they just did it overnight. So it's just the perks of the job. I'm not gonna bellyache on the perks of their job.
I'm very, it's annoying. But Ossie, make sure your mic is switched on so you can be connected. Not necessarily your camera, but your mic is not connected, so it's not linking up to the system fully. But let me go to Prince Daddy. Actually, I'm going to go to you with I'm going to come to you with two topics. I'm going to come to you with this Odua plants oil exploration. But before I come to you with that, I want to come to you with now Tinubu now is perfected. Where is that headline? Tinubu now has yes. So Tinubu now has perfected Tinubu's ministerial list ready, undergoing security checks. So I'm going to come to you with those two topics. But before I come to you with either of those topics, I want to ask you a question. So are you there, Prince Daddy, by the way? Yeah, so Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I'm here, one man. Hello.
All right. Before I come to you with those two topics, I want to ask you a question. And my question is, do you think I should be invoicing Des for his social life? Do you think I should be invoicing Des for his social life? So why am I saying that? When Des was going to Nigeria, he asked me for Uptown's number. I gave it to him. And then Uptown took him round the town and showed him a good time. So now he's going to Nashville. And then again, he knocks on my door asking for Joel's number. I gave him Joel's number, and this happened. Look at this, Prince Daddy. So that's Joel of Nashville, and that's Des right there, of course, and that's Joel of Nashville. So that's Des in Nashville, just hanging out with Joel. So and that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, they're having fun. Yeah, you should invoice him. Actually, he's having too much. He's having too much fun.
He's having too much fun. No, it's nice. It's always nice when you know like I said, when we went to Nigeria, I hooked him up with
Uptown.
Uptown. When Saki father went to Abuja, I hooked him up with Solomon. So a lot of our friendships being formed on it. It's just so pleasing to see. But let me take you to this space. Tinubu's ministerial list ready, undergoing security check. So let me yes, it's a very short read. So let me speed through it and then get your reactions. It says there are indications that the list containing the names of ministerial nominees in the President Bola Tinubu administration is ready. According to a report by Sunday Punch, an impeccable presidency source revealed that the list was already undergoing final security checks before submission to the Senate. I don't know why it's undergoing security checks. We know what happens in the Senate. Take a bow and leave. The source was said to have informed. that the Department of State Services and members of the presidential strategic team were running final checks on the people who had been listed as possible ministers. They have the list already. Several names have been written against their respective offices. So you see, this particular line is what especially pleases me, because with the Buhari administration, they just sent the list. And then once Ahmed Lawan tells them to take a bow and leave, then they start to apportion portfolios. So you then wonder how they are able to vet them against suitability for roles. But it looks as though that culture has changed. They have the list already. Several names have been written against their respective offices, but they just have to find out and do some checks on a few of those names. That's what that is what is delaying the list. They are being very strategic with this. The Punch was quoted as saying, "I learned that Tinubu's ministerial list is almost done. He kept so now this other space as well. I learned that Tinubu's ministerial list is almost done. He kept a core of ministers to himself. So it's worth noting that he kept a core of ministers to himself, heavily influenced by the kitchen cabinet of his special advisors. Politicians are in Bole Kaja over the rest. So it looks as though he has ring-fenced strategic portfolios and then thrown the rest to the wolves. But politicians are in Bole Kaja over the rest. It is a slog fest now. The newspaper was quoted the source as saying, the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution mandates presidents and governors to submit the names of their ministerial and commissioner nominees within 60 days of taking the oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or the respective state houses of assembly. So that's Tinubu then perfecting his list then. So within the next 3 weeks or so, we should be hearing a lot of names coming out in that space. But two recording decimals, because a lot of people send me a lot of stuff, and two recording decimals that has been that's been poking through all of these things that have been sent me are the names Yemson, Wike, and Ambode. So Tinubu's final ministerial list, the excitement of it, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mom, and hello, everyone. Yeah, apart from Ambode and here's some Wike, do we know of other people on the list? For sure, I think Wike has to get something, and quite frankly, how do we categorize Wike? Is he a technocrat or a politician? Because from what we saw, basically every week on television about his commissioning one thing or another was like super impressive. He did a lot of work in River State. I mean, Wike should be given a lot of credit, a lot. I mean, I was trying to know over the past months, trying to see which other, maybe the other governors were doing something and hiding it. What can I say? We only see Wike every day. It looks like every week, commissioning something, doing something for the state. So Wike, regardless of his personality, that's what I say. Sometimes we have to be message focused. Wike, it looks like he can get a job done. It looks like it is very responsible. Yeah, it looks like he's a very responsible person. Maybe a very good administrator also. So I wouldn't mind someone like Wike getting a very important portfolio.
Prince, people are not actually people are not penciling Wike down for a ministerial post. What people are penciling him down for, what people are speculating Wike to, is the Niger Delta Development Commission, which is his base, by the way. He is in that space, but that's what a lot of people are speculating to. Do you think that's a square peg, square hole?
Well, the question is, does Wike want it? If Wike wants it, he gets it. So if that's a really strategic, important portfolio, then he should get it. But if he wants to be a minister also, let Tinubu find him a really suitable ministerial position. that he can occupy, because I think he showed himself to be competent, and we've seen his handiwork, and is a very good administrator in a lot of ways. What can we say? We just strictly going by his deliverables, and they look quite impeccable, very impressive. That's all I can say. Um, so yeah, I hope he gets it. I hope he gets what he wants, and and he has something to show for it, not just by being wiki and being the person that deliver a River State to Tinubu. He actually has a portfolio of good work that is done, something we can actually reference to as part of his package. So yeah, I'd be glad to see Wiki in a really important position, quite frankly, be the Niger Delta position that you mentioned. Uh, as for Ambode, that I mean, if he gets a position also, that'd be quite impressive, because I mean, from the time Sonolu went to his 60th birthday to Tinubu coming to Lagos, and all the past four governors, including Tinubu, hanging out for such a short time turnaround, that's pretty good. Unless there is something working vigorously in the background before Sonolu's visit, and before Tinubu came to Lagos for the first time after being the president, then but him reconciling with Ambade is, I think, is good. I think Ajale Koko and some other people, they pretty much flogged that space in regards to Ambade being based on his performance, and the reason why Tinubu or the party wanted him out of there. He appeared to be somebody. It gives shishi, but it sounds like he doesn't give a lot of shishi to other people. That's his problem, from what I gathered. And sometimes you have to put.
Do you see Ambode as the Fashola of the Tinubu administration? I see him somewhat as the Fashola sort of figure of the Tinubu administration.
You mean minus Fashola or plus Fashola?
I don't think Fashola will be in Tinubu's administration this round. Maybe in 27, maybe in the second term. But I think Fashola wants to be out of it for a moment.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he voiced it out himself, and I think you're right. I think he wants some interregnum. Let's put it that way. He wants to be gone for a little while, and rightfully so. I mean, he's putting a lot of work. At one point in time, he had 3 portfolios and downgraded to 1 or 2. So yeah, I think he needs a break. And yes, maybe we know. Maybe that's the reason why, can we say head hunting Ambode was quite key. Who knows? So yeah, I see Ambode coming back, and maybe now, just like Ajale Koko said, he's learned his lesson, and come back and be a good boy and play the game. Because you know what? I think during the presidential election, he somewhat opposed Tinubu, but guess what? With all the opposition and all the quagmire, Tinubu was able to overcome by invoking the spirit of Emilio Khan. So we can't discount that. So yeah. So I wish him well. I wish him to come back and join the group, join the party. Again, I was listening to this guy. He's a pretty good analyst from Edo State. What's his name? Kasim Afegbua. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Yes, just like we said also on this platform, there has to be a balance between the technocrats and the politicians, because guess what? As good as Tinubu was becoming the president, he didn't do it by himself. It's not a one-man show. And he knows that. He knows that he can't just go technocrats ballistic and forget about the politician that actually did the work. So there has to be a fine balance. And I see Tinubu again looking at the critical ministerial positions or some sectors in the country, and allocating those sectors that need technocrats to be at the helm of those positions. So yeah. What else?
Let me take you to this space, Prince Daddy. Do you think there's a scramble for Nigeria? Because I get the sense that there's a renewed scramble for Nigeria, and I'm only saying that I saw a headline earlier on that India, who are the host of the G20 meetings in this cycle, they're the chair of that space. They've invited and they're courting Tinubu heavily to attend the G20 meetings in India. So I saw that earlier. And then now, this rather curious headline now, 3 Chinese warships arrive Nigeria in a bid to strengthen bilateral relationships. So I'm not quite sure if warship is what strengthens bilateral relationship, but let me give you a quick skim through. A Chinese Navy escort task group comprising of MLS destroyer, etc., arrived Nigeria on Sunday, July the 2nd, to strengthen bilateral relationships between the two countries. The MSL destroyer made the port call at Nigerian Ports Authority, berth 21, whilst the other 2 ships remained at anchorage. Addressing reporters after the ship, which had 700 occupants, arrived Nigeria, as if we don't have enough of these people in our space, Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Chi Chang-chun, and that's his name, I didn't even make that up, Mr. Chi Chang-chun, just as a bit of a crude joke, they used to say that back in the day that when they want to name a child in China, they'll drop a spoon. And then, sorry, that's somewhat crass, but they'll drop a spoon, and the sound that the spoon makes is how they will name Mr. Chi Chang-chun. Said the visitation scheduled for June the 2nd to the 6th would enhance maritime security within West Africa. He said the visit is to further deepen the relationship the two countries have with one another, and also seek to strengthen and improve our relationship and cooperation with each other. This visit demonstrates the harmony and symphony between Nigeria and China. I believe that this visit will deepen the cooperation between both countries' military sector so that we can work together to overcome obstacles. We will continue to do more things to facilitate and promote the relationship between the two countries. Yes, the flag officer commanding West Naval Rear Admiral Joseph Apan also said the visitation would further help to cement the relationship between the two countries and also help fight crimes, especially in the Gulf of Guinea. Apan said, during their period of stay, our men will be interacting, we'll be having some sporting activities, exchange of mementos and gifts. We will also discuss the future of both navies, especially on how we can benefit from each other. What can the Chinese Navy possibly benefit from Nigeria? This helps to foster a friendship across the horizon. So it's a curiosity that a fleet of our Chinese warship berths in Nigeria. And we're seeing a lot of this international moving and leaning on Nigeria. Am I reading too much into this, Prince Daddy?
Maybe not, but on behalf of our Chinese listeners, I'd like to say, Dibuchi, that I'm sorry by your crass joke, born man.
Apologies, I'm sorry too.
It's all good. Well, actually, I'm interested to know what's in the vessels. Why 3 military ships to Nigeria? I mean, I wish they had some goodies on there. Maybe some weapons to fight the terrorists or banditry. Because that's quite interesting. They have to bring 3 ships to Nigeria. That's interesting. What do they have to offer?
No, 3 warships. I mean, what's the significance of it? I'm not quite sure. This
Well,
is
yeah,
where
that's a,
this is where we need Bishop. Actually, he's the military guy, but yeah, carry
yeah,
on.
yeah. It'd be nice to have Bishop right now, but again, I've always thought about it. You know, if we're really serious about, I mean, again, I don't know the full details, right? They have three of the worship, but if we're serious about really crushing and defeating Boko Haram or all those banditry or terrorist groups in Nigeria, we need a strong alliance with military nations like China and the Israel actually. The kind of banditry or terrorism we're fighting, it's something that I would say the Israeli Mossad or the IDF in Israel are used to dealing with. They can help us, really quickly to dampen this craziness that's going on up in the north and across the country. Really, if you're serious about it, if you're really serious about it, it can be taken care of. Um, Earlier you guys were talking about the package or the compensation for Nigerian military. Um, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, my sister, she was a brigadier general also. She was retired by Buhari, right? So that came Tinubu. What Tinubu did, and I think it's normal, but the nature of the compensation, if it's excessive or not, that I don't know. But one thing I like to say is that the military is not stupid. I think Nigeria may be way past that stage whereby we should be expecting a military coup in the nation. Perhaps some junior officers may choose to being subordinate and plan it. But I think Nigeria's kind of overgrown that right now. Of course, anything can happen. But the reason why we're not winning on the terrorist front in Nigeria is because the military is not stupid. That is the leadership there. Because just like any other sector or area in the Nigerian space, incompetency is the word that defines every aspect of Nigeria. Not because the people are stupid or they're not brilliant or intelligent, but why would they do a good job if they can continue to get compensation or resources to do the same thing over and over again? The same thing goes for the military. I think Nigerian military is capable of defeating Boko Haram, all these other terrorist groups, but they're not going to do it. Why should they do it? Why should they do it and defeat them and go home and fold their hands and get poor while the civilians get rich? You're not going to do that. We all know the game. It's not because of their incompetence or lack thereof of their ability to fight this insurgency. Not at all. So they understand the game also. If the civilians are so corrupt, stealing all the money, and they know what is going on, the oil bunkering in the Niger Delta, the stealing of the crude oil, that Asari Dokumba came out and said it boldly to the public. It shows that they all about the money. They're not stupid now. Since they know that they can't do any more military coup right now, at least they're gonna play the game and siphon the money from Nigeria as much as they can. But back to China. Um, I don't know what the three military warship came to do, but I hope they brought some weapons to Nigeria to help them, because hey, if China can sell weapons to Russia and other countries, they can surely sell to Nigeria, because we are greatly disadvantaged. The West is not really sending us much weapons. We have to go beg them and crawl on our knees, and they don't really give us what we want. But the Chinese, they with their Road and Belt Initiative, their strong will to break into Africa from all areas. They're more than happy to sell weapons to.
That road and belt something. I've still not understood it fully, so it's something I have to research. But the military something. The people the reason why there are so many 100 plus is that they are retiring people from the NDA class of the set of set 36, 38 and under. And the reason why they are retiring from set 38 and under is because the new service chiefs now, they are set 39. And in terms of military structures, you cannot take orders from your subordinate in terms of your entry into service. So that's why, let's say, for instance, they made somebody from Form 3 class school prefect, then they have to retire from Form 4 all the way through. But is there logic to that? Is what you really, and all of the expense of training all of these people, and then you just bin them like that? What do you make of that sort of system, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, they have that. They have the nomenclature. They have the. Bishop can speak to that, and I think he's spoken about it in this area quite eloquently. But I don't know if we have too much major generals or generals in the army or in the military in Nigeria, because I mean they go to overseas and take written tests, and they don't, in terms of actual kinetic war. I don't think they do much. Is it Boko Haram that are fighting for how long? They're not making headway. Well, I take it back. They're not trying to make headway. That's my point. They rather be incompetent and get paid. But in terms of back in the days, I think Angelica mentioned it was a rational mind. Back in the days of ECOMOG, Nigerian military used to be powerful and strong presence in Africa. But in the past, 10, 20 years, I'm not sure what they've done. We just get promoted on paper. They're not really, I don't want to. I mean, they put in the time. Do they deserve to be? I heard an analyst, I think a military analyst, talking about some kind of everywhere corruption, getting people promoted in order to get the compensation. It's all convoluted. The Nigerian military is just like any other part of Nigerian economy or institution, but they're supposed to be the top brass in the nation, be distinguished. They're not. The military is not. They at this point in time, they are as corrupt as any other institution in Nigeria. And some people making an argument yesterday about the military. During the military era, we had the best governance, or we did well on our GDP. And I'm glad, before I did the research, which I kind of knew somewhat, that Sinbad said it all. Nigeria has always been a single source economy. So our GDP being negative 15% or up to 20 or 30% was so much irrelevant, because our GDP was strictly based on the price of crude oil. So if the price dropped from $100 a barrel to $30 a barrel, well, there goes the GDP right there. So it was not a really robust economy in any way. If you had a real breakdown of the classification of the areas where our GDP revenue comes from, then we know what our economy is about. But that's not the case. It's probably right now that we are actually experiencing a more can we say robust or complete GDP, because now oil is not like the major composition of our revenue overall. It's like 10% or less. So we have agriculture and other parts, that help raise our GDP. So in other words, we're better off today. We have to break down or separate the GDP by decades. So the GDP in the past 10 years in Nigeria is more reflective of a robust economy, even though it's not growing at a good rapid pace. But it's still a good reflection of a good economy that has different sectors. But back in the days when we have only crude oil, it was trash. It was nothing. It's nothing to write home about. So I wouldn't be too excited or proud about the military having a good GDP, because what did they do? They, just like somebody was analyzing yesterday, Abacha came, they destroyed the country. They sent away all the really vibrant industries that we had in the country, from automobile to manufacturing, small manufacturing. They were all gone under the military. So, but say that's the reason why a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, we want Buhari to come to power because if he came, is gonna is gonna destroy corruption in overnight. He's gonna do this and that." Well, Buhari came, and we saw what happened. Corruption got worse. It didn't do much because in the military, it's command and control. When it came to a system where they had to negotiate and talk to people, we saw where it failed. He couldn't do it. So I can never advocate for a military rule. Someone made a great point yesterday. Nigeria's democracy is still nascent in a lot of ways. It's still verdant, meaning that we need time. It's not like Americans.
Can we continue to describe 30 because the latest this now round is 30 years solid now. How long are we will it continue to be a nascent we're maturing democracy now. We're not in our infancy as a democracy anymore.
Well, yeah, but 30 years is not. Well, 30 years. Yeah, has it been 30 years since the Obasanjo? Right.
Well, since 1999, we're heading towards that, aren't we? That thereabout.
Yeah, so we had a break. So we have to start from scratch. We have to get ourselves together. It's like forming a group. At one point in time, we came to the norming stage, but the group was broken up. So it's still growing, and Nigeria is still growing. It's a very diverse country. I'm not making an excuse that, hey, we should not be doing much better. Sure, of course you should be doing better, but there are so many interests at play. The country is so heterogeneous. It's a complex country, but I'm not making an excuse. But at the same time, we're not in the same category as in the United States or other democracy. Even like India, they've been at it for a long time, but India is it's not perfect. I mean, India is even perhaps more diverse than we are as a country. So the democracy needs to continue. We only need good institutions that can move from one presidency to another. But even better than that, equally as good as that is having a leader like Tinubu, one that's willing to make decisions that are tough, regardless of what people say. Okay, the will to make decisions when they are tough is the hallmark of a leader, not someone like Buhari that makes excuses why he did not remove subsidy because he wanted his party to win, which is of course it's a joke. We all know that. Okay, but anyways, yeah, go ahead, Roman.
No. I agree with you with Buhari. It's just a missed opportunity, but I wasn't a Buhari fan, but I thought he would have done a lot better than this, but a missed opportunity.
Yeah, people forget actually because I didn't support Buhari because I actually during Buhari's time I actually deferred to people that thought they knew what Buhari was about. I did not have confidence in him. Buhari had the same what do you call it, effervescence in terms of people being excited by him coming to power, just like they are for Peter B also. But in terms of analyzing the quality of these candidates, like Buhari, they didn't know his strength. See, Buhari coming to power is almost like nostalgic to a lot of people. Oh, when it was a military person, he did this and that in his stints, less than 2 years that he was in power, but they were not able to separate his military rule and him becoming a civilian president, and it did show quite glaringly that when he became a civilian president, he didn't know how to navigate the system. He did not know. Of course, unlike Tinubu, he is a man of the people. He's a man that's all his life is negotiated. He's working in private sector. He was a governor. He was a senator. I mean, Tinubu will go there, even though some people want to discount him as him not being a Nigerian or not even a male or female, but he's probably going to go down as the most qualified president in Nigeria based on his qualifications. Absolutely. Is the man ripe and fit for the job? So if he doesn't do a good job,
I'm not sure that you can say that, because sorry.
Please, can I just add something?
Yeah, come in. I'll see. I've been waiting to hear your voice. Yeah, come in.
No, I just want to react to what he just said. I think he's just saying his opinion, and we just have to respect that. For Tinubu, I didn't vote for him. I didn't support him, but I must confess that he has taken some very pragmatic steps. He has taken some tough decisions that is only a good leader that can take such decisions. And for like the army generals, I think what he did was that he wanted to pick all the service chiefs from the 6 regions. And if he's to pick somebody from Southeast, someone that maybe the person is below, the rank is below the other person, so he has to retire the senior ones. So the senior ones cannot take order from the junior service chief. I don't see any reason why people should complain that why is he retiring so many generals and stuff like that after the training and all stuff like that. We can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. This general, they've gotten all the training from different places, travel to US, India, and all over the world, but we are still having the same issues. So I think I support his decision to retire them and let them go and rest. Let's try these new ones, the young ones. I think I support him for doing that. Then the issue of the warship that came to Nigeria from China. If I am to advise Tinubu, he has to be very careful with China. China is not this kind of country that will just say, okay, let me go and help these people. If they are coming to Nigeria, they are coming to gain.
All right, we lost you also. I thought you were interjecting, but yeah. But back to you, Prince. Prince, round up that space, and then we go on to Kulata.
Oh yeah, sure. I thought he was trying to contradict what I said, but he actually can agree with what I said. So I don't know. I was offering my opinion a bit on practicality. So, but anyways, yeah. Well, you said the Chinese coming with the Chinese, just like the British and Americans, whoever comes to Africa, not to gain anything. I mean, there's nothing new about it. But in fact, actually, I'm more comfortable with the Chinese. We dealing with the Chinese. Why? Because they have a non-interventionist policy. They're not going to tell you guys how to run your country, but it's up to us. It's up to Tinubu to sit at the table and negotiate and ask for what he wants. So that's a good thing about negotiating with the Chinese. They're not going to tell you, well, we give you this money, so you have to adopt this policy in your education, or you have to do this and that. They don't do that. They don't try to be our colonial masters like the Europeans or the Americans, right? So yes, we should always be careful dealing with foreign people, foreign governments, and that's always natural. One second, right?
But when Buhari was there, most of the loans that we have today, about 77 trillion naira, greater amount of that money came from China. What they did was that they will give you money.
That's not true.
You say what?
It's not true. It's not the most of our loans are not from China under Buhari. Not true.
Okay.
But
we took loans from them, right?
We did, but not the majority of our loans.
Okay, what they did was that they will give you loan. They will be the one that will also come to execute that project. They'll give you loan to finance a project. They will still be the one that will come to execute it. So we have to be careful.
No. Is that any different from the Europeans or the British or the Americans?
I'm not trying to compare. I'm talking about our interests, whether they are the same or they are not the same. We
Okay.
have to be we have to be careful because these guys.
But you cannot blame China. You
Of
blame.
course not.
I'm
You
not
cannot.
blaming them. I
Yeah,
am not.
they, it, they,
Instead, I will blame
they,
ourselves
they are not the.
because if
They
you
are,
want somebody to use you, the person will use you in their own interest.
no, hold on. They don't
This is the point I'm trying to
dictate.
make.
They don't dictate the
Terms of.
to favor them than you, because you are taking loan to invest in your economy and you are going to pay them back. It shouldn't favor them more than you. So if that was what happened, then you have to blame your corrupt leadership for not being able to negotiate for a loan with a better time to favor your country.
But I want to ask you a question.
Than the credit.
See, I want to ask you a question. What makes you think that corruption has stopped? Or what makes you that if you take further loans from these people, that the money will not be siphoned, the money will not be used for paying of salary and stuff like that?
That depends on the.
And again, this worship or whatever, the truth is that if we are ready to solve our security issues, we can do it. The problem is that we are not ready. If you go to police station, the last time I came to Nigeria, I went to police station to see one of my friends. I could not enter a police station. Everywhere was thinking, is that the kind of police station that we have here? Is really. See, we are not serious. We are not ready to work.
For them to have their chief, their naval chief to come to Nigeria, I don't think there's anything wrong. If they want to engage in training program with our own navy, I mean, it happened. The country, have joint training exercise and program and stuff like that. It is normal, under military engagement. It's normal. I don't see anything that need to invade us. I believe for training.
All right, we're losing you somewhat, but yeah, go on.
There's something I wanted to say. I think the last guy that spoke, I believe you live in
Prince Daddy. His name is carry on.
In US. There's a report or news. There's a news that I heard last time. I think it was a balloon. Chinese sent a balloon to US, about 2 or 3. And US, what they did that they were not comfortable with it. They had to shut them down. So all these countries, the decision they take is for the benefit of their own country. I'm not saying that we should not relate with all of them, but we have to be careful. That is what you have to be. You can't just embrace anything that they bring. Sometimes some of these countries will say, "Okay, come and take loan."
Yeah, I understand that argument, but
okay, because you need money, you just go and take loan.
Hold on.
You don't look at the conditions. You just grab a loan.
Yeah, hold on. Let Prince Daddy land his thoughts. I thought you were interjecting, but it looks as though I'll come to you soon enough because it looks as though you have plenty to say. But let Prince Daddy round off his thoughts.
Yeah. So yeah, we're big boys. I mean, that notion about giving Africa or Nigeria predatory loans. I don't buy into that because we have to sign on the dotted line. They didn't force us to have the loans. We wanted the loans, so it's our problem what we do with the money. If we siphon the money, if we steal the money or squander the loan, that's our problem. That's our leadership problem. So it's not like they're trying to trap us, even though at the end of the day we feel entrapped because why? Our leaders, the people in power, they abuse the Nigerian state. So it's nothing new here. It's nothing new. And let me tell you quite frankly, Nigerians are not, the Nigerian government or the Nigerian people are not the easiest to take advantage of. In fact, The Nigerian people, the government, they deliberately go around and bring in foreigners to sign contract with the government, knowing very well that the contract would not be executed, or the contract would not be fulfilled from its inception. And in so doing, those foreign companies or government, they turn around and sue the Nigerian government, which has happened a lot. And this is just internal orchestration, not because, listen, it's all a come on. The old space is a game. That's why I say don't call nobody stupid. Everybody's smart. They just game in the system. They rather be incompetent and get paid. So they don't call them stupid. But quickly, let me round up one man. See, I mean, again, I don't know much about this composition for these military people, but I think I'm not sure that at this point in time, a Nigerian military army that cannot defeat Boko Haram, I'm not sure the relevance right now in the Nigerian space. I don't really know. I think we should be investing more in our police. Yes, like just like the last person said, the smelling or stinking police station. We can do a whole lot more and pump our revenue, our money into those space and make build a better police force. Because we need more police than we need the military. Because the military, we're not at war. We're not going to war. Okay, even the internal war that we have, we can't win. So we need a better police system in Nigeria to get the job done. That's what I was saying. Thanks, man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Prince Daddy. So thank you, Prince Daddy. So let me go on from you, Prince Daddy, to Kulata, if it's ready. Kulata, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, brilliant. There's tiredness in your voice. Long day.
No, I'm tired today. I've been worn out. I almost didn't join, but I just clicked on it. I'm so exhausted.
All right, Pele. So okay, let me just take you through this one, and then we see how it goes. So when I saw this piece, it read to me like a Yoruba local piece. It says, Odua plans oil exploration. So the chairman Odua Group, Bimbo Ashiru, said on Tuesday that it was planning to partner with the government of 6 southwest states on power generation and distribution to improve power generation and distribution in the region. Ashiru also said the group will soon begin oil exploration and production as part of efforts to boost the potential of the group, reposition it, and as well sustain the legacies of its founding fathers. The Odua boss, who spoke in Ado Ekiti during a visit to Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji, also assured that the board and management were working round the clock to revive the group's investments and establishments which had been abandoned. He said that the decision to partner the Southwest government on power followed President Tinubu's signing of the electricity law, which authorizes states, companies, and individuals to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. This, he said, was to boost electricity supply in the Southwest and, by extension, enhance commercial activities in the region. Ashiru said, Odua won the marginal field OML 95 on Ondo State. So it looks as though there's oil in Ondo as well. We know that there is in Lagos. So I suppose they are getting their 13% as well, I suspect. That is one of the things that we're working on. According to him, the group had entered into partnership with an oil company for deeper and marginal exploration and production of oil with the aim of boosting fuel supply in the country. He said, "We are here to let you know what we're doing. Our focus is to be the engine room of the business in the Southeast, in the Southwest. We are here to support Ekiti State. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for approving the certificate of occupancy of our land in Oke-Ako." So the Odua Group, as you know, Kulata, dates back, I think I said, to the Awolowo time. So correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's been moribund for so long, but now it's been re-energized suddenly. Is this a Yoruba local narrative that we see unfurling before us?
One man, hold on. Before you, I don't know. I don't know why you don't know that there is oil in Ondo State. There is oil.
I did not know that. No, I did not know that.
There's massive bitumen and oil in Ondo State.
Bitumen oil, yeah. So I mean, it's one of the NDCC. I think that's the only Yoruba state in the NDCC.
No, Lagos State too as well.
I mean NDDC.
Oh yeah. In NDDC, you're right.
All right, to you. Is it the Yoruba local narrative, Kulata?
Well, I will say, I won't say Yoruba local. I will say Yoruba lo are organized. That's what I'll say. Because every president has their own turn, but a lot of it is on individual basis. Like under Buhari now, you have all those cabals chopping all those Emefiele money, chopping all those oil subsidy money, and so on and so forth. Basically being parasitic. So if the reason why I like this one is more like a communal effort, and it's not a parasitic move. They have oil block, if that's true. That OML, I mean, is it 95? I hope they have a good finding. They find something serious there. That will boost oil production, but that doesn't necessarily translate quickly to energy power generation, because that probably has to be its own project. So what I'm hearing from them is I'm hearing 2 long-term projects, and I mean, this doesn't look like something that's going to translate to anything meaningful in 4 or 5 years, because I mean, they're going to find oil block, they're going to drill, they'll make a finding before they start doing some commercial drilling and doing all the shenanigans that they need to do. It's going to take a while. Same thing with the power generation. It's not something they can do. So it sounds nice. It sounds good, but I'd like to kind of like temper expectations, because I don't think it's something that can be done quickly. We're looking at 10 years, realistic 10 years. I mean, it's going to take a while.
Is this the Odua group finally living up to its billing? Because the expectation was that as an organization, it's meant to be a commercial vehicle where all of the southwestern states will converge on a mutually beneficial projects, and then part for. But it's been there for decades and decades. Never done anything.
It was big. It was big before. Actually, it was also in the 80s. It was big in the 80s. I think my dad invested there. I mean, a lot of Yoruba men who invested in that Odua group of companies. It was big. Then I think when we have the downturn in an economy, the whole thing went down. But it used to be way bigger than that before. So I mean, they had real estate, they had all sorts of things.
Yes, they had Wema board.
Wema board.
My mom was their lawyer back in those days.
Didn't they also control cocoa farm or something? It's cocoa house in Ibadan. I said cocoa farm, cocoa house. That's the only multi-story building in Ibadan or something. They've been around for a while, so I'm glad that they're still existing and they're still dreaming big. They still want to do stuff. Now, what is the commitment of?
Is the business model from back then? Is it the same thing? Is that the same template they're trying to operate on?
It's the same company now.
You don't understand one thing. Odua group of companies, or Odua conglomerate as they call them. It's premised on when the Western region, they had it as a way of funding so many projects, making money for Western region. You know, we're talking about private, we're talking about government handing off from controlling businesses. That is not government business to be in business.
Yeah, but Odua is not a government; it's a company.
I know, but it's owned by the large stake was owned by the then Western region then. But now we don't have Western region now. So what's this thing that this guy is talking about? You see, you just continue. Maybe when it gets to my turn.
Well, it's privately run. They have a board. They will have a CEO. They have everything. It's privately run. Investors are just investors. The people that own them are people that invest. It doesn't mean they're running them as part of government.
I'm not saying no, don't get me wrong. What this Oyebanji is talking now, is he saying that the 6 Southwest states, or I mean, 6 or 7 Southwest states, are they going to have a stake in this new enterprise they're trying to embark on? Or is it that it's going to be private, totally private, and they're just giving them some kind of
No, it's they are the owners in terms of the investors, but the people running it are private people, right? So
Well, we
it's a
don't know
good
yet.
model.
We just have to see what they are fleshing out. We have to just flesh this out and see. I mean,
It's already fleshed out now. There's nothing new in it.
okay, all right.
All the 6 southwestern states, they are all stakeholders in the Odua group. So I think any asset nested within that Odua group is jointly owned, isn't it?
It's jointly owned now. That's what I'm saying. It's not like they're just starting it. They run it. I think it's. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's shrunk since the 80s compared to what they have right now. And I mean, it's if they can do all those things, it's a very assuming we don't restructure now. This is a good vehicle in getting the benefits of restructuring. Like we're able to pool resources together and we're able to do joint developments together in the Southwest, leverage one of the states in the Southwest for power generation across the board, assuming they find gas there. We can use that as a source of gas. And I mean, it's a good idea, but the kind of projects that they're talking about, it's not just quick projects. They're long-term projects. It's going to take a while. And some of those kind of projects may not succeed. I mean, it's nice initiative and all, but not all of them may succeed. Except now, maybe if this OML is a good find, then they can bring Chinese investors and maybe have those ones give them good sharing formula, so you know that they're going to build they'll develop the oil field. They'll develop it and they'll put rig on it to generate. But if we want to lay some more, like we want to do everything, it may not get off the ground. That's just the nature of the beast.
Is there anything to be read into the fact that they suddenly seem to be re-energized under a Tinubu
Yes,
administration?
yes,
Or is
yes.
that
There's something to be read about it because I mean, let's be frank, let's be candid. When is the best time that groups such as Ududua companies, or even let me go tribal, Yoruba people that are Yoruba political aligned, it's under a Tinubu presidency that they should be pushing their things now. Is Buhari supposed to push it for them? Of course not. Buhari send them. Buhari no send them now. Jonathan no send them. It's your own that will send you. So all the ideas, this is Tinubu's presidency presents a lot of opportunities for Southwestern initiative, but it should not be exclusively Southwestern initiative. But when you also think about it, some of this Southwestern initiative is for the benefit of the country because other regions may find what the Southwest is doing, pioneering, beneficial, and that may let them go and structure the way the Southwest is structured. Because Southwest are the pioneers. I mean, we do things first. Like we know that in the history of the country, that's the most progressive area in the country. So these are good ideas, nice ideas. Now, why can't the North Central Party?
The counter argument, Kolata, will be that all of these windows of opportunities that they are entering into was actually opened up by the Buhari administration.
That's fine.
They are able to lever it on that Tinubu, of course, because of course they are able to speak the language that he would understand. But at least the electricity generation that was opened up by Buhari. And I suspect that oil block that they got would have been gotten under Buhari as well.
I was watching, was it Arise TV, listening to, I think, Kano Kaduna Rail or something. The man said the borrowing that we did for that rail line, it's going to, I don't know if he's exaggerating. He said it's going to take us 900 years to pay it off. I'm like, what? Like 900 years to one of the rail lines. So while it's Buhari's initiative, I mean, well, technically it's not Buhari's initiative, but Buhari is the one that executed it with loans, with an approach of government borrow, government execute project, very old school kind of mentality. Assuming they took the way they did the GSM, where they auctioned bandwidth. They just auctioned bandwidth, and the government was able to raise like $1 billion or something in multiple auctions. If they say company from China or from South Korea, because South Korea too is interested in Nigeria, like we give you right of way from this area to this area, build it up, collect on it. We too will build it up, collect on it, give us small share, run it. After half a decade, you hand it over to us. But we're going to put some regulations, no predatory pricing, no this, no that. You regulate it. So why can't we do that rather than borrowing money for people to chop money, for them to build a mediocre project, and then for us to owe for so long? If we hand it over to some investors, they will build it, they will make money, they will charge, but we will have infrastructure mushroom all over the country. And that is what we need, because when we now have all those infrastructure that other people are paying, that they paid for and they're making money, we too can make money. We too will be able to benefit by using the infrastructure. We'll pay for it, but we'll be able to use it. If the infrastructure will exist rather than we borrow and then they build infrastructure, they don't even secure it, and then they don't build standard system, and then we now owe money on it, and then some terrorists start kidnapping people. I mean, it's just that approach that Buhari followed, I think is just wrong-headed. I would want Tinubu to adopt to encourage the likes of all those Oduduwa companies, bring in private investors, bring in private money, give them whatever rights they need to do, build it up. And I believe that's what Tinubu maybe aligns to, because in that talk he gave to NSC or whatever, it was alluding to the fact that, hey, I'm going to strike a deal. I don't care. I'll strike a deal. I'll give you guys favorable percentages. You guys pay me ahead of time so I can get money to use that money to do other things. And you will build the infrastructure to work. You will be making your own money. You can give me the small tertiary, but I will have made the capital to leverage in other areas. That is what I would do. So the likes of Oduduwa groups of companies, bring them on. I'll tell them, look, go source financing abroad, bring solid capital. Whatever you need in your region, let's work it out. Let's strike a deal. You need right of way here. Go and auction. Go for an open auction. Other people that want to go. If Dangote wants to bid with you, you guys bid. Who wins? You build it up. You hand it over. We will oversee. We will provide oversight. We'll provide oversight to it. You want to build rail from Calabar to Lagos? Take the right of way. Run it for 70 years. Build it. I mean, that's how we should develop. We can't be doing all this. I'm going to go get a loan. I'm going to go do this. No, let's more or do a group of companies keep coming in private. Let's have a lot of private hands coming in to run Nigeria. And it's about time we retire all this government must do this, government must do that nonsense that we're doing. So it is the turn, in short, one man. It is the turn for the Yoruba initiative, and it is the perfect precedent for them to push those initiatives. I'm not being tribal, I'm just being factual, because I feel it is our politics since our Awolowo days. That is how we've been thinking, and there's no better person that is president that will be more that will have more
Do you think Tinubu is an invocation of the Awolowo doctrinal positioning? Do you think is a reincarnate of Awolowo in terms of ideological thrust?
ideological trust is an adaptation of that Awolowo. I mean, of course, it's changed many things in it, so it's not pure or anything. So
how
pure Awo is not attacked.
How is an adaptation?
But
I don't know, right?
it's an adaptation of that progressive politics of Awolowo.
What's progressive about his politics?
What is not progressive about
what
his
is
politics?
progressive? No, it's a question. What is progressive about his politics?
I'm telling you what is not progressive about his politics.
Oh, God. I mean, you're answering question with question. But if you know you're going to answer, you can answer the
question.
Or
rational mind.
Okay, all right. All right.
You can see that Kolata is struggling to string thoughts together.
If I get a jolt of energy now, you see me yapping my mouth. But it's not. I mean, it's an extension of that owl model. Things have changed because we're not running parliamentary system anymore, no regional system. That's gone. So, in as much as you can play Awoist in our current model, I'll say Tinubu is that guy. So Tinubu is a variation of Awo, Akintola, Abiola, and also, of course, himself. It's not just a copy, and it's not a copycat, and also himself to become whatever it became. So it's a variation of that same concept, as in, I mean, it believes in free education. It practices in Lagos State now. He handed schools over to the missions. He was the first to do it. A lot of the innovative
free education. What did you do?
Free education in Lagos State now, primary and secondary school.
When was that?
In his government now.
I thought it was about Jack and Day.
That was Jack Conde.
In 1999, in the 1999 dispensation, that's what I mean. Not
so
third.
Sorry,
not second republic in the fourth republic. Is the one that spurred it all over again, right?
No,
so
don't give inaccuracies now. I mean,
don't give you that. That is who was the first to return schools back to missions?
No, that's not the issue.
In the fourth republic. Answer me that question.
In the first,
who was the first to pay for WAEC? Who was the first to pay for WAEC?
That's a free education to you, right?
Tinubu.
Free education. People were paying levies. People were paying education levies in Lagos.
You will buy uniform now. Won't you buy uniform?
Returning school to missionary. Defeat that principle of free education now.
No, it doesn't. It actually reinforces it. It makes government to be able to fund school properly. So rather than government trying to fund 55 million schools,
he was running
government will fund 500 schools properly.
No, Kolata, he was running away from his responsibility of.
No. That's not running away from it. It's a responsible thing.
That was what he did.
You know that that's the same thing Peter Obi copied. That was also able to get some level of No, I'm just telling you.
Inside. What's Peter Obi's
business? There's nothing special in that now. He didn't do anything special.
Listen, guys. Listen.
Even under his watch. Hold on.
Guys, listen first.
Hold on.
Wait.
Let us.
When you have a state with meager resources trying to run too many schools at the same time, quality suffers. Yes or no?
No.
Yes, especially a state that's overrun by immigration.
Let me push back.
Exactly. Thank you, Prince Daddy. So when you now give
hold on, before you push back, let Mazi push back. He's a new voice to the space. Let's hear from Mazi. Mazi, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much. I don't know what this psychophancy with Tinubu. I don't understand. How can you compare him with Awolowo? I'm not a Yoruba person. If Awolowo was in this present day, he will be sidelined in Southwest politics. He's not a grabber and a taker and a run away with it politician. Jack Conde is not that breed. So you are talking of a cartel-minded politician, Tinubu, and you are bringing him out.
Are you familiar with what they called Awolowo when he was also governing?
I'm sorry, sir. You can't compare.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you. Can you answer that question, please?
What's the question?
Are you familiar with how some people refer to Awolowo when he was governing? Are you aware of what they refer to him as?
Expound
Like,
on it a bit.
it was high-handed, it was overbearing, it was all this similar criticism that they
But
give.
did he have a? But did he have a? Did he have a?
All this similar criticism. They even
It's
called
my
him
time to
Godfather.
talk now.
They even jail Awolowo self. They accuse him of being a
They
Ku Klux.
accuse him of all sorts of things. But
Mike,
no,
calm
you're
down.
not
This
aware
is
of
not
that. So of course you only know Tinubu.
I know I did disappointed for you, Mike, but no, just leave down.
I mean, they jailed him. I mean, they jailed him for, they called him a criminal. They put him in prison, you know. So
But you cannot.
the
I was gonna
same
say,
character of people like you were the one that did it to the Azikwe's and them. You know? So we all know.
You cannot compare these guys.
It's exactly what they're doing to
Tinubu.
Tinubu today. That's exactly how they treated Awolowo. Is how they are treating Tinubu today. So we know that.
Cannot
So
compare this man that have 25 years plan.
Okay, let me
Lagos. We have not seen the plan. You can't build one.
No, Tinubu is a man of our time. Tinubu embodies Nigerian politics to the
Which
core at this
Nigerian
time.
politics is he showing in Oshodi and Ajegunle? Is he showing in? Is he showing in?
Have you been to Oshodi recently? Oshodi is now a mini London, you know.
How many years? Mini London. What's the average life? What's the life of the average resident there? All those things are just.
that's because we have too many immigrants now. You know, they all came from. You know,
but they are paying tax now.
we have too many immigrants.
So sorry, Mike.
Mike, are they not paying tax? Where is all the money going? One man will just sit down there.
What is wrong with Mike?
Mike, I don't know whether the Kool-Aid where you drink on top of this.
What you're doing is what Yoruba call awawi. You are just looking for something to mock.
Yes,
I'm not looking for anything. For me, Osibajo.
Hold on, everybody. Let Ribado interject. I think he's trying to push through. And you know, Ribado.
Yeah, before Ribado. Let me.
Oh, so sorry. Ajale Koko first, then Ribado. Yes.
Okay, I've gotten my energy back. I'm ready now.
Yes.
Yeah, no more.
The boxing dogs have come in.
Your energy is bad. One man plasma injected some energy into the body.
No, I think it was that rushing from Rational Mind and Namazi. It's packed him up. That was the shot of Red Bull.
By the way,
hold on, everybody. Hold on. When I say everybody, Mazi, when I say everybody, includes you. Let's hear from Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko come in.
So, Kulata, for overpraising this your Tinubu on education in Lagos, I think you are not putting things in the right perspective.
Why?
Under his watch, private school increase to the heaven. The number of private school under his watch, and that tells us that under his watch, the public school was not well functioned and did not perform very well.
That's not true. So first pushback is you said private school increase. That means you're against choice.
See, you should allow him to talk now.
Choice.
Allow him to
talk now.
One voice.
Please, we should allow when somebody is talking. We should give the person the chance to learn. When he learn, you can now react.
Bro, it's not your show, man. Let the host do his job.
No, hold on. It's exactly. I've been trying to do that, but you guys never cooperate with me.
You guys come on the make rules.
Ajale Koko, you don't like choice. You're a socialist. You don't like choice.
It is not rules. It is the normal thing to do. It is not rules.
Don't worry. The man that owns the show has brain. He knows what he's doing. Let him do his job. You don't worry.
All right. Okay. So everyone, let the conversation take place between Ajale Koko and Kulata.
Okay, Ajale Koko, let me throw it back at you. The fact that private schools exist means people are going to pay for private schools. It means someone that can afford, someone has choice. If I have the money, I can exercise my choice. But no, you would rather have mostly government-funded schools
to the capacity, to the extent that the state cannot even handle the resources, especially for a state that attracts a lot of migrants from other states in the country. So the state that is struggling with resource, you are now going against more choice, albeit being private, and also more
Because
choice.
Alpha Beta will benefit. That's it.
No, they
Look at the person
want
talking
Tinubu to
about.
give free education to all the immigrants, all of them, millions of them.
So, Ajale Koko, what's your problem with choice? What's your problem with choice?
It's not a matter of choice.
It is
problem. The problem.
It's all for Alpha Beta. Private anything.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Yeah, carry on.
The problem was that Tinubu, under his watch, did not fund education well as he's supposed to, and that is and that affected the public school performance, academic performance.
How do you mean? Explain that.
Yeah, their output in terms of how do I describe it?
Do you have the figures, or are you just telling us?
Their output was not impressive. So
measure. What's the measure?
Based on what?
What's the measure?
Well, different. You look at their WAEC.
Go and check WAEC of that year.
Their WAEC. Lagos was always top 5. Lagos was top 5.
Let me help you. As a former teacher, hold on. Go and
check. Former teacher.
Hold on.
The academic performance of the students from one grade to the other. I mean, record shows that their performance were. I mean,
what record? What record?
There's no record now. You just made up a record just now.
That gave room.
Let me help you.
No, Collector, let me step in too if you can.
Hold on now.
Yeah, you guys can step in. I don't mind. I just want someone to say the record.
So that gave room for private schools to come in and save the poor performance of the public education. So under his watch, it is not a matter of choice. You can look at, hold on.
Ajale Koko, sorry, Ajale Koko, the question Kulata was asking you is that poor performance, was it documented and where?
It is documented.
Where can we find
it? It's documented. I cannot remember, but already it is documented. And you can't tell me that, hold on, you can't tell.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, what can be alleged without proof can be dismissed without any proof. So it's a moot point. You don't have any record, so let's move on.
No, hold on.
If you don't have record, you can't prove something to us, man. You can't
This
just
is
give
what
it to
you
us.
guys that are batified. This is what you guys.
It's not about being batified. We deal with facts here. We can't just accept.
When you work with not evidence, so
it's all about.
Me too. I can come here and start saying things.
Even is a matter. Even is a matter of common sense. If you go before it came in, go and look at the number of private schools in Lagos. When it came
you have prejudice against
population is increasing.
No, Ajale Koko, you have a problem with private school because people have to pay for private school. Just say the truth.
That is no.
Ajale Koko just want welfare.
Look, let me tell you. In your county,
so it should be the only state doing welfare for everybody.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah.
In your county, Kulata, you can count number of private schools that you have. But in Lagos,
yes, no.
You
Why
can
always compare?
Hold on, let me speak. Michael,
do you know the taxes? Do you know the taxes I pay to live in my county?
Let me tell you, in my county, in your county, we can count number of private schools. But you cannot do that in Lagos. You cannot do that in Lagos. You have
we pay taxes, Ajale Koko.
It's as a result of the failure.
In Lagos, in Lagos, on this street, there's a nursery school. This small.
Look, this is it's a total failure. It's a total.
Ajale Koko.
Okay, Ajale Koko. Let me step in real quick.
A friend of mine told me if you send your child to public school in Lagos, it's like you send that child to park to play.
It's not true.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, quickly, guys, please allow me.
I have a question
Latter.
to ask, please, if
Go
it's
ahead,
possible.
Prince
Yeah.
But
So,
one voice at a time. That's just the
so
way
Can I
I,
ask a
I know
question?
Ajale Coco, you're familiar with the United States, right? See, in the United States, just like you know, especially nowadays, the lax immigration policy of the Biden administration. See, in the United States, the border counties or states, they suffer a lot, just like Lagos State did back then, because they're overwhelmed by migration. Okay, therefore, the quality of their schools are poor compared to the rest of the nation. They tend to lag behind in performance. Well, you essentially, what American counties, the border counties are facing right now is essentially what happened to Tinubu, right? So the notion, hold on, the notion that you're making that is a bad thing. Oh, the notion. The notion that you're making it like a bad thing to have school choice shows your socialist nature when it comes to such things.
Thank you.
We live in a free
Lord,
society. Allow me.
every time it is socialist, it is
Well, you gotta let him
when we
finish
are
now.
pointing out,
One
when
man,
we are
I'm the only
pointing
one.
out
You
the
don't allow me.
No,
It's just
of the
it's just
government
so
you
it doesn't get
support.
rowdy.
Anytime
That's
we
all.
point
Yeah.
out the failure of the government that you support, you
no,
start
no,
coming up
it's
with
not by the failure. But see, even the United States of America does not have unlimited resources. You got to keep that in mind. It's not like Lagos State has all the money to accommodate all the students and build new classrooms and hire new teachers. That's not the way it works. So Tinubu was a brilliant person, and that's why it gave the private schools or the Catholic schools the opportunity to be standalone institutions by themselves.
Prince Daddy. Prince
Yes.
Daddy. You live in the United States. We know Lagos. What city in the United States is akin to Lagos? Is close to Lagos, and in that city in the United States, does it have a preponderance of private schools? So first of all, what city? If you look at the US, the way Lagos is to Nigeria, what city is it
New
to
York,
US?
New York.
City.
New York, right?
New
Yeah.
York
Do we
City.
have a ton? Do
You
we have a
can
ton of
count.
private
You
schools?
can
I
count
can't Coco, let me
number.
land now.
Okay.
Coco, let me land. Do we have a ton of private schools in New York?
Yeah, well, yes, you do.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, you.
No.
Oh, yes, you do.
No.
The most expensive, the most
You
expensive
can-
private schools are in New York.
You can count them, but that of Lagos is
You can
uncountable.
count. You can count anything, Coco. It's only grains of rice we cannot count.
Look, go and look with the population of New York City. The number of public school outweigh that of private 1,000 times.
And do you know how poor those public schools are? Do you know?
Go and check it. But it's a different situation in Lagos. The number of private school outweigh that of public school. Go and check it. Go and check it. That's a failure.
You don't like
of
private
the
schools.
government
Just
there.
say it.
That's a failure right there.
Ajale Coco, let me just insert this. Are we not talking about liberalization? So you have an ever-expanding population. Lagos is the go-to space for all of the entirety of Nigeria. Everybody migrates to Lagos. So what do you do? The government cannot provide the infrastructure at the rate that the people are coming in. So they liberalize the space and let private enterprise come in. Is that not what to do?
No, that doesn't mean that the number of private school must outweigh.
Of
course it does. It does
Is
exactly
that the way you have it? Is that the way you have it in London?
No. You can't draw parallels between
the way they
London
tax
and
you in
Lagos.
London. It's not the way they will tax you in Lagos.
Don't you have a large population in London? Do you have private school more than public school in London?
Okay, let me ask you this question, Ajale Coco. Okay, just for the purposes of the conversation, let's say the people coming into Lagos, they're about 2 million a year. So are you saying that the government has to continue to build schools at the rate of that migration, or should they liberalize the educational space for the private sector to expand it? What would you have them do?
You don't have migration of people into Lagos as much as you have that of New York City. But still, New York City.
Not true. That's a
Now,
lie.
New York
That's not true.
No, you don't.
That's a big
You
lie.
don't.
That's a
People
lie.
move.
That's not
People
true.
migrate into New York City from all over the world.
No, no,
From all over the
no,
world.
they visit.
So
they don't live there. They
from
visit.
all over the world and from various states across this United States, people move
That's
into
not
New
true,
York.
Ajani
But
Koko.
still,
No, compared to Lagos, it's not true. Lagos has a higher
come on, man.
migration
Come
than
on,
New York.
man. Come on, man. What are you talking about? What's the migration into New? You're gonna have people.
Ajani Koko, can you build my cocoa in New York City?
Within from Nigeria.
Ajani Koko, can you migrate to New York City and start building my
Ajani
cocoa?
Koko, let me answer your question. 180,000 people, net migrants out of New York. The picture right now is people are moving out, they're moving in. So the population of New York reduced from 8.7 million to 8.4 million.
Who are those people moving out, and who are those people you are talking of?
I want you to know, the net migrants.
Hold on.
Is
Negative. You are talking of people that are
the point is, more people are migrating to Lagos than New York, and I just proved it to you.
We are talking of residents.
No, I just you made an assertion.
Residents that are moving out. But
people that migrate live there. In New York right now, people are going for the exit. They are leaving New York. In Lagos, people are moving to Lagos. You said more people move to New York than Lagos, and I just proved to you that that's wrong.
No, Colata is right. They moved from New York to Florida. They go from New York to Florida.
People move from all over the world to New York. Don't let us.
The net migration is minus 180,000.
You don't see people moving from all over the world to Lagos. So,
and you see them moving from all over Africa to Lagos.
Exactly.
From Newi, from Port Harcourt, from Ilé-Ifẹ̀.
Can I chip in?
Those people.
No. Let me interject real quick.
Those people that are moving.
Mama, can I say something real quick? I haven't said anything.
Are they coming in with their children?
Yeah, let Mike in. I think Mike is going to insert into that.
Okay, one thing we understand in the United States and US, even Ajani Koko here live in the US. Before you say you want to move to New York right now, the first thing you have to do is make sure you have to first have money, because you just can't stroll into that city and say you want to park somewhere, or you want to say you want to scout with somebody and things like that. First thing first, you have to first have money.
Big point. Yeah.
That's it. And the apartment is everything is highly expensive. The apartment, the one smallest apartment in New York City is $2,000. The smallest one, tiny studio apartments. So before you say you want to enter New York, first you have money. So people that have moved into New York, people that have already, they know they have money. You understand? Are you comparing that with Lagos? That people that are moving, they are enter Lagos. Are you saying they have money?
They are coming to make money in Lagos.
Thank you. They have nothing. Once they enter, first thing they do is build a shaft on top of. They move straight to Makoko, and they become pocket pickers. They become Atorobaras. Those one the beggars. They move from maybe somewhere from Zamfara or somewhere, and they are there begging, and they are pouring children, making babies right there. Most of them, the first thing they do is make baby. They have nothing. And Ajani Koko is telling us that because New York is having private public schools everywhere, where we know that people that are moving, they have money and are paying taxes. Ajani Koko is telling us to be providing free education for all in Lagos.
And
that
also,
should have.
Sorry, I just.
Hold on. Let Babate come in.
And also, let's also forget that when you move to a new state in America, you have to be there 1 year to even pay in-state tuition and all those funds. Compared to Lagos, you can just walk in strolling with nothing, and you think it's unfair to Lagos. What is happening to Lagos? Lagos cannot show that responsibility.
Repeat that again.
If you move to any state in America, when it comes to education, residency matters. 1 year of residency before you get those benefits of in-state tuition.
True.
Not for children, not for minor. No. We are talking of minor now because we have
Ajani Koko is right.
We have minor in elementary and secondary
elementary school.
Yes,
you can go.
Elementary and secondary school, they are minor. So don't tell us this.
Let me finish my point.
This one that you are bringing in.
Let me finish my point.
So in America, They
Let me
don't
finish.
they don't they
Let me
don't
finish. I
give
beg your
that
point.
condition for minor before they enter school.
All right, that Babati, yeah.
This is it. It is unfair to Lagos for Lagos to shoulder the responsibility to take care of everybody in the country. Like the amount of influx in Lagos is unfair to the state. They are being overwhelmed, so they can spend all their money on education and building. If Lagos, they are planning to build whatever they call their power plants right now. If Lagos has power 24 hours right now, what will happen? Everybody will go there. That's the problem. Lagos they are pace that I get that, but the more Lagos grows, the more it's going to attract more people. So you need other states in the country to also develop. If not, they're going to overwhelm the system. So they can't keep up.
Don't you guys think Lagos is a victim of his own success?
But also, because you have a responsible state that is not keeping up with their own responsibility for their own people.
Lagos is a victim of docile Yorubas now. Docile people.
You can't blame Lagos, or you can't. That should not matter when it comes to this. You can't say Lagos does not have this number of primary school for people. They can't keep up with the numbers coming in. If Lagos provides the best of the best, more people will start trooping in. They can't keep up. That's the problem. So let's not use the New York metric to compare. It's just
Look,
Please, there's something I just saw on the net
Second
now.
Republic.
Sorry, there's something I just saw.
When we introduced
I just saw an information now.
Secondary school, a lot of people move to Lagos from the various parts of the country.
What year?
You understand? In
What
the second, or between 1979 to 83.
Well, okay.
And the population back then was 300,000.
Population was small now.
You can't compare them to now.
Hold on, man. You can't compare that to this time. Hold on. They moving into Lagos and they were given free education.
Here goes Jack on this story again.
There wasn't all this.
The population was 300,000. Today is 24 million.
Let me get this clear.
Back then.
You want it free? No. So you want them to give free education at that level? Is your point?
All right. Let us say come in. I think Ose wants to come in.
No. Oh man, let him clarify.
What did you say?
With the level of migration to Lagos, you believe that Lagos should then provide education to people that are not paying taxes, or the family are not paying taxes.
How can you say they are not? You know that they are not paying taxes.
They just moved in. No.
They are paying 2020 naira taxes. 2020 naira.
Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean by taxes? What we are talking of, quality education at both elementary and secondary school. That is what we're asking for.
How would they pay for it in Lagos?
If you are poor,
Lagos make billions.
Nah.
Lagos make. What did they use that billion
From who?
Lagos can't be financial manager. Oh no,
they're gonna go broke.
We'll go broke.
Look, from State, you are poor with 7 kids. Come to
Who
Lagos.
told you that Lagos is poor? Who told you that Lagos is poor?
We are poor compared to real cities like New York. Compared to New York, we are talking.
Can I say my point, please?
You guys can brag many times.
Sorry, one voice, but let Babati finish his
My
point.
is to you: if you are moving to Lagos poor, the first few years will be difficult for you to adjust. So obviously, they're not really paying taxes that much. But some way, somehow, the state should cater for your kids and pay for their education. And your kids are because Lagos makes billions. From where?
So what you are saying is that if people move to Lagos, their children should not be given education?
I'm saying the system is over.
No. Answer that question.
Why should they? Why should they?
They can't afford the damn thing.
Hold on, Baba.
Why should they? Ajali Koko.
Michael, let them be between me.
They should be given free education.
Hold on. Education is it not a universal suffrage? Is it not it's a human right, isn't it?
No, which law in Nigeria says human right?
It's on the UN Charter that Nigeria signed up to.
For all Nigerians, excuse me, for one Nigeria, I agree. But it should be for all Nigeria. That means all governors in Lagos or Nigeria. Everybody should chip in collectively, not just Lagos. So that
It is
everybody's
this.
responsibility. Look at them now.
It
What
is
do
the
you mean?
same all over the federation. It's the same.
It is
But what we are
that is the
telling you
problem. It's not the same. That's the
is the
problem.
same. Education
Where?
is free at elementary and secondary school
Akwa
across the
Ibom.
federation. So
You said
let
quality.
me
You
tell
said
you this.
quality. My God.
Look, Lagos State is the richest state in the whole federation. Is the fifth largest economy in the whole of
So they have money.
of
Let's
Africa.
go there and get it for free because they have money. Let everybody move down there and get it for
So,
free.
so
That's
children
what
do not
There's
have
not even enough
education.
space to build school for
There's
everybody.
money in body law.
Now,
So what you are saying, is that,
That's one of a hell of an argument, really.
hold
That-
on. So what you are saying is that children in Lagos should not get education if their father.
Nobody's saying that.
The point. No. Please let's calm down, please. My point is this: if you live in Lagos right now,
Yeah,
and you're a Lagosian, you've been there for years. Yes, the state has responsibilities to provide you.
is that the way it's done? Is that the way it's done in Texas where you are?
Let me finish my point.
No, I'm asking you a question. Is that what is done in Texas where you live?
No,
I'm not in Texas, by the way.
Let me explain how it works in
Wherever
Texas.
you are in United
Can I
States.
explain it real quick?
I don't care, brother.
Omar, can I answer that question?
No. Too many voices, but yeah.
In the state where you live in United States.
Let him land. Let him land.
Please,
Yeah, go on.
This is the point I'm making. Lagos, like Kay said, benefits from their own success. But I'm saying that the more Lagos grows, in all aspects, they're going to attract more people that will come in that want to benefit from that system. But they're not contributing to that same system they want to benefit from. And it's unfair to the state because you're going to overwhelm the system. I'm saying that design a policy at the federal level that addresses this problem. Because if Lagos provides all these schools for kids now, like you wanted, like you want, guess what? People don't go with moving. Sokoto, look at what's happening. They were all moving. They can't afford that at long run.
Omar, can I explain? Can I explain how the American school, how the system work here? As far as the admission into admission of children into schools here. One, in America, first thing first is by residence. You have to have a residence, right? You have to be listed as a person living in that residence.
Speak for your Texas, they don't say.
No, it's the whole United States. That's how they determine how much. Wait now, that's how they determine how much children, how much school they have to build in certain community by the population, and that's how they go by the. They determine how many children live in what area, whatever. They go by the residents. Okay, who lives here? You have to be listed you have to have a resident, you have to be listed as a resident in that place, and also they determine which school you will attend because they build schools by neighborhoods. You can't be living in one part of unless you're attending private school.
Come from nowhere to Lagos and
yeah. In America, you can't be living in the southwest of the city. Wait now, let me land. You can't be living in the southwest of the city and they will put you in a school in northwest of the city. No. They will put you in a school in that southwest of the city. And when that population in that southwest, maybe they're building more residential housing and more population is coming, being listed as residents in that place, and then they will say that the number is growing and there will be more schools there. So you attend school according to your residence, right? But in Lagos, you can't tell me that most people that live there, that migrate there, they actually can present a residence. I'll tell you that they are supposed to be listed on that residence. It's not. It's just people walking, and they can just walk into school. That's it. That's the way it works. So that's the difference.
You are not putting it in the right.
Because there are more people than residents than homes in Lagos. That's one fact.
You are not putting it in the right.
Koko, please, can I?
Number one, it's a law.
Please, hold on.
Yeah. Say.
We have this guy here. What's his name? Ribadu. I think Ribadu wants to say something. We've been cascading so many.
Yes, I've been looking for the window to bring Ribadu in. So
you will continue, guys, but let Ribadu just come in, please.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, Rational Mind. So Ribadu. So sorry about that. You know how heavy it gets sometimes in here. So Ribadu, come into the conversation. I suspect that it is the military retirement that you wanted to speak to. Ribadu, good to see you.
Excuse me. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rational Mind. Um, I don't know. I've been carried away with the argument. I even got some words in my head. Anyway, is a good conversation. But apart from the military issue, I want to start with the video clip I saw of Tinubu earlier.
Oh,
I
yes.
think the by now he's making not just his body language, he's verbally trying to show the country where he wants the administration to be directed at, and it's a good thing. I was very very relieved when he mentioned Ambode. You know, Ambode is my man. So as we were expecting, I think we'll see a lot of technocrats, new young technocrats in the administration. So it's a very big relief. That is it. And on the military issue, yes, you see, I think we have started seeing the result of his security team, especially before even the ministers are there. We have begin to see how well he's being kept informed about the security issues, because this set of people that he brought are relatively in their prime. They are very, we can say, young men, I think, and most of them are products of the Nigerian War College, which is the best in, if not, or the whole of Africa. I can say West Africa. Also one of its kind, because on annual basis we used to host a lot of military officers from the from the whole across of Africa, from the rank of colonel above. So it's a very I like the move. And as most of the panelists here say, is a military tradition when you appoint a general or a military officer into a position, position of chief. Definitely, all his superiors will resign from they will resign their commission. So, and last time the Nigerian army per se did some changes in their managerial decree. It was after the assassination of Alex Bade. But prior to that, it was the same decree they were using since IBB regime, which stipulated that any army officer from the rank of a brigadier general upon retirement will be guided by.
Where's that sound coming from?
It's from Ribadro. It's general from Maiduguri. So
okay, you cannot hear me?
No, there's a heavy backdrop. There's a thumping noise in the background.
Okay, let me get into the guide. No, I'm outside. I'm in the compound. The issue is there is breeze. It's raining season here. So let me stay in the car. Okay, can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah.
So
carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying, normally, before they made that changes, normally from the rank of a brigadier general, you will have 6 standing soldiers at guard in 2 houses, maximum of 2 houses for brigadier generals. So I can.
Is that not a waste?
No, it is. You see, our military institution is a completely different thing from the civilian institutions, because most of these people, they hold some of them hold sensitive positions, and at the line of their duty they may have step on a lot of toes, so they normally, that is what they enjoy. And in Nigerian, though mostly In some other countries, it does not apply to that. But because of the history we have of military meddling in the democratic system or in governance, that was what led to such privileges. Okay. And as you can see, we cannot call it a waste because you see the last Alex Bede, the former chief of air staff and later chief of defense staff, you see how he was assassinated in broad daylight. So, and these are people that we still need their expertise even after retirement. So guarding them, we cannot call it a waste. Perhaps we may say it's the numbers of the guards and it's much, but certainly it's not a waste, And if you also compare across the country, is most of after retirement, it's not like we are losing as a nation. It's not like we are losing a lot of investment on them because after retirement, most of them come together to form either a consultancy firms that are involved in intelligence gathering or analysis or all sorts of military services, So we are still benefiting from the pool of their knowledge. So that it's on that angle also. And yeah, then what I want to
go on.
Okay, what I want to also talk about, you see, I think we are a bit, can I use the word outdated when it comes to military structure? Most of we still retain the colonial blueprint of military structure, okay, which most of almost thought of in the whole world, they have already adapted to the current military structures that is being used globally. I think Russia was the last one to restructure its army into that core system. But as our own, we are still using the same old system that has been existing since colonial era, and the effect of it is it's allow almost half of the body of the armed forces dormant, So and also it makes our equipment to be in a state of repair at almost all the time. So if we can bring in new fresh bloods, new young generals that has traveled overseas, they have participated in war games, and they understand how it's the new trend in the military world is, perhaps they may bring these changes because we certainly have the numbers. We shouldn't retain the division system. In fact, it's long gone, but we are still using the division system at the peak, as a peak of the military structure, which is quite outdated. But if we can shift, or if we can switch to core system, the difference is this, in Nigeria now we have first division, we have 82 division, we have when you break it down to brigades, you have artillery brigade, you have armored brigades, you have infantry brigades. The issue is there is over concentration of specialty in those brigades. But when you go into core system, the advantage of the core system, which was developed by Napoleon Bonaparte of France, is each corps have their own division within them, and those division has their brigades. So it's more like an independent. They will become an independent army on their own. Meaning, one corps, you will find they have infantry brigade, they have armored brigade, they have artillery brigade. In some advanced countries, they even have aviation within the army, not Air Force. So that independency will make any lieutenant general, because most of the corps system, you find each corps is headed by a lieutenant general. That is why in Nigeria we don't have more than one lieutenant general. At most is two. I think which was of recent. I think is it during Goodluck Jonathan that we had two lieutenant generals, serving lieutenant general in the Nigerian army for the first time. So there is a lot of reshufflement that need to be done within the army, so that they can be up to date and they can function at the optimus level. So this is, I hope we will see that very soon enough in the future. And
all right, this headline, Rivado, Tinubu's ministerial list is ready, undergoing security checks. So let me mute you for a moment. I think somebody is saying it's the wind where you are. Somebody is saying it's the wind. Yes. Let me mute you for a moment. Yes. So Tinubu's ministerial list are undergoing security checks. So he has to submit it within the next 30 days because that is the new law that Buhari instituted. But what they are saying is that he has ring-fenced certain portfolios, but there are certain names occurring and recurring in the speculations to that space. So one of the names, we've seen him in and out of Aso Rock endlessly. You think he was moving in, Yemsen Wike. And then, of course, at the Lagos Salah celebrations, he was eulogizing about Ambode. So a lot of people speculating that Ambode and Yemsen Wike, they are both almost certainties in Tinubu's cabinet. Can you see that, Ribadu?
Okay, you're talking of Wike?
Yes, Wike and Ambode, they are saying their names are going to come out in the cabinet. Can you see it? And what?
I don't think he knows who Ambode is.
You know, of course, he knows who Ambode is.
Excuse me.
Who
is that?
That's Mike. He's trying to poke at you.
Okay. You know, from I think the speech, you played the video clip now. I think Ambode was the only former governor that was mentioned by name,
yes.
That mentioned by name. So to tell you how the regards he has for him. And as I tell you earlier on when I started talking just now, I said Ambode is my guy, you know, because the guy there is one of his project I witnessed in Kebbi State. He was able to imagine the distance from Lagos to.
Is it the rice project? Is it the rice project?
Yes, the lake rice. Yes, you understand. Yeah. So the guy is a very nice technocrat. I even up to date, I wonder how he lost the second bid. I think it's internal politics or something like that. But everybody knows his track record, so it will not be a surprise. In fact, I will even pray for that because he's more of Tinubu also. The guy is a worker, he's an achiever, and I will pray to see that, you know, and I will not be surprised. And
Wike to NDDC, is that a good fit? Wike to NDDC?
I cannot call it a good fit because I think Wike is above NDDC, if you ask me. Even though I know it cut across almost all the south states. But I think the capacity of Wike is above NDDC. Maybe Niger Delta, Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, if they will still retain that ministry. And, you know, Wike, even though the guy is loud and sometimes crazy, you know, but when you look at his antecedent when it comes to what he did to his state. So if it will not go well with a lot of guys but I think it's still a good thing. I'm not sure of Wike, but he's also a good personality. He's somebody who can deliver. And I think now this is what we want, irrespective of where you're coming from or the party you're coming from. As far as you have the capacity, you know, because we lost a lot on the previous administration. We just wasted 8 years flat, nothing. So I think if Tinubu can source this kind of guys from the irrelevant of where they are coming from or their background, as far as they can key into the Nigerian project, the new Nigeria, and give us what we want as a nation, then why not? I mean, we really deserve that from him. So it will also not be a surprise to me, and I hope something good will come out of it.
Ribado, there are heavy moves in the there are there are heavy moves in the River State APC to try and get Wike to cross over. It's always in the news. They are saying, although there's some resistance, but the abundance of River State APC, they are trying to cross over. And even the new state governor, is it Fundara or something, he's saying, if you cross over, don't forget us. But would you recommend that Wike crosses over to APC? Because, of course, Tinubu has been speaking languages of our government of national unity. So for Wike to be a member of our Tinubu's cabinet, it does not necessarily have to be APC. But should he cross over, which one propels his career in politics more? Staying in the PDP and taking a portfolio with Tinubu, or crossing over to APC?
I think it will be good for his career if he took a position. It's good because it shows he's capable of mending fences, okay? But crossing over will, personally, I may be wrong, okay? But crossing over to APC will be a political suicide, in a sense that nobody in APC will give him the relevancy he commands in PDP now, okay? And if he he has invested so much in PDP, because I personally knew when he was the governor, he supported Sokoto State Governor, and was it Benue or so, if I'm not mistaken. He supported almost 3 states in the north financially, and in fact, he was just there for them. Despite at the end of the day they betray him, it's only Autumn that stood by him. But I can, in my own political argument, I don't think he will cross to APC because the guy is politically wise. Okay, he's a madman politically, and he knows the damage. Sometimes changing comes has its own effect too. It will project you as a person that is not reliable or somebody that can be bought. You understand? But him accepting any appointment from this regime, it's not an issue. It shows how sellable he is, how relevant he is in the national level. Okay, but changing the party, and he has worked so hard for that party, seriously. And if he leaves PDP now, he's going to leave a lot of vacuum in his zone. So, he will not be the same politically. So I don't know. Anything can happen in Nigeria, but I don't see Wike going. After all, the guy has radical elements. I don't see him changing. And if I'm not mistaken, from his personality, Wike will not change his party for any appointment. Because after all, he was able to give Tinubu what he wants when he is still in the party. So I don't think he's going to change that. After all, today he is one of the regarded elders of PDP, one of in his zone. So I really did not see him changing a party for now, joining APC. I didn't see.
Do you think, Rivado? Do you think if Wike takes a position with the Tinubu administration, do you think that caps his political career? And the reason why I'm saying this is, like you said, if he crosses over to APC, then it's a small fish in a big pond. But then if he stays in PDP, it's a big fish in a small pond. But the moment he takes that appointment with Tinubu, he cannot progress in the PDP any further than whatever ministerial his career cannot progress beyond that appointment. He cannot have taken an appointment with Tinubu, and then come 2027 says he wants to run against him. So if he takes that appointment, that caps his political career, does it not, Ribadu?
It's a very tricky situation. But one thing I know from experience, as in from me witnessing or observing the politics of Nigeria, you have to be carried along, either directly or indirectly. The most dangerous thing to do in Nigerian politics is for you to go out of the system, but it's just like a two face of a coin. Okay, if he stayed dormant now, it may not help him. Okay, but if he remains in the party, maybe 80% or 70% of his integrity will remain intact because he still remain in the party. And accepting a position in Tinubu's administration will still buy him a lot of influence, especially if you know how to play it diplomatically with the PDP. You understand? I mean, today being a minister, it has its own benefit. Okay, he can have influence still to work, and he's still a party person, and it will still be a reason for him to prove not just to APC regime, because he will be in that cabinet as an opposition. You understand? And it will still give him, encourage him to prove and perform better than other APC cabinet members. Okay, and then it will still showcase him again, because being in this administration will build him a lot of bridges. Okay, it's just like he will continue from where he stops. So it will not be a disadvantage for him politically simply because he accepted a position from this administration. What will hurt his image, is him leaving PDP. Then people will begin to say, oh, now he has shown his true color, and all along he has been sabotaging us from within. He sells out, all this kind of stuff. And then, as a politician, public image matters a lot. Nobody cares what you are inside. You understand? It's what they see outside that matters politically. So that is my stand, actually. I don't see his chances getting hurt or getting ruined because he accepted a position. Especially if they have given him something tangible, something that is big, something that yields a lot of influence and command a lot of respect. It will be a plus to him. And this is my stand.
Sorry, Ribadu, can I ask you a question? Because I'm a bit confused here too. Amechi is the leader of APC in Rivers State. And the Wike's greatest enemy in the world is Amechi. So if he crosses over to APC, how would that situation play out? Will he be the leader of APC in Rivers State?
He cannot be.
By the way, I like your analysis. You explain the whole thing well, but I'm just thinking about the leadership of APC in Rivers State if he crosses over to APC. And again, is it possible for him to work with Tinubu and at the same time maintain his membership with PDP? Would there be trust? Would they trust him? This, I think, the situation is complicated.
Well, I said it earlier.
Before you go, let's not forget that Amechi crossed also from PDP to APC. So let's not.
I know, but what I'm saying is that Amechi is already there. If he crosses over, the two greatest political enemy in the world will be there. So that is how are they going to solve the situation?
I think Amechi is retired from politics, I suspect. Would you say Ribadu? I'm Ribadu, by the way. The reason why I'm muting you is the wind. So yes. Would you what Osei was asking you, and then Mike's interjection, and then add this to it as well. Do you think Amechi is actually effectively retired from politics?
Yeah, it's I think it's like that. All the signs of that retirement is there, one man. And I don't think Amechi will. I don't think Amechi will be. I don't. I think it's because I don't think that guy is going to be relevant politically because a lot of things are there to point to that. Okay, and just like the way you said, let me answer the first person that interjected or asked me a question. You said, as one man said, if he cross over from PDP to APC, he's going to be a small fish in a big pond, okay?
Yeah.
But if he remains in PDP, he's still a big fish in a small pond.
Yeah.
Okay. And that small pond always has the potential to become a big pond.
Sure.
That's the catch. Okay. So I think if I were in his shoes, I mean, the guy is politically savvy. Of course, that can, let me give that to him. Okay. And for him to neutralize Amechi, because Amechi too has built a lot of influence over the years, okay? Even though now it may not really matter, but the guy, when it comes to Rivers, he still commands some certain respect and some certain influence. And after all, he's rich. He's rich. In fact, even before he come into politics, everybody knows whose Amechi's family is. So money also will always have its own space when it comes to influence and power. But for him to neutralize Amechi completely, he has to be active in this administration and at the same time remain in PDP. Okay? Because if he leave PDP now, in fact, if Tinubu will give him a condition, leave PDP, come to APC, let me give you this, or choose any position you want, I will give you. He rather reject it and remain in PDP. Because once he leaves PDP, then he has cut off his standing pillar from the roots. Okay, because the moment he moves there, is another set of people that will fill that vacuum he's leaving. And whenever he went back there, I don't think his prestige will stand. So he is in a very tricky condition. He has to be very smart. But leaving PDP will be the biggest mistake of his political career. But at the same time, he still has to be, because if he comes into this administration, either directly, I mean actively as a minister or something, you understand, or indirectly, that will still make him active. And it will still give him the bridge between the PDP and the APC of Rivers State, okay? He can still build on more coalition, solidifying his stand in the state, you understand? Because if you are out of the system, the governor that is in there is even more influential than you, because you are just a former governor. But him being a former governor and a very active political player in the nation, you understand, and still holding a ministerial post is a plus, is a win-win for him. But he shouldn't leave PDP. And then Rotimi Amechi will not be an issue to excuse me. Amechi will not be an issue to Wike, because Wike has a stronger personality. And mind you, anything with power is about how you project yourself, how you talk, how you walk, how you dress, all the peripheria of presentation, how you speak to people, the pose, in fact, the way you carry yourself. That is why you see in the Western world, you see they have a team of media, a wardrobe team. This is what the clothes you need to wear. This is how you have to sit. I mean, look at during Obama and Trump and Putin. Whenever they meet, all the media and the cameras are all there just observing and capturing their body language.
who is more dominant from their handshake, from the way they sit, from the position they sit, their pose, the way they talk, the way they laugh, who is at ease, who is tense. I mean, this little thing.
Rivaldo, let me just say this to where you are just now. Do you remember during the George Bush Jr. Tony Blair's era, there was this thing that they were trying to project an image of power, and then all of these psychologists and all of these sort of fluffy people, they came up with the concept that they had to walk like a silverback gorilla to show, because that's the ultimate alpha male sort of image, a silverback gorilla. So if you look at the way that Tony Blair and George Bush Jr. used to walk, they used to hold their hands somewhat slightly bended, and then they walk in a gorilla style, not gorilla like crawling, but to project, they made them walk like silverback gorillas because they told them that was what projected power. It's just the ridiculous lens that these people go to.
No, it's not ridiculous. It's about power. Nobody in position of power want to be seen as meek or weak. Okay. In 2019, I have to. One of my professors was in Russia. I have to beg him to send me the manual for KGB. Okay, and I'm telling you, you will be shocked if you see what that manual contains, because it's not just about it's a general way of life, from the way you sit down, from the way you eat, from the way you walk, in fact, even if you went to toilet, the way you're supposed to sit down, the way you're supposed to listen to the next door. It's power is a very interesting topic. A little thing will bring you down, especially in an environment that are sensitive or more civilized. Let me not use the word civilized, but are more conscious, more educated. One slip of words will make you. Do you remember our current VP now, when he went to this Nigerian Bar Association dinner, he wore a suit and a red tie? Do you know how the media bully him? You remember that?
Of course.
Because so this is what power is all about. So Wike, let me not divert much. Wike has more stronger personality to project power and influence than Rotimi Amechi. In fact, Rotimi Amechi is a potato when you compare him to Wike. You understand? Can't you see now Putin? Look at how Putin, when he walks, is just so, that aura of presence is there. You can feel the metallic power coming out of him. That was what it was. Putin is the lifestyle of Putin that Narendra Modi copied. He changed his look, grow beards, started walking slowly, turning his neck slowly, walking to people and this direct contact. And when he's giving interview, he's more aggressive, and this is just all, this is what power is all about. And we are not there yet in Nigeria, but indirectly, it is affecting us without even us knowing. It's just few that are interested in some stuff like that knows. Okay. So,
Rivaldo, do you think Tinubu projects the image of an alpha male? Do you think he projects the image of an alpha male?
That is why I tell you, a power is an interesting topic. There is so many ways to express power. There is so many ways to project power. Okay. Tinubu, okay, what alpha male? I think Tinubu is more of a beta male. Okay.
They call somebody Jagaban.
Sorry?
Call somebody Jagaban. That's an alpha male.
I disagree with you, Rivaldo.
That's a title.
Sorry?
That's a title. Jagaban is a title. It doesn't project the image of an alpha male anyway. But Rivaldo, carry on.
Okay, I think I once said it in this platform, and that Tinubu is more, he's a man of few words. Okay, the only if he stand like this, or if he kept quiet, you have never seen
Actually,
him.
sorry, Rabadi, if you don't mind, could you define Tinubu's beta male characters?
Let me. What I'm saying here is, Tinubu don't give a shit of what people thinks about him. Okay, from his body language, from the way he speak, he don't kind of before saying anything.
Isn't that a sensibility of an alpha male?
It's a very thin line between that. Okay, the attribute. Okay, all right. Let me answer you, but I don't want to dwell on this. The attribute of an alpha male is dominance. Everybody knows that. Okay.
So somebody went somewhere and declared himself a Milocon and he won. You don't think that's the style of a lion? You don't think that's the style of an alpha male?
Hold on. Let everybody land. Only because you see the signal from is something. When you put him a question, you hear it moving.
Got it.
Yeah. Go on, Ribadu.
Okay. Give me time to answer you so that you can get me. Okay. Tinubu is not a kind of a person that when you come into contact with him for the first time, he will try to show you his dominance, or he's eager to dominate you. Okay, he's a guy that walks silently. He's a silent achiever. Okay, it's only his work will tell you what. That is why I said he may not be an alpha. Okay, and mind you, this is just my opinion. Okay, so Tinubu is a kind of a person that the more you come to know him, the more you become scared of him. The more you become too cautious in dealing with him. But from exception, you will take him for a ride. It was only when you commit yourself, you know that you make a very grave mistake by undermining him or underestimating him. This is the kind of person he is. That it's to my own personal opinion. Okay, but if you compare him to others, he's not an arrogant person. You know, most of alpha males, they have that aura, or that aura of arrogancy or confidence, will I say? You understand, mixed with some little dose of arrogance like that. People don't care.
Males are not arrogant. Beta males are arrogant. Alpha males are just confident. They're not arrogant, and they're not men of.
Okay, I surrender to you, please. Whatever you said stands. So one man, go on.
All right, Ribardo, let me. I'm going to mute you for a moment. It's only because the wind we are hearing it through. So let me present you. Let me present you a scenario, and then you give me your opinion, and then after that, I'll hand over to Rational Mind, who substitutes for Mike for Thomas today. Ribadu, we always say that Tinubu is a good strategist in politics, but is it strategy to have Wike on his team? Because of course we have to start thinking about 2027, and what will probably serve Tinubu better is to have Wike run against him as the PDP candidates in 2027. So if Wike runs against Tinubu as the PDP candidate in 2027, he will take away the whole of the South from Peter Obi, and then he will narrow Peter Obi just to the southeast, which gives Tinubu an easier pathway to victory. Is that not a better strategy than just to buy him over and nullify him, Ribadu?
Please, can you just come again? Sorry.
All right. I was saying that if Tinubu was a good strategist, would it not be better for him not to give Wike any position at all, so that Wike can run against him in 2027 as the PDP candidate? So if Wike runs against Tinubu as the PDP candidate, he will take the whole of the South-South away from Peter Obi, which will then narrow Peter Obi's vote just to his core base of the Southeast. And then that will give Tinubu an easier pathway to victory in 2027. Is that not a better strategy than giving Wike a ministerial position? Did you get all of that, Ribadu?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm a minister or he's a minister in your administration, that will not stop him from running against you. It is politics. It's possible. Maybe it has never been done, but it's still possible. Okay? But let me not go to that part. You see, if Tinubu gives Wike any position in this administration, this man has been planning this thing for the past 20 years. So he knows the price of doing that. Okay? And let me tell you something. From the way he is going, from the way he started it, I don't think there is any party that will come and give him a headache. I mean, imagine how he managed to emerge as the president of this country without power in his hand and with all opposition from the sitting government. Yet he managed to win. Then what are you talking about when he is the sitting president? That one is just piece of cake, okay? So, and one thing, if you follow through Tinubu's interaction with politicians, I don't know, maybe it's part of Yoruba culture. I don't know really, but I'm very curious to know. He rewards loyalty, and look at how he deals with this loyalty. Remember what he says about former VP, Professor Osibanjo. He says, I don't have any son. Was it something like that? I don't have any son that has matured enough to challenge me. So I think it's part of him. I don't know if, as I said, if it's part of his culture too, but I think it's his own tradition to pay people that work for him, people that are loyal to him. And that is what kept his reputation intact. And now he needed that reputation more than ever because he knows he has next election to come. So this person, this Tinubu that you are saying our president, he's a person of enormous intellect. People may not see it yet, or people that maybe are familiar with him may take it for granted. But I assure you, we here in the North, we were taken by 360-degree surprise. You understand? So I think it's even better for us now to cast our microscope very, very clearly on any potential Yoruba man that want to contest for presidency, because he has proved to us, though I really believe he's even a different breed among the Yorubas, seriously speaking. So I don't see Wike being in a minister being any issue to him, or maybe because even if Wike did not, even if the whole PDP said we are backing maybe Labour Party or any other party, you understand, against, even if it's just two parties that are going to run for next election, I assure you Tinubu will overcome it because it's his nature. And you can see it, the antecedents are there, the histories are there, the examples are too numerous to mention. Okay, it is not going to be an issue. And look at selection, look at the people he's keeping around in him. So even points, all these people that are going to be a threat to him, they may end up working for him because he has the ability to do that. So that is my take. And before if you finish, I wanted to comment on these Chinese warships that are here, but let's finish this one first. It will be my round.
No, go for it. Go for it. I want to hear your commentaries. I'm going to leave to hand over to Rational Mind after that, but I want to hear your take on that space. Yeah, what
Okay.
are you making of it? Are we being invaded by the Ching Chong Chungs?
Certainly, we are not. Well, we are not. You know, I have been wondering for a very long time that when is Chinese going to make their move militarily in the chase of influence to West African country. You know, they have been very active in Djibouti and Morocco and all those North African countries, but they have systematically avoided West Africa, especially the big countries. You understand? But you see, now America is declining, at least influentially. Okay, so there is a lot of vacuum now in the world stage, especially when it comes to influence. And it's a military tradition. You know, do you know the essence of war game that militaries or navies used to carry, apart from uh, uh, projecting power and trying to deter their enemies? It's also to build a closer tie with other militaries so that the lesser countries or the less developed countries or the countries that rely on importing military wares will come into contact to their own hardware they have on ground and see how advanced it is. Okay, then they may develop an idea. Okay, oh, I have seen this from this country, this is better. In fact, they usually have this annual display of a defense is it symposium they call it or something like that, where they display their hardware, military hardware. All these defense contractors and the companies will come and display their hardware for a lot of countries to come. So on the other hand, Nigeria, I will not say we have been a puppet of US, but we have been under their thumb for a very long time. Most of our hardwares are coming from them or their allies. Okay, and it's coming at a very exorbitant price. You know, and our navy. You know, I think our navy was able to do some few purchases of tangible importance compared to the army. Okay, and look at how we suffered before we were given this small plane that we are fighting the terrorists here in the northeast. Look at the price we paid. Look at it took us how many years before we were able to get those two planes, the tornadoes that came. Okay, so China are coming in here with their warships. At least our navy will be able to have glams, because if they come, they're not just going to dock them in our ports or in our docks. Just they are here for display. Primarily, they are here for display. And on all our defense chiefs, who the cream and soda of the defense industry will be there. They will invite them, they will give them a tour, they will see how advanced it is, and then at the end of the day, they will sit down and talk. Okay, and after all, now we need a lot of this navy hardware because of these sea patrols that we are having, because our coastal guards is just a dream, you know. It's just more like on a paper. So it's still the navy that are doing all these high sea patrol and others. So we need these little corvettes and others ships. And another thing is, China now, they have developed their capacity that they were able to build navy hardware faster than the United States. I don't know if they can still match quality with US, which I think is quite something else entirely, but they were able to build faster than any country in the world now, even Russia. You understand? So with this, they are here to project, because they have been here in engineering and construction. They have been here for years, more than the American counterparts. In fact, I did not see more than one or two American consortium that are doing construction. Most of the American interest in Nigeria is on the oil industry. Okay, but most of the construction is mostly
almost 90% Chinese, and maybe Germany and Turkey. So, Roger, Chinese have all these their interests embedded into our system in when it comes to in structure, be it buildings or road or railway or hospitals. They have been doing that for long, but I think now they sense the weakness in the United States equation, and they are trying to chip in here and come and say, okay, look, guys, this is what we have. How can we help? How do you need us? You know, this is what how military alliances are being forged and developed. So this is my take. Hello.
You know, I was speaking. I didn't know I'd muted myself. So, all right, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. Rational mind, acknowledge that you're still there. Rational mind. You said you were.
I'm here. I'm still here. Sorry.
All right, brilliant. All right. So to you, rational mind, I've sent the talking points to the private chat and to your phone. So gentlemen, I'm going to shuffle myself out. Rational mind, Ajanle Koko should be up next. He should have been up first, but you know we always save Ajanle Koko for later because we like his company so much. But and Kulata still in play as well. So played by ear. The talking points are there, but I'm sure you can wrap your conversations around. But before I take my leave, let me just acknowledge the supers that have been coming in. Of course, you know the name Ayo will pop up, and there he is popping up. And you know that when the name Ayo pops up, the name Prince Daddy pops up, there he is popping up. Usually, Kulata, when he's not in the studio, he likes to talk via super chat, and there he is doing as he usually does. So there he is, and then changed his mind to come into the studio, and then regretted it because he was too tired. So there it is, and then that is Ayo opening up this session with a super sticker. So keep them, keep them coming. So gentlemen, thank you for your company. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. I hand over to, in the absence of the now that you know, I went and got this military something for Thomas, and now he's now not this was inspired by Kulata, who said he should have his own theme song. I got this for Thomas. That was how I was going to usher Thomas in, but maybe next time. But over to you, Rational Mind.
All right, yeah. So I think Adelekoko, you have the floor. First of all, before we go to Adelekoko, Ribadu, I hope you're done expressing your telling us what you think about this topic.
Oh yes, Mr. Rational Mind. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Maybe we'll come back to you because there were some things you said about China and all of that. I don't think
it's all right. I'm here.
I don't think they make very good military hardware, so they're very inferior to the United States. We shall talk about that maybe when we get to so I'm gonna go. Yeah, thanks. So I'm gonna go. I think you were here earlier, not before me, because I didn't hear what one man read. So the first topic we just wanted to talk about is about this Odua conglomerate or whatever that the Ekiti State governor was talking about. I don't know if it was Ekiti State. What's his name? Yeah. So what's your take on that? Do you think this is anything to go by? Because these are people that just say a lot of things, and at the end of the day, nothing. You don't say anything. It's all about talk. So what do you think? Is Ajalego still there? Can any other person hear me? Am I talking to myself?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. So sorry. Let me see who. I mean, Adewale. I don't know if you want to take that. What's your thought on that?
On Odua.
Yeah, the Odua conglomerate that they said the Southwest governors they said they've acquired some oil field within Ondo State. I don't know if that's what.
Actually, I heard before now that they were planning to build a railway system across the southwestern region of the country, but I don't know how practical that is. It's possible, but you know, I know there'll be some obstacle. But I think there's a consensus plans to actually build or grow the entire southwest to go and develop economically at the same level, so that would mitigate against this urban migration problem that we have in Lagos and your state. But that's a good development, and I hope that is going to be replicated in every other region as well. For those regions that are still having internal battles and all that, there's no cohesion. One state is yeah, was it you did for yesterday that we're able to ascertain that who will do a investment company is still very much alive. I thought they've already, everybody has taken his own share and everything liquidated. I didn't know that they were still, you know, they
Myself,
still.
sorry to interrupt you. I think I think National Bank now was used to be under Odua National
Mhm.
conglomerates, but I think it went down, it liquidated. So I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
other. But I know the cocoa house is still there, but I don't know if it's
They
anything.
didn't have enough backing from the federal government. I think that was the reason why they went under. And also, the fault also can be laid squarely at their doorstep because, they should have been innovative enough. But when you have, government controlling investment, sometimes it can be a little bit hard. But by and large, they've done very well for themselves. And it seems the
Adewale, you said before maybe because they didn't get backing from federal government. Don't you think it was because they kind of abandoned regional focus and they were focusing on one Nigeria, one Nigeria? Because I noticed a lot of Yorubas at one point they just were putting all their energy towards Nigeria and forgot about regional focus.
I
But
don't think so.
recently, I think the whole agitation and the way division in the country was making them refocus their head, knowing that
No,
now we need to focus on
no,
ourselves.
no, I don't think so. The reason why I believe I don't think so is that in 2003, the entire region came together, to give enough support to their one of their son, and they
Who
told
was
the
that?
lie. It was this Tinubu that reneged that said no, right? So, and if you also look at it, I mean, Odua
They said they
investment,
gathered to give support to one of their sons. Which son?
Obasanjo, of course,
What? No, sorry. No,
2003. What are you talking
no,
about?
they didn't gather to give support. I don't think your Southwest ever gathered to give support to Obasanjo. I'm sorry.
Please, please, we've talked about this topic on this show before. They did. They supported Obasanjo. They voted a
Against
man
who?
who contested against Obasanjo in 2003.
Nobody.
It was Buhari, no Yoruba. It was 1999 that we had what's
There
his
was
name?
1999 that we had our guy, our person, and
Falai, Olufalai.
Yeah,
exactly
but it
the
was
2003. The only
2003.
reason he won vote is because there's nobody else represented. So it wasn't like we're
So
gathering support from
But they
anybody.
did. They did. They did.
they
They
did what?
did.
They,
It
they, they
was the
voted
A.
for him
It
in
was
the
the
second
AD.
election.
Hold on
No, we
now.
voted
It
for
was
him because there's no. It wasn't like a gathering like
but
some.
the AD also featured the AD featured somebody. It was just that it was Buhari that was in the forefront then. They did. They did.
I don't
It
see it
was
as a regional focus or regional anything.
but you may
Just a
not
le-
see it that way. But I
But
want to believe.
when I say regional focus, I'm talking about development and actual regional plan, like what we have right now, what they're doing right now. That's what I'm saying. I don't mean
I'm
by
co-
maybe election.
well, you may not say it that way. Whether politically or economically, there's been some level of coordinations or sort of togetherness, or let me put it in a camaraderie form, and they've been doing that. As a matter of fact, I thought they've gone beyond. I mean, under. But to even think that it's still in existence shows that there's some level of cohesion in that region of the country, and it's a good thing. I believe if one state cannot embark on electrifying the entire south, I mean their state, then other states that are more capable, like Lagos State or your state, even Osun State, can also, and Ondo State, because people usually look at Ondo as if that state is not really, that Ondo State is rich because they have oil as well. So it's a good development, rational mind. If I have to look at it holistically, it's a good development, and I also hope that uh, it's not going to be more like money going into private pocket like a white elephant thing, where money is going to be thrown around. At the end of the day, we end up in governor's pockets and all that. But to me, it's a good development, and I hope. But if Southwest electrify the entire Southwest, and the other region are able to do the same, then people is going to move just like they've been moving for years. Because I've never heard anybody saying, you know what, I'm relocating from Lagos to Bayelsa. I'm relocating to people go to River, but even in those states. No apologies to what peace is in the studio. So, I mean, it's a good development. It's a good thing if I have to look at it that way. It is. It is.
All right, thanks. Yeah. So, well,
Rational man, good morning, everybody.
good morning.
Yeah. So, are we not surprised that suddenly the Odra group of companies, they suddenly wake up and they are now becoming active and they want to participate in providing infrastructure? Are we not surprised? Because if not just last week that we just heard about them. I think I raised it 3 days ago. And are we not surprised? And what is actually motivating them now? Why are they redundant before in the previous administration? Because the last time we heard about them was during the Obasanjo regime.
Simba, that makes Obasanjo a failure. Like I said earlier, they didn't receive backing from the government. That's why some of the investment decisions were not. I thought they've gone beyond. I mean, on that. So now that you said they are rebounding, that means they have much trust in Tinubu's administration. So that makes Obasanjo a failure, total failure.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we want to blame Obasanjo because Obasanjo came in with so many. He met a lot of baggages from the military era. He was trying to put a country that was almost in a steep decline. So, if somebody who wants to, if you consider what happened in June 12th and how it has become more like Southwest versus the whole of Nigeria, he wants to bring unity. And so, if he's trying to promote regionalism again during his government, being a Yoruba man, with other ethnic people will not be labeling him as a bigot. So, there's something we can go on and just analyze Obasanjo's time as.
But rational mind, if you remember during Obasanjo regime, that was when we even have more cohesion as Southerners generally. But that was when you see the governors, the South-South, the Southeast, the Southwest, they had a series of meetings that time. I can't actually recollect what actually made that coalition to collapse, but they have several meetings that time. It was in fact the Northerners they were having their own, the Southerners they were. It was during Obasanjo regime that it was so pronounced, and suddenly the thing just fizzled out, and then everything just went scattered. If you people remember that time, they used to have a series of meetings. I think there was one governor in the east that time, maybe Ogbunno Yahonu or something like that, was actually the chairman of the southern governor that time. They used to have meetings, the southern governor. It was during the Obasanjo regime, but subsequently, everything just went down the drain. And
so this whole Southern versus Southern governors forum, Northern governors forum, all these things began during Obasanjo's time. I mean,
yeah, it started during Obasanjo regime.
So it didn't look like Obasanjo was really there to unite the country because during the military regime, there was no such thing as Southern governor, Northern governor. This kind of
it was a stooge. It was a stooge. We just
yeah. So for him to have allowed that kind of thing to happen, then he didn't really do a good job uniting the country because there was no point dividing Nigeria from. I mean, allowing Southern versus Northern, those things, because to me that thing is complete nonsense, especially with the South. There's no such thing as Southern Union. And that thing always annoys me when I always say the South or Southern Governors Forum. What's the union in the South? They don't have anything in common. Most of the Southern states even have, some of them have more in common with states in the North sometimes, So that's Southern Governors Forum rubbish. Even in the North, there's really no, when they say Northern Governors Forum, I can't tell me that a state like Kogi, they really have anything in common with a state like or a state like Kwara have much in common with a state like Sokoto or something. So that's South, not South thing. Then people need to put a hand to it. Just a Nigerian Governors Forum, and that's it. Or if you want to say Southwest Governors Forum or Southside Governors Forum, I can get that.
Mike, they have Governors Forum, Nigerian Governors Forum. They have it.
Okay. I can, and they can keep the maybe Southwest Governors, Southeast Governors, Southside Governors, something like that. Yeah, but the whole Southern Governors Forum, that thing is ridiculous.
No. To you, it might be ridiculous. If North has it, if the whole 19 states in the North has it, then the South also should have their own. And that I think that became more pronounced.
they not
If you
okay.
don't mind.
What does state like Benue and
Mike.
Sokoto? Benue is a northern state. What do they have in common?
It
What
does
is
not. It does
Mike.
not. It does not. I agree with you. It does
Mike.
not. Even Kwara State. You see, anything lower Niger, anything lower.
But they are part of Northern Governors Forum.
I understand. We understand. But you see, they do it for this, this political thing too. As to say, they have the power. They have the.
And they divide people too. When
You
you
know
ain't
what,
North versus South, North versus
this
South.
duplicity of forums, of governors' forums, were not in existence at the inception of this democracy.
Right.
They were trying to arrogate power to themselves, and it started shortly before Obasanjo's third-time agenda, whatever nonsense. And
Diwali, besides, there are no geopolitical zones, anything in the constitution. We just made that shit up.
No. The selection of Senate also, the geopolitical zone kind of like very derived from the senatorial district kind of.
I'm saying in the Nigerian constitution, there's something like geopolitical zone. They made that up.
But just to have an inclusion, the grouping, even the minority with the majority. But the forum, the southern or northern or whatever forum they are establishing, they established them because now if you look at it, in the 1999 to 2007 or so, the governors did not have power. They didn't even have much power. As a matter of fact, people were in government and they had Godfather directing how they're going to spend the budget, the money of the state. But it started happening because they were trying to recruit and fight against the third-time agenda of the state. And when they made one of their counterpart governor, that was when they say, you know what, the ring has entered the Olosha's finger now. So, and then if you look at this Buhari administration, even GED administration, the governor wielded so much power. That was why they raised the likes of
They suppressed him. He was suppressed.
It's not just that. They had so much power to the point that El-Rufai could challenge the president openly, and they both belongs to the same party, and say to his face that, look, we are going to win this election. We are going, if not because of the progressive APC governors, Tinubu wouldn't have become a president today. They stood their ground. They handpicked the delegates. So yes, that was what brought all these nonsensical forums up and down. But like someone said, what have they achieved with the forum? What was their
Diwali, can I ask you a question, Diwali?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you find it funny when they had their first Southern Southern Governors Forum? I'm like,
the one they were voting, where's the governor?
They knew the Judases among them.
I said, why they fooling?
They were not surprised. They knew the Judases among them. They were full of ambition.
We all knew it wasn't going to work now because
they don't trust each other at all.
After the meeting, they all went back to their another god to go and tell them what happened behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like these guys are clowns. So finally we are going to. I knew it wasn't going to work. The meeting was called by I believe it was the Ondo State governor. What's his name? What's his name? Yeah.
But it's not entirely true that it did not work. It worked.
How did it work?
Okay, thank you.
What did they achieve?
This is how it worked. It brought about a forced APC to zone the whole thing to the south.
Right.
Because there were rumors that they don't. We had it from starting with Bubu's nephew. What's his name? That one that they said he lives in that controls Emefiele. What's that guy's name? Daura. Is it Mama and Daura? What was it? So he came on one of the TV stations and he was saying that no, they should throw it open. That nobody should have any. So let's just forget that. So during that time, the South governor, they all decided that it must come to the South.
Right.
So that forced APC in some ways to make them look, you guys have to hold on now. You will come in, please. You have to force them to come, to let it come down south. And they put their stance to Buhari. There was a major opposition from them to Buhari, making me understand that you need to act. And also this what's it called? This I'm giving you some of the success from it. And also this Ruga thing.
Are you talking about this President Tinubu's tickets?
Yeah, Tinubu's secret is part of one of those things that they
So
don't want to
Southern Governors Forum are the reason why.
yeah, it forced APC to think that, to make them think that you have to bring it down south because they all come together and said the team must come down to south. Only PDP, I know that PDP did not really, they did not respect that, or they did not even consider that. But my point is this, that when it comes to this issue of, I forgot what I want to say, sir. This issue of Ruga, they have to say to each other, let us go and make a law that we will not accept that Ruga. Everybody has to go to their National Assembly. If you remember, that was when this guy was advising them. Femi Falana was advising that they should go through their what's it called? Different House of Rep, their own local House of Rep, state House of Rep, and enact law that will make it almost impossible for them to start their own security network and all of that. So, I mean, you can't say there's no success from it. There's this kind
No.
Ruga.
Mike, wait. Let me explain what I was trying to say to Rational Mind. I'm saying that I was hoping that it will become a thing. You know how the Northern Governors Forum is a thing, right? Where they are like a unit. The South does not have that. So when I say it didn't work, I'm discussing long term where that voting block, that region, when you say Southern Governors Forum, is a thing. You can say the same way you will think of the Northern Governors Forum. We are yet to achieve that down south. So that's what I was referring to as being a powerful region where you don't meet up with your so-called fellows from the south, and the next thing you do is go behind the scenes and go talk to your bosses up north the next day. We're not there yet.
You cannot, you see, it's not that some of us will tend to forget things easily. During those times when they started it really shook the Northern governors because they've never seen something like that before. The kind of opposition, even though we know it was a name,
you were scared, yes.
Even though we know it was not, it wasn't that really potent, I would say, like their own kind of Northern Governor Forum.
Right.
You remember, El-Rufai was forced to start saying that why should they take that kind of unanimous thing? They cannot force the.
I'm saying for
no. I think I don't think the Northerners gave a crap. The only thing the Northerners complained about was that why are they coming together to gang against Fulani people?
Mike, hold on, John. I'm saying
that's part of the talk success.
I'm saying for
that's not success. Ganging against an ethnic group. That's not success. That's big bullshit.
But you are here. You are the same person here that is being bigoted, and then you're ganging against. You are yourself.
I didn't gang against anybody. Me, I didn't join anyone to gang against anyone. Me, I speak.
Come on. You are too not. You are very.
But man, you get my point. Where?
Well, me, I'm not a governor now. So what? I'm just an individual. I'm just a.
Hopefully, they get to a point where it becomes a very strong force when compared to the Northern Governors Forum. Is all I'm saying. They need to get to that point.
No, let me tell you the difference.
I think the Southwest has achieved that. The only state now that seems to have gone different route is Osun State, and PDP in your state seems to be in cahoots with the APC. I read in the news today, dailies yesterday, that Fulani said APC threw him under the bus. I mean, what was he expecting?
Diwali, you're missing the point, sir. What I'm saying is, when you discuss nobody cares up north. This is what I'm saying. When you discuss the Northern Governors Forum, it's not about party. You see my point? When they discuss certain things, remember when Along was all yelling about, oh, they are Fulani, whatever, on my land, whatever. Guess what happened at the end of the day? He still joined his fellow governors from the north, and they still have their regular meetings and they resolve their issues behind the scenes. I'm saying down south, we need to have a group that traverses beyond party lines.
Robert,
seriously by this guy from the north.
Let me tell you the difference. It's not really like there's a difference in anything.
Do you know the Southwest is not those time, right?
Yeah. Listen, here's the deal. When Northerners get together in a room, Northerners of all different parts of the north, and they have conversation. Even when you go to any Northern, what do you call it, platform where they are talking,
right?
They are not there to deceive each other. You understand? They're not coming there with intention to deceive each other. You understand? But when you put Southerners in a platform where you have Igbos, Yorubas, and different
It's all
tribes.
two-faced.
The entire conversation is dead. Just tricky. The conversation is dead. The whole everyone's intention is powerful me is lying. Let me lie back. Even when they catch each other lying, they will act like they don't know. They are not there to be honest and be. The goal is to deceive each other, and they don't trust each other. That's why they don't get anywhere with anything they're trying to do together. But when you say the Southwest are progressing, when Yorubas, when those Southwest get together, of course they don't have any ground to be deceiving each other.
Let me ask you a
So
question. Mike,
they can.
Can I ask a question? Are you opposed to the whole of South coming together as one? Are you opposed to that?
It's not going to happen in the current state that we are. We're raising. It's not an opposition of whether we should. No one's opposing unity, but it's not
Is
going
it
to
possible?
happen.
Is the question? No. Is it possible?
Right now, it's not possible.
It is possible to some extent.
Right now,
whereas if you have the same,
Adewale,
yeah.
Let us listen to what Mike is saying. Presently, it's not feasible.
No,
and it has never been feasible.
But wait,
so it's even
their interests, their agendas are completely different.
Let me tell you the difference. If you remember, there was a day. Is it Ribadu? Yes, Ribadu was talking on this platform. He said in the north that they see themselves as one. There's nothing like tribalism in the north when it comes to the northern region. There's no superiority. No region believe.
That is not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
That is your own opinion. But in the south, everybody believes that are more superior than the other. Nobody will actually give anybody a lead to say, okay, you be a lead and let us follow.
I'm thinking about the historical animosity they have against
each other. Yes, that's what I say, that it has never been possible before. It's even worse now.
The northern.
It's even worse now. A typical South and Southeast person see Yorubas are sent out to the north.
The northern
they have bias.
They respect their leaders.
Even that was what they demonstrated in the last Senate election. That's what they demonstrated.
So
believe me.
If that is the case, how come they did not together support Atiku instead of Tinubu? Why some of them voted against Atiku and voted for Tinubu? Why?
Who?
In the north.
Why they what? Say it again. Why
if that is the case, how come the entire north a part of the north voted for Tinubu, not Tinubu? I mean, Atiku, their own son.
No. This election was not. No. Let me tell you something. Wait, hold on. Let me address that real quick. This election was not a North versus South. It's not like a northern governors came together to say we want this agenda, and then there are people who went against it. No, in this election, it was a party thing. It was not a North versus South. It was APC versus PDP situation. So you can't use it. Wait now, can I learn? I know you're going to make strong points. You can't use the way the voting went in this election as the Northerners turned against their own son. No, you can't use it. It's the APC versus, it's a party versus party thing. It wasn't a North versus South. It was the APC versus PDP thing. It was not a governor of the North versus governor of the South picking which president should come from North or South. That wasn't the case. So you can't use that argument. It was a APC versus PDP. So the Northern APC came together to support Tinubu, and the Northern PDP came for Atiku because you can't say because Northern voted Tinubu, it means they betray each other.
If I to add to what Mike said, 1 second, hold on.
Hold on, please, I beg you guys, please. There's somebody here. I want to hear from him. I don't know if it's a new person. Isaac Black, and if he's not there, because I have other people waiting behind here. So Isaac Black, if you're there, can you just say something so I know you are here with us? Isaac Black, can you unmute? Hello, Isaac Black. Okay, I'm going to put him behind.
Isaac Black is a government agent listening, eavesdropping.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so I'll put him behind now, and then when you are ready, just leave me a message on the comment section. I'll bring back. I want to bring other people in. All right, guys, you can continue.
But before you go further, see the
Okay,
entire
can I? I was gonna add that real quick, Fadi, when it goes on.
Please,
One
Daddy,
second.
I won't stay too long. Just to interjection, I'm not making long speech. The
Okay.
entire southern governors knew even before they had their meeting in was it Warri, the first one, that what is his name? Delta State governor is going to betray them. They knew because it has been enticed, and the money from that state was already earmarked to be used to be spent for the Atiku's campaign. Now, I think there was a breakdown of whatever agreement or communication between Wiki, because Wiki wanted, at least if I don't get this presidency, let me be the vice president. But when the Tambo now decided to go to the side of Atiku, that was when Wiki now felt, you know what, this is not right, that he should have gotten it. But afterward, they knew that their brother also was going to, be Judas among themselves. They knew the meeting that they went, even the one they went to in Lagos, they already knew that Okowa is going to be the deputy to Atiku. But they were trying to work it out and at the same time trying to convince other party members if it is possible to change their mind so that that uptick will be different than what was already been planned. But anyway, let's just continue the discussion.
All right. So yeah. So I think there are other topics I want us to.
Okay.
No,
Can I comment now?
Prince Daddy want to talk now before you
Prince
change
Daddy,
the topic.
I'm sorry. Go on, Prince Daddy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say the Northerners, they have a mind of their own, and not to mention that they are loyal people. If they give you their word, they intend to stand by it and do right by you. Tinubu was not your average candidate. How many times did he go up to the north and campaign, going back and forth? So, and at the end of the day, it wasn't about like, we voted for our tribe. Of course, a lot of people in the north voted for Atiku because he's a northerner. But at the same time, what is the margin of defeat that Tinubu suffered from Atiku in the north? Was it that was 60-40 or 45-55? Fairly close.
No, it's 50-50, almost 50-50.
Yeah, even Tinubu beat Atiku in Kanu, and he won some other states. So Tinubu was a different candidate, and unlike the North, they understand politics. No matter what you say about their education, if the people in the South are more educated, but they understand. I think they understand politics very well. Okay, and they just didn't go blindly and said, "Oh, this is what bothered me." It didn't bother me actually, but this is a poignant point. I remember, and I think I said it here before. Daniel Buhala said on the TV numerous times, no more than twice for sure, that Chico has Buhari's 12 million votes in his back pocket. That's how delusional it was. Also, is it from the north also, or
from the north?
Yeah, this is how delusional it was. I couldn't believe he said that. I couldn't believe he said that. I mean, and only a few people said that, and that shows that as a political strategist, having been with APC for a long time, no Tinubu, he had no clue that he could say, even if he had said like, oh, no, Atiku was going to win like 60% of the vote or something like that. Well, that is fine. I would accept that. But it was guaranteed that, the North are just going to give Atiku the 12 million votes. It was way off. That it showed that the psychology of the Northerners, they naturally they are. If you ask me, in Nigeria composition, they're more truthful people. If they give you their word, they intend to do good by you, and I think that's what happened. They see, and I remember, I think it was Buddy Judge. He said it right there. I heard him speak, of course, by himself on Arise Television. It was mocking Tinubu. He said, "The Northerners are just making a joke out of Tinubu. That they're going to disappoint him. They're going to make a joke out of him." He said it, but it shows how much these people know. And at the end of the day, according to what Simba said, the number is probably almost 50-50. Atiku did not have any great edge over Tinubu in the north. So it wasn't about tribe.
So what are you talking about? Because you said the northern people are truthful. So if they are truthful, how to come that Tinubu has 50-50 with them? Because if you're saying that they knew that people will not vote Tinubu, and they are truthful. They are Gaskias, as they usually they will try to be.
But
So
I didn't say the people not voting, but I'm just trying to tell you how balanced they are.
So if they are balanced, then what's the how does that play? How does that come into Tinubu getting 50-50 with I mean, if the majority will have to vote for a Fulani man who is their own person of their own northern extraction from Fulani.
no, there was no agreement to that. There was no agreement that the Northerners will vote for Atiku. That was what we are saying.
Yeah, that was an assumption by some
It's
people.
the people like Boala, it's just their own assumption. And that was why they neglected the South. And that was why Atiku lost the election. They neglected the South. They thought that by the time Atiku got that 12 million votes and it got some scatter vote from the South, Southeast, they even neglected the Southwest. That one will be enough because by the time Obi and Tinubu divided the Southern vote, that it won't be enough to defeat Atiku. And Atiku was actually, already celebrating before they started releasing the result of the election. So that was what happened. To me, each of the Southwest and the South, even the three geopolitical zones in the South, they have more belief in the Northerners, and that is why we cannot have that unity in the South. Although everybody will need to, at least they believe that they have to go to the North for them to win an election. And that is why if each of the geopolitical, we have a candidate from those zones, they will always go to the North, and we can never have that unity.
And it's been like that from the beginning of time.
That unity. Yes, can never. Zeke did it against Awolowo.
He ran straight to the north.
So they did it the same thing Alex Ekweme did in the 1979 against the same Awolowo. So and it is happening now. So you can never have that unity because we suspect ourselves. We don't. We
trust the
don't
Northerners
give
more.
exactly.
Person trust the Northern person more. That's why you hire Northerners to guide your kids.
Mike, good evening, everyone. Let me just say this. I think we should not belabor this thing any longer. We in the South, we have different political inclinations, and everybody should just have it at the back of their mind. Naturally, the Southeast will go against whatever Southwest is going for. Naturally, Southwest will go against whatever Southeast is going for. And there's that division already. And the thing is,
I don't think it's Southwest is more of natural, to be honest.
No, it's not something bad.
To go against the Southeast.
Everybody has different agenda. And the thing is, technically, whether we like it or not, everybody wants representation at the center. I look at Southwest. If you look at the cold arts fact of the Southwest, in the South, let me tell you, politically in the South, at least in this space from 1999 to now, the truth is, and data says that Southwest has been more dominant in that aspect of having representation at the ends of political affairs. We've had 2 presidents, 1 vice president, just 1 zone, Southwest, and we have the numbers in the South more than the South, South and Southeast. And Southeast has the right to have that kind of agitation. They have the right. But the truth is, if you say we want to come to unity to me in Nigerian context is alliance. Your interest is fulfilled, my interest is fulfilled. That's the only way we can come into unity. Anything beyond that, we can't come into unity. And that's why Okowa wanted, had his own interest of wanting to move further, of course, go further his own political career. That's why he was able to buy in into Atiku's campaign. And now look at the way Atiku jilted him after elections were over. And I don't know whether the guy can even show his face now. So the truth is, we cannot have that alliance. Look at the way they voted in Senate presidency. It shows, and it will continue to show, that there is always that line of division in the South. And my worry is any candidate coming from the North will look into which side of the divide he wants to go to in alliance with. And if he projects very well, okay, I want to go into alliance with the Southeast and all of that, I have the numbers of the North, he will win presidency. If he decides to go with the South, he will win presidency. So that's my own, and we are not seeing that. I don't know why the old South is not saying that. And
Okay. Are you done?
No, I'm almost done. And the thing is, because of that, the blind attitude of our political leaders, that thing will continue to fester, and those things are offshoots of ethnic and historical divisions, which we cannot necessarily change.
Yeah, anyway, so quickly, hear me out. So, what about the political strategy? See, when Tinubu formed alliance with the North, that's Buhari, we can say it was an equal partnership. But the PDP and the Southeast has been the master and slave relationship. There's no doubt about it, because especially in this last election, that well, truthfully, this last election, which we all and it's an unwritten rule, but we know that the presidency has to go to the South. It bothers me.
Who chose to be slave? Who chose
So
to be slave?
how is it? Hold on.
Who chose to be the slaves?
Hold on.
I 100% agree with that statement.
Hold on.
It's the
So
slave.
dude, guys, please. So, Prince Daddy, how is it a master slave? I mean,
Okay, I'll tell you, which I have said it before. See, believe it or not, if I'd been Peter B, you would have been fine with me, or someone else from the South. I was pained that Atiku emerged as the PDP candidate in that whatever they did. It was so painful. I couldn't believe it. So I mean, look at it. After Buhari, imagine Atiku could have won. You could have won. So are we saying after Buhari we're gonna go for another 4-8 years of a northerner? So that really bothered me that the southeasterners did not come together.
Parties have been voting PDP since 1999. When someone's
Exactly.
supposed to come to the South, supposed to go straight to them.
Exactly.
The PDP still play them. That's a
And they play them. That's a slave master relationship.
Please, Daddy. During the primary.
Simba. Let me just have this conversation. You come in later, please. Prince Daddy and Mike. Of course, you can say they've been voting PDP. That's a fact. But how did it play out this last election? Did they know? Hold on, no. I know you're unmuted. Just hold on. Did they know? Because if you say slave master, I mean, or let me use slave, slave and servant kind of relationship. That's what you are trying to describe them to be. But then you see how it went in this last election. 90% of their votes went for their own person of their own ethnic clan. I mean, their own tribal clan. PDP was stifled. They even stifled PDP. So
can I interject?
Can you say
no,
that?
I think you missed the point, rational mind. Let me break
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
What we are saying, we're not talking about the election. Of course, the election. Of course, there's no the PDP candidate was not. Wait, let me hold on. And I think you're missing the point, rational mind. What we're saying is the party ticket, PDP party ticket, has no reason not to go to the southeast. And even remember the fact that the last election, 2019. 2019, before this one. The Southeast even say, okay, we'll let North run against North. You understand? Now, the power is coming to the South. There's no reason for Atiku to start with PDP to just give it to the Southeast. It's just zoning. And this same PDP were the one that agree with zoning. That's their party rule. They're the one that came up with this whole zoning idea. So they just, that's slave master relationship. There's no argument against that.
Sorry,
hold on, you interject.
Please, I want to ask a question. I just want to ask a question.
Okay, go on.
What if no candidate come from the southeast? Is between Atiku and Tinubu alone? What do you think my word would have happened? The southeast will vote for Atiku. So literally, that is what Prince Daddy is trying to say. When you look at from 2019,
no, that characterization is wrong. That you say
they will have voted Atiku. We all know that.
It's not. Hold on. Let us refrain from using certain
don't overflog it, please. It does not mean it that way. So what we are trying to say is that if Southeast does not present any candidate in this last election, they will vote for Atiku again. Actually, I was even very angry with PDP because the Southeast deserve that party.
They deserve it, but that does not mean you should characterize it. Hold on, please.
No, I don't want you to overflog it, please. Don't take it.
No. Hold on.
Yes, already made that statement.
Can I say something, please?
Okay. So what I want to say, let me finish because I'm just coming. Let me just finish. What I want to say about Atiku is this. Atiku was damn sure he's going to be the president of Nigeria because the body language of Buhari and those people in the cabal, like that Mama Daura, cousin to Buhari, already assure him. And I'm sure maybe Buhari also gave him like 60% assurance that he's going to be the next president. Buhari want to do that to pay back the South to pay back the entire South for criticizing him. Because they knew what is going on, that majority of the criticism is coming from the South, and he does not like it. So what can he do? He cannot single out South, Southwest, and Southeast alone. He has to put everything together. So they came together and they wanted to support Atiku to become the president of the country. That is why Atiku does not care about Wike and the rest. That's why they continue to throw a lot of kite, like that Naira swap. That's why they continue to do a lot of things that Nigerian will be so pissed with APC that at the end of the day, that they will vote for Atiku. To be frank with you, the hero of this election are the northern governors because they still behind Tinubu.
I agree to you to an extent, but I don't. And this is where I disagree with you on that.
Before you comment, let's keep jumping around. Let me just address something here. I mean, I understand how you meant it, but you see, sometimes when we use certain language, it's we say slave and slaves. I don't want to use. Let me not use. I mean, servant and I think maybe a little bit derogatory. Servant and master kind of relationship. No, but the fact that some people choose to vote a particular party because they saw that party as a springboard for them to achieve whatever they want to achieve.
So when they needed the party,
please allow me. I've not even said anything. You're trying to interject me, please. Simba, I have a job. Review.
Okay.
You'll come in later, please. Just let me land this point. Now, if they choose to vote a particular party, same can be said of Southwest for the most part too. They voted AD for a long time. We would not refer to that as servant and slave relationship because they voted Tinubu's party or whatever party. We know sometimes PDP make incursion and then they take over some states from them. We understand that. But whatever that they voted one particular political party for a long time, before they saw the need to go national in the person of Bola Tinubu.
Do you want him to take back his statement? He brought this long sentence too long. Do you want him to take back his statement? If you just continue to
rational mind.
There's no need for that, Remy. Which statement? Is rational mind that's making it like something that is bad? Which statement that is bad?
No. The thing is rational mind. Rational mind.
Guys, I've not even said anything. You are already.
But let's get Rational Mind's point. Let's see Rational Mind's point. Let's let him land his point so we can understand his point. Go ahead, finish your point.
So the point I'm making is that if we are to characterize that these people, because they voted PDP for a long time and PDP did not give it to them this last election, then for that reason it's no. I don't see it that way. Okay. I don't see it that way. Because
with that singular action, they missed 16 years. What are you talking about?
You miss what?
You are just talking
rational mind. Okay. The thing is, it's like rational mind.
Please, they missed 16 years because before you can come back.
Remy, you don't know the
consequences. You're the one saying you don't know what tomorrow will bring. You don't want to know what might happen.
There's nothing what tomorrow will bring. Tinubu is not going to die. You wish him to die?
If
you root for
why do you always have to read? Put more meaning to what?
If you root for
Remy.
One at a time.
Tinubu can contest tomorrow and somebody defeated.
Remy.
We shall see now. We shall see. So what are you talking about? Why are you telling me that
don't belabor whatever.
Rational mind, we still don't get your point though.
Because they will not allow me land. Because I'm trying to say something.
It's not about landing. It's not about landing.
It does. Rational mind just trying to ask you to withdraw that the master he doesn't like it because it's against his people. That is why he's saying this. That's why he's taking us through this route.
Who are my people?
See, rational mind. Whatever Prince said, he explained it in other words. So whatever you are saying about the use of the language is a right to freedom of expression by Prince.
I'm not asking to withdraw anything. I'm only trying to put things straight. So I understand it that it will be. I'm not asking to withdraw anything. I'm just trying to make our audience that are listening that we do not support when we characterize some people because they voted.
We already understand you when you mention.
No, you understand. You cannot speak for other people. Speak for yourself. I speak for myself. And I speak for other people if I have to speak for other people.
So we didn't use the word slave, but would you agree that PDP played the Southeast?
They played them. Agreed.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
It's not even a bad word because it's just a rhetoric. We are just using it. You know, if somebody says a relationship is like a master servant, it doesn't mean that you're a slave. One is a slave, one is a servant. It's just an analogy. So you cannot now make it twist it and make it to look as if it's a derogatory this thing.
Considering the rhetoric we've seen in this last election and how everything has played till now, that some people continue.
I don't like. Sorry, rational mind. This idea of false painting, whenever it is against them, we say no. But even if you yourself, you say something even against your own people, and we don't ask you to withdraw such things.
You keep saying
we understand we know you. Rational mind, don't pretend.
It's okay. Rational mind, you are the coordinator of this thing. Let's not belabor this thing.
Okay. Let's just move on. That according to what pans out, the PDP played them.
Simba, tell us rational minds people.
The Southeast
now the Southeasterners now we know now.
I want
Is an Igbo man? Is an Igbo man speaking Yoruba?
Just like the way they say Obasanjo is
but the truth is, I wanted to tell you something. Do you know that in the last few days there is a contradiction in northern space as to what Buhari said? Garba Shehu said Buhari didn't do this because he wanted Tinubu to win. A coalition of northern groups are coming out again to debunk that, to say Buhari did not support the emergence of Tinubu and even the winning of Tinubu. And the thing is that those pictures is giving us a two-sided story of what actually played out in the election. That in a way, Buhari's body language was towards Atiku. In a way, or Buhari's people, who, he has people that he listens to, because Buhari is not the only person that makes his decisions. He had people in the scabbers that he was listening to that were making all those policies and all those decisions. So those people, they actually influenced Buhari to actually position himself in a way that we think he was neutral, but he was not neutral. All the games and the gimmicks were to make Atiku win. And Tinubu also responded by saying that whatever happened in that election, his winning was assured in the first place. Which I started analyzing, maybe could it be that Tinubu actually knew more behind the election than what actually played out in the election?
And in addition to what you just said, I think they are also afraid if they force Atiku on us, that country will burn. And if that country will burn, that message that the Southeast and Southwest might go away. They are also afraid about that one. It's behind their back, in their inner thought, they are afraid of that one too. And Tinubu, being a strategist, also plays his game very well. To be frank, we must give it to this guy, unless we are not.
Because I'm beginning to give more kudos.
Tinubu also used both face, and that is one of the hallmark of a leader. You understand that has been assertive and say no, whatever you people wanted, I'm going to still win the election. So people can spin it and say maybe because they know that he's going to rig it. That's what, but that is the hallmark. You can't give up, and that is what he means by saying fight for it, grab it, whatever.
All those naira swap is they thought that he's going to use money, but unfortunately for Tinubu, he has built this coalition or build across the Niger for several years. And he knows those people he's going to trust. It's like sometimes God give you a gift. I think it just maybe God gave him a gift to know how to play all this thing very well. He know where everything will pounds out. Atiku was damn sure he's going to win the election, because if he's not
Because
sure
the
of winning
election,
the
really, the
election,
election was even sure
he
for
will
Atiku.
beg Wike and the rest. It was so sure because the cabal in the APC cabal, they are already behind him. So what do you want again? So let's Obi take away vote from Lagos and Oyo and see what comes out in Yoruba land. Osun State voted for PDP, and Tinubu also lose out in Lagos again.
Let me even tell you what happened in Osun State. It wasn't as if Osun State deliberately wanted to vote for PDP in that presidential election. You know, it was even very close. Maybe something less than 10,000. That was what Atiku used to win in Osun.
You are right.
Their fear. Let me tell you. No, just wait. Wait. I want to tell you the reason why they voted for PDP like that. The reason is that because of their governor, this present governor Adeleke, their fear was that if APC should win again, it can swing the tribunal. For APC.
But still, it's not a
They had a violent almost a civil war in Osun State during that January. I was there in January. They had violence. Should have
That was their fear. Remy. That was why they voted for. If that war was not there, they would have voted for Tinubu.
Yeah. If it wasn't that situation, it would have been Tinubu. Yeah.
So
Mike
if you
and
now
Simba,
project
you
this
both
into
agree
2027,
that
I think
the Yorubas are quite liberal in their thought, because
That
they're liberal.
is even an
They're very liberal.
understatement.
Because if they are not liberal, everybody will just vote for Tinubu. Just like what
but we
happened.
look at it like that. We don't even look at the truth. Is I still go back to look at the results. It was difficult for Tinubu. If Buhari had really supported Tinubu would not have lost in Buhari's home state. Let's be honest. There was a panda towards Atiku. The Elders Forum, all those guys were supporting Atiku. But now, what this election has actually shown is any region is dispensable. The truth is, whatever, if you play your games well, the North is dispensable. The truth is, if
What
you
about
play your game
Southeast?
well, Southeast is dispensable. If you play your game well, Southwest is dispensable. The thing is, it gives everybody a sense of, the truth is, secure your base, then try to find a way to get alliances across other regions. That's the formula to win presidency. Or if
Not
you don't have a
religion
base,
or
try,
ethnic or
yeah, exactly. Or if you don't have a base, try to be competitive across all regions. You still get your presidency. So the thing is, no single region can
there's
get
no
a presidency.
accidental leader, there's no accidental president.
Yeah.
Either you've been laboring, for a very long time, and you've put all your plans in position and you launch. If you're trying to hijack the division or whatever the inequality or whatever it is, the verses that at that moment, you probably will lose out. The reason being is that you haven't put the right mechanism in place that will usher you into that position. I was arguing with someone on the comment section, AB, that Tinubu play his card. He has been laboring for this for decades, for 2 decades. He planned, he put it in motion, and he was trying to ask me question that why was he moving from AD to PDP? ADC or no, AC, then ADC, then to APC, and I said, look, sometimes the time may not be right because you haven't built the bridges enough. You don't have the assurance enough. And what it was doing was just to consolidate and to build trust and loyalty by featuring people that are not actually the founding member of the party, including Atiku that ran to the AC. It featured him, right? So how else do you build trust? Even the ardent opponent of yours will believe in your loyalty. Look at the APC as a bed of strange fellows, and here they are. The party is still strong, still waxing strong, even though they have common interests in terms of making sure that their pockets are being learning with monies and the gadgets of likes, but they are still waxing strong. The PDP at the inceptions were also birds of the same, strange fellows, but there was a kind of matching. They matched together, right? They even to the point that they were even overconfident by telling the entire country with that audacity that they will rule for years, in Nigeria. So it will be hard for any candidate in Nigeria, whether now or in the nearest future, to think that he or she can use a slim opportunity window to get to that power seat by, some form of, propaganda. It's not going to work because there will be some power blocks like the governors, the godfathers, the one that we know and the one we don't know, that will be working against you. Even despite the fact that Tinubu had already laid out his, card everywhere around the country, there was still strong opposition in some places. If not, he would have won the entire north. Okay, and yet he was able to to win the election, by every means necessary anyway. So, in the nearest future, whoever is going to be contesting for this position need to know that not just you have to work for it, you have to labor for it, you have to have been, give your due, not just saying I want to. It doesn't work that way.
Anyway,
It
that
does.
before I joined the meeting, I was listening at the background, and someone was saying that if Wike takes an appointment, that he would have an intention to run in 2027. Personally, I don't think Wike is smart. Wike does not, from his statements, his body language, I noticed that he doesn't go to war when he's not sure that he will win. He will not contest an election when he's not sure that he will win.
The
Wike
way
is
we
just,
can.
yes, Wike is 55. He's just 55. You understand? Add 16 years to Wike, his political base will have been as
So
very
by
small.
that time, you'll be looking like an ancestor then.
No, no, no. The truth is, let's be honest
He's
with
already
ourselves.
looking
Hey,
older
Tinubu
than
have
his
to wait that
age.
No,
long too.
no. That's
No,
the truth.
I
That's the
mean, but
truth.
I'm just I'm just kidding. But at the
Adewale,
same
that
time,
is
Hey,
the
hey,
truth.
why? What
let's
you
be
are saying is
honest.
not true. What you are saying is
Listen,
not
Simba,
true.
Simba.
Somebody,
Let me give you code facts. Let me give you code facts.
okay.
Look at head of states of other countries. Look at use your data to look at the age of our governors. Governors, by if your political career, when you're entering your 50s, at least you should have a portfolio of becoming a governor. You should be a governor around then. Maybe by towards getting close to your 60s, then you should have been finishing your, gubernatorial, finishing that part of your life. Then you are starting to gather momentum for national politics, whether to challenge for presidency, and if you cannot do immediately after your governorship election. Really, you can't go that way immediately. It's not going to work. The thing is, you need to take plan. Look at head of states that are commanding influence, global influence. You people like it, look at Modi, look at Biden, look at their age range. That's the truth. Look at all the head of states in Africa, the ones that look seemingly young. Maybe they had a tragedy. If someone like Tanzania, where the leader died and the woman came into power, or Zambia or something, or let's say there was the ruling party messed up big bad, and there was a coalition among the minority parties, and the person came in. So let's be honest. I'm being honest politically. If you want to challenge for presidency, looking at the political capital you need and the years of investment you will have made in your political career, the truth is you'll be getting ripe from 65, 70. That's when you'll be getting ripe for it. Let's be honest, it's not going to change. You're not going to
Yeah.
see a 40-something-year-old president in
It's not.
Nigeria, not at this time.
No, it's not going to be easy like that in Nigeria. Because what
The
Not
about
at this
competition
point.
is too harsh. That's why.
performance?
Not-
What about your achievement? Because Nigerians, they want to see your achievement. What have you done before? You cannot just come from nowhere. That is the reason why they will not vote for people like Shawara and Co.
We
Because
just have too much respect for
they do
Agba.
not
We
see
believe
any.
the older you are, the smarter you are. That's our culture. That's why.
What did you say?
I say it's our culture. We believe the older,
Yes. No, we believe
the
in
more
that. And
gray hair you are, the smarter you are,
but
the
you can't
better.
blame Nigerians for that now. You can't blame for Nigerians because everybody wants to know what have you done before. And if you don't have a very rich CV, or something to show that you have performed before. Even those ones that have performed before, see the result. See how many people came out for the election. We are more than 100 million people. How many people have voters card? Are they not more than 80-something million people? At the end
I
of the
don't think it's really about whether you perform before. Nigerians want to know your popularity. Like,
yeah,
who
it's
are
part
you?
of
Are
it.
you this?
It's not part of it. Look at
Well,
what look at what
even if
look at what AY just said now. Tinubu has remained relevant in Nigerian politics for the last 3 decades, more than 30 years. He's not a governor. His hand is always there, one way or the other.
exactly, you have to be this one figure like that.
So
Like for
and with
people,
all
Nigerians to see you as
money,
And
energy,
Mike, let's be truthful to ourselves. Except debt, as of today, politically in Nigeria, every president that comes on board is entitled to 2 tenures, 2 terms. Let's not deceive ourselves on
is
that.
what?
Is entitled to 2 terms, 8 years.
No, Jonathan didn't do it.
Your first statement by saying that Wiki is a political calculator. He will not contest for election when he knows he will not win. Why did he contested for the presidency primaries this last one?
He knows he's going to win, to be sure. He knows he's going to.
If Wiki had contested in this election,
yeah, he knows.
Wiki will have won this election.
Unfortunately for
I doubt it.
He lost the primary even in his party. So what are you talking about? He lost the primary even in his party.
That's not what they're saying.
Wike is only the River State professional politician. When it comes to
no, Mike, let's be honest with ourselves.
he hasn't proven himself nationally yet for us to conclude. He has not proven anything.
Okay, Mike, this is it. PDP are the machinations. Whoever they placed there, if UK got the ticket, the division that happened for PDP this election was for PDP to win, irrespective of whoever was their poster boy picture. The thing is, this election was there for PDP to win. If it was a Southerner like Wiki that came on board, the divisions would not have happened. G5 would not have happened.
But that's not your argument. The point you made was that it's a different point I'm making.
Let's look at cold facts.
You say Wiki is the master calculator.
Listen, look at the period. Tambua will have worked for Wiki. Look at those guys. Those guys will have worked for Wiki.
Hey, you are talking about AY. Listen,
the Southeast will not vote for Wiki. To be frank with you, if they have put Wiki ahead, Wiki will lose and Tinubu will win massively. So their fear in PDP is that they don't want a lightweight. But if they follow their rules and regulation, they're supposed to have zoned that their presidency to Southeast.
Who will have been strong enough to? Who will have been strong?
No, hold on. They should have looked at Southeast very well. But unfortunately for Southeast too, they are not very cohesive. If they are very cohesive, they could have thrown another person apart from Obi.
Remy, did you even ask yourself who they voted for in that primary? Even in the primary in PDP, did you ask yourself?
But the thing is that
so they are not cohesive, they are not coordinated very well.
The only thing they care about in that place is money.
So why I don't know why they are crying when the people say they are not crying. You will be crying for them.
Even some of their Labour Party leaders are already jumping behind Tinubu right now because they already smelling money. And money is what they care about in that place, man. Forget anything.
They voted for their people, their governor. At least there are about 3 or 4 candidates that contested in that PDP primary in PDP. They voted for Atiku. Their delegates, their people, they voted. So why are we crying? Why are we crying? Why are we not crying? They didn't even vote for their own people.
By crowding the stage, even if Wike was not seen, it was seen as a heavyweight politician, his mouth. This is a guy that can't keep his mouth shut. Do you think the entire region would trust him with vital information that can use it against anybody at any time? This guy is like a loose basket or open basket.
Loose cannon.
Yeah, loose cannon.
But that's the nature of South guys.
Yeah, but I don't think any reasonable person.
But that's his strength politically, though, man. That's been Wike's strength. He knows how to talk to people.
But even being, you have people that you use for certain. Look at the likes of Fanikayo days, and of course, the party will use you, but then when it comes to the vital important position, they know that you are a loose cannon. They won't entrust that position to you, but they will use you for what you are good for, running your mouth. Okay, it can help him in the River State, but nationally that is not going to fly, and they knew him for that.
Adewale, but you know that most PDP states pander and PDP governors pander to Wike because he has the resources. Look at it, he will have pander.
That's another one.
Cross River, Benue, and all those small countries. Name any PDP states that PDP is controlling today that has money rivers. None. So he has the money, he has the clout. So
there's a do count.
Edo have money. Edo does not have money now.
Those ones are confusing that place, man. Those ones are doing labor.
At the end,
Obaseki that came out talking about Labour Party during campaign. This guy's a fool.
That the local government is struggling to raise 3 million naira a month revenue. Is that
3 million? What are you talking about? 3 million? No, not Abba now.
I'm serious. It was in the report.
Maybe they mistaken instead of 30 billion, not 3 million.
I'm serious. 3 million.
No, Adewale, you didn't hear that time. It was in the news now.
3 million.
No, but why you know that there is corruption now? How can the local government be struggling to it? It's corruption now. They've already eaten all the money.
Simba, can you remember there was one guy? Simba, do you remember that one guy came to this platform last week telling us that Obaseki did wonders in Endo? He said that Obaseki did a lot of wonderful things in Edo, that he's the best. He's even surpassed Oshiomhole and the rest. And I was waiting for Midtown, or what that guy that from Edo, I was waiting for him to counter him that day, but the guy was not around. So at the end of the day, even the...
It's a work piece now. Well, it's work piece that is from Edo now.
Yeah, work piece, sorry. So if at the end of the day, if they are presented Wike, Tinubu will flog him. Because, like Adewale said, it's a big mouth. Although he has his own usefulness, but can we really entrust our nation in this kind of man as a president?
No.
I think...
No, Wike will have gotten... He will have gotten some vote from the southeast and south, but he will not get his time from the north. He will not get his time.
Wike would have done better than Obi in the north. I know that one for a fact. Wike would have done better than Obi in the north. Maybe not as good as Tinubu, but he would have done better than Obi in the north.
Yeah,
you know that one.
Don't you think in 2031, anybody that still wants to become president will still need Tinubu's influence? Because the way I see it, that guy is already having a grasp on the whole nation.
Let me say something to you. Let me say to you something, to you guys. That Wike, what AY said, is not exactly for me. I don't think it's. I don't think it's. There is no truth to. What should I say? It's not accurate. Why I say that is that because if Wike had even gotten that ticket in PDP, as long as Obi is out of the picture, you can say maybe he could really rival Tinubu. But with Obi in the picture, forget it. Obi will spoil his show, just the way he spoiled the show for what's his name, for Atiku.
Rational mind.
You said what?
Rational mind.
Yes, rational mind. I agree with rational mind. Obi will play that spoiler role.
Yeah, Obi would have spoiled it for anybody.
You know what? If Obi is not in the picture, the South will also not vote for Wike because they would think it's Wike that was against their chance.
But
they won't vote him.
Remy?
Yeah.
Wike has a lot of packages.
Wike was already enjoying a very good PR as before that primary. He was enjoying. Remember, he recruited Dele Momodu and all that to help him. That was the reason why he didn't want, because he knew that Dele Momodu was in the camp of Atiku. He actually flew Dele Momodu to Rivers State to help him do some PR, But he realized that, look, he's the only person that could handle his own PR. And that's why he was doing all these press conferences, granting interview, and making sure that he's always remaining in the news. But he was having a very good outing in the press. And at that time, people sees him as somebody full of action.
Who was acting?
Wike,
hold on, guys.
Wiki, before
Uh-huh.
before the primary.
all these planned AY, hold on. AY. Somebody's talking. Please let us allow him laugh first.
Before the primary.
Thank
So shortly after the primary slipped off his hand and went to Atiku, and Obi also emerged from LP. Now he realized that okay, he's no longer going to be making news, but also he has to become the antagonist to the PDP candidate. So, but before that, if he had emerged as a PDP candidate, and Obi did what he did by going to Labour Party, he would have been a stronger force. I know the Southeast will want to go with Obi, but as at that time, people could not find anything against him because they believe he performed in Rivers State. He's an action governor. The fact that he was even confronting, what is his name, Buhari, that was enough for him to gain momentum. So it will be, I won't say it's wrong to say that Obi he will be having a big fight with Obi as a Labour Party candidate, but I still believe he will have upper hand if he had emerged. But because of course things went the way it went.
Do you guys think Wike Party would have ended up like Conquest, so just win his own state by 20 million and lose everywhere else? Conquest would have won Kano by 30 million and lost everything.
I think, Mike, he will have won Southwest. A part of Southwest. When I mean Oyo,
I think Wike would have done well.
You have done well in Oyo State.
No.
Let me finish now. Let me tell you the states will have done well.
No. Do you think Oyo State really like Makinde like that? They would follow him, whatever he said. No. Forget it.
No,
but the point is that Wike will win South handsomely. He will win South, and he will get a pocket of vote from the north. But is it enough for him to defeat Tinubu? No, it's not going to do. The Southeast, Tinubu will penetrate them. If Obi is not on the table,
No.
If
Obi is not there, Wike will clear Southeast.
That's a fallacy. Forget it. Southeastern will never vote for Tinubu. They will never vote for Tinubu.
They will vote Wike. Where if you throw money to
they will vote Wike. They will prefer any candidate, whether it's good or bad, though, except Tinubu. They will vote for that person.
Southwest, right?
Yes. Anybody from Southwest
than Obi in that election. Exactly. Wike would have done better than Obi. I know for a fact if Obi wasn't there, Wike would have won the Southeast, won the South.
Let's see this scenario. Just everything remained the same. That Tinubu was able to rule for 8 years, then we give it to the North. Are you trying to say in the next 16 years the South will take it?
Yes, you take it. Yes,
it's possible.
Hey, if we start just keep playing their politics, their politics. South is going to South.
They will take it any day, any time. You see,
they have a better chance unless this our brother from Southeast now change their way.
Let me tell you why they have a better chance.
First thing is to build loyalty.
The people that will spare that discussion are people like Akpabio, because their influence as the Senate president, former secretary will have increased. People like Umai, people like
Umai is not from the South. Umai is
listen. I said I don't mean to say Umai. People like all these upcoming guys. They will talk to it.
But guys, South they really don't have any heavyweight politicians besides Wike, to be honest.
No, that Umai can be vice president next year.
Most of their politicians, those guys are dosa. They will do their governorship and they go and hide. But someone like Obaseki now, instead of him to be building himself politically to become he was even supporting Labour Party. The guy was doing Labour Party politics. I'm like, these guys are dead. When you become a governor, you need to start building yourself.
Don't rule out our former Labour leader. Don't rule out what's his name? This former Edo State governor.
The person that is this Udo.
What is his name now?
Candidate.
Oshomole.
Oshomole. Don't rule out Oshomole.
Oshomole is APC now. It's APC. Oshomole is more of a Southwest guy, to be honest.
Remy Koka. It's apparent that some of us, we just analyze things based on, well, of course, we see it the way we see it. One thing you should understand is that the Nigerian politics, how it plays. Mm-hmm. You see, if you look at those people who have ruled Nigeria, with the exception of Jonathan, the permutation is that these guys, they are known people who have already been there before. Is it Obasanjo? Is it Buhari? They've been head of states before. They've ruled Nigeria before. With the exception of maybe Yadua, maybe what's his name, We know how Yadua got there. We know how.
What about Tinubu?
Hold on.
How about Tinubu?
Hold on. Like, guys, please.
Continue.
Let me land, please. This interjection is just throw me off. Let me just land, please. I beg you, please. Now, if you look at this, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to yell. I apologize if I sound like. So what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the exception of these people I mentioned, Yadua and what's his name, Jonathan. Let us take those people out of the picture. Buhari and all of them, they've been known. Now, why I'm saying this is this, because you said something. You said, why is it that some of these other governors, they're not relevant after they left? Tell me, besides Tinubu, which other governors were relevant from the Tinubu set in Southwest? Who of them?
You have Fashola, you have even this guy still runs around.
Hold on.
National Mind is talking about Tinubu's set. Fashola is not Tinubu's set now.
Set in what sense? Age mates?
No, the people
that they did between 1999 and 2007. That's what he's saying.
Rational Mind. If you want to,
let me land, please. Let me land. Please, I beg you guys. I just want you to hear me out. Now, the reason why Tinubu is relevant, besides of those major generals or generals like Obasanjo and these guys, the reason why he was relevant because he had the state under his control. That state it was a springboard for him. No other governor during even in set in other whether in the north or in the south. Even look at Kokoso. What happened to Kokoso? His deputies, push him out. None of them became relevant. But Tinubu is relevant because he continued holding that Lagos to himself. He dictates the governors.
Let's admit this guy is a political strategist. He planned very well.
No, that's not the argument. I mean, he's saying something. That's not the argument.
That is part of his strategy. Get me? If Tinubu had never had any state under his control, he will go into oblivion like this other governor of his set from 1999.
What about him founding a party?
Rashama, he would have done with his Zamfara state.
No.
You say what?
Tinubu would have done it with his Zamfara state.
Would have done it with his Zamfara state.
No, I think Rational Mind.
No.
Rational Mind, you are talking about the first batch of governors, maybe in 1999. Of course, those ones, nobody at that time was really thinking there won't be a military coup. So none of those guys are really interested in politics. They just came in to lose. We are talking about now. Like,
Mike, I want to ask you a question.
There's no that state.
Let me ask you a question.
Please, you guys give Rational Mind the opportunity to talk now.
Because
I kept quiet. Everybody talks. I'm like, now for me to talk.
But Rational Mind, try to learn something now.
It's because when people keep interjecting me, you don't let me talk.
You're going round and round because I want to talk
to you. That's why you have to be patient and hear me out. I don't just
go around. Just eat the nail on the head.
AY, please.
Please. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that Tinubu relevancy is due because he has a state under his name. Under his name, he controls, he tells, we hear his name every time. When you mention any governor in Lagos, you have to attach him to Tinubu. All of you here, most of you, the Batify people, you come here, you say, oh, it's the people he has made. People he has made yourself.
Well, what stopped other governors doing the same thing?
That is it. So this is what stopped other governors from doing that. This is what.
Rational Mind, I want to ask you a question because you are
missing it. Hold on.
Let you answer it.
Somebody just asked me a question now.
Let me ask you a question and you answer it all together. What about the factor of him starting a political party?
That too is part of it too. That too is part of it too. Because that was a spring, but that was one of the vehicles that he used to continue being relevant in the political atmosphere in Nigeria. So that's it. So the other governors, is it Odili? Is it what's his name? This one from Delta State that they caught in what's it called? In
Ibori.
Mention any other governors. Any other governors of is it Darie? Where are all of them today? They're all gone because they could not maintain that hold on the states. They could not maintain that.
No. Some of them they still.
Give me a name of anybody.
The car, many of them they still.
Someone not tried in those states. What happened to him? Oshomole not trying.
Yeah, we can give it to Oshomole and Akpabio. I can give it to those two. They after their governorship, they still kept themselves relevant. They go to the Senate.
Hey, I'm sorry, Angelico, so your argument to try to undermine Tinubu's accomplishment is not working. It's going in circle. Say
What is undermining there? What is undermining there? Tell me.
well, say just like Elon Musk went to university with a bunch of people, right? I mean, they all didn't turn out to be multi-billionaires or the richest persons in the world. So your argument that okay, Tinubu said no one is relevant apart from Tinubu because he had his advantages. It's not germane. It's not. I'm sorry.
That's not germane.
Sorry, National Man. In addition, I know what you.
No, Coca. Now we're asking somebody a question. Now you're just interrupting. Please, I beg you. How is it not germane?
Well, because you discountenance Tinubu's as a person, his strategy, and him being an astute politician, being able to understand the Nigerian space and also international.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Now, imagine this scenario. Tinubu finishes 1999 and starts 1996 like other people. He doesn't do anything anymore. He just sit down in his house. He doesn't dictate who goes in there in Lagos State.
Sorry, Rational Mind. One moment. Sorry, Remy, you have to try and manage the interjection for the smooth flow of the conversation. So just allow people to land their point so that there's a smooth flow to it. Back to Rational.
So imagine he went the way of orderly. After he left office, he doesn't meddle into the politics of River State or like the one in Delta State or any other part of Nigeria, any other bigger governors. They did not meddle into their local politics. He just sit down in his house, enjoying his whatever money he gets from the governor, retirement, whatever. Do you think Tinubu will be relevant today?
Okay, well, to that question, and why would Tinubu want to be that? Why does he have to be dormant like the rest of the people? Again, the argument, I don't follow the argument.
See, you blame Tinubu for being smart. But you blame him for doing what he did.
This is what you guys do.
He does not have rational man. Let me answer your question. He does not. He don't know his long and short term plans. He did not have the same ambition as did or if those other people have had any ambition anyway to go beyond being a governor. So your argument that listen.
Let me use an analogy to describe what Rasunama is saying. It's like telling Ronaldo, like if Ronaldo didn't spend time in the gym, if he didn't lift weight, if he didn't train, would he have won the Champions League? What kind of argument is that? He did it, so are you blaming? Of course. I mean,
I don't use some kind of derivative word here.
That's what you are saying. Tinubu, if you would have sat down.
Okay, go ahead, Remy. Go ahead.
First, I am not interjecting unnecessarily here. And to be frank, for the first time, I felt a little bit low because first Rational put me behind the stage, and then one man also let me just speak, please, I beg. And one man also came. I'm not really stiffing anybody's position, and this platform was created that everybody should have a voice. I will not talk. If you said stop, I will always
no, nobody's asking you, Remy.
No, let me finish.
You understand? You don't go
let me finish. At the end of the day, I'm a very simple guy. I've moved on. Okay, it's part of the. You cannot. Life is a give and take. So I have moved on. So back to the topic we are talking about, that Rational Man was talking about. I said that because Tinubu have a vision and he has a plan for the future, that is why he continues to remain relevant. That is what I said, and everybody has corroborated my position from Mike and the other people. If you don't want to become a president, why you trouble yourself? After your 8 years, you can go to anywhere you like. You even went to the extent of
did you follow the question I asked? Did you follow that question? Imagine after he finished his tenure, he just went. It doesn't.
So we are saying the same thing. That means
no, we're not saying the same thing because the question
is the same. It's the same.
Irrelevant.
Listen, it's a conditional question. So if I were Tinubu, if I don't have any vision for my political life in the future, if I just 8 years of my government is enough for me, why I trouble myself? I don't want to be president. I don't want to start jostling for minister. I don't need any plan. But because he has a plan, he formed his own party and he made the party relevant post Obasanjo. So he made the party relevant. That is why he was able to have a good use it as a negotiation tool with Jonathan. And he made Jonathan.
Rashanama, are you blaming Tinubu for having a plan?
Hold on. Let Remy land. Have you landed?
So that is what he did. But if you are telling me now that if he has not remained relevant, of course, he might not remain relevant if he does not want anything for his future. So fine with him. The other governor, they don't want to be president. If you want to be a president, you have to walk it. You have to walk along that path. And if you ask Buhari, he contested more than 4 times. And if you ask Atiku, he wanted to become the president of Nigeria. He has contested more than 5 times. Kwankwanso has contested more than 3 or 4 times now. And during the primary, he does not win.
Remy, I can even give rational mind examples of governors who did the same thing. Saraki did the same thing in Kwara, but he miscalculated and the thing backfired on him. Even Ibori that we are talking about, Ibori is still the godfather of the data politics. He chooses whoever becomes governor. Even right from immediately he left, he was one choosing the governor. But if he didn't have the ambition of going national, he remained a local champion and he remained like that. So for Tinubu to have an ambition, he started in Lagos, he spread his tentacles, he started spreading to other states in the southwest. Then beyond that, he goes beyond the southwest region, and that was what worked for him. So we can't blame him for that. So everybody has their own tactics, have their own plan. We cannot blame him for having that plan.
Hold on. You asked a question. Am I blaming him? I mean, why would you just assume things like?
You're criticizing him.
Oh, Mike, please, Mike, Joe. Is it because oftentimes when I criticize Tinubu, anything I say about Tinubu is just for me to just?
But you are saying if. What do you mean by if?
Hold on now, already. Now you can put the word in. So, are you saying because anytime I say anything about Tinubu? No, you are making the point here. Somebody made the point. He said all these governors, after they finish, they just go into oblivion. We don't even hear about them again. They don't even. How can they be relevant if they don't hijack a state to themselves? Like these people you are mentioning, like Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso had hijacked a state to himself. Even because Danuje had played him. Ibori you're talking about is a godfather. Yes, he's a godfather like Tinubu. It's because he tried hijacking the state to himself. He dictates who gets into the some of their position there.
I don't think Kwankwaso hijacked state to himself because his party is not the ruling party in Kano. He's just to make himself relevant by playing politics.
Hold on. There are many ways you can make yourself relevant, and there's many ways you can go into political oblivion. The one of the ways that you hijack a state to yourself, or you go to Senate, or you kind of like control some kind of things that within Nigeria.
You can't just do that. A lot of Southeastern governors, they all go to Senate. They all go to Senate, but they are irrelevant.
You people can't stand to hear some facts. I'm giving you facts now.
Well, we're arguing against your fact now.
Rational mind, I have a question for you.
You cannot argue against facts. Hold on.
Rational mind,
No. Your fact doesn't cohere with the argument. You understand?
Rational mind. Sorry, Mike, I have a question for you.
You asked me that question. Hold on. Let me answer this question for you. When people answer, just here and there, I just lose talk. My point is this: that I'm not criticizing. If that's how he wants to realize his ambition, which he has realized today, I mean, that's up to him. He has achieved it, right? But I'm saying to you that if he had left when he finished in 2003, he had 2007 rather. If he had finished and just went like that, he doesn't talk about. I mean, Fashola just got there, another person got there. He doesn't meddle into the politics in Lagos. He's not called a national leader. His wife does not go to Senate, and he does not have any name that they pronounce Tinubu name. He would have gone into oblivion. That's what I'm saying. But because he had a state, especially a state hijacked to himself, he's a political party. He has his own political party.
He maintained his. He don't use hijack. He maintained his political base. Yes. So don't use that hijack. It's derogatory. That word is derogatory.
No, quickly. So I just so this is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what you're saying. What you're saying,
that's maintenance of political base. He maintained his political base.
Right now, my hijack is not the meaning. You steal something from somebody. That's like
don't forget about hijack.
Who did he hijack it from?
This is what you're saying. Rational,
mind,
you're
who did they
saying that
hijack it from?
I get the
any
room
other person, hold on, Rational, my question to
This is what
you.
you argue here. You argue against facts. This is a known fact.
No, it's an opinion. It's not a fact.
No, we
By
didn't
the
argue
way,
against
what you're
facts.
saying is that if any other person had the same opportunity as Tinubu did, they would have done equally as good as Tinubu to become a president.
That is the process of becoming relevant in Nigeria and achieving whatever.
But I gave you examples. Rational mind. I gave you examples of Ibori, Asaraki.
Hold on. Johnny Suru, Simba Job. I'm answering the Prince. Prince Daddy Radi. I tried to answer his question. That the only way you can become relevant, even like Saraki you're talking about, Abdul Fattah was his stooge there. He put him there. But he messed up. His calculation messed up. We know how that went. The APC, Wala, and Buhari, they all Tinubu, they all gang up against him, and they can make sure that he lose that place. But that is the only way he can become relevant. Where's Saraki today now? We don't know about him again because he has gone like that. The only way is that maybe if he continues, maybe he's able to put somebody there. I'll do APC in Kwara State. Then we'll start hearing of Saraki name. Or maybe if he goes to another Senate, he wins another Senate seat, and then he just start doing something that make it. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: for you to be relevant in Nigeria, you need to put yourself in that political space. How? Either you go to Senate, either you hijack a state to yourself and you dictate who goes in there. And
Well, you repeated the word hijack like 10 times already. But here's the thing, rational mind. You refuse to acknowledge individualism of that of Tinubu, because you make it sound like it's like you can just pluck Tinubu out of there, replace him with somebody else, and the result will be the same. No, just like a company, just like see, because a CEO of a big company retires or is replaced doesn't mean that a company will perform.
Why do you have to always use this sometimes the other you're talking about Elon Musk going to some school. Now you're talking about a CEO.
He's giving you, Prince Dad is giving you a good analogy. He's giving you a good analogy, and you don't want to. It's a good analogy.
It doesn't even fit into what we're talking about, because if you're a
it fits in perfectly to you. It fits in perfectly. It's you that refuse to understand.
Let him land.
Rational mind.
Let him land now.
A quick question, please. A quick question.
No. Let Prince Daddy land, please, Joe. Remy.
I think he has landed.
He has not landed.
Okay, well, let me wrap it up. Say it fits. What I was saying was that if you have a CEO of a company, a successful company, and if the CEO retires or goes away, by simply replacing that CEO with somebody else, okay, even with the same qualification, does not guarantee that the same progress or result will be attained. So, in other words, each person have their own individual, personalities, talents. And you're refusing to acknowledge that in any way possible when it comes to Tinubu. Well, what you're saying does not rhyme. It doesn't rhyme because I think Sinbad and I think Remy also, they mentioned some other governors that were in Tinubu's set, and it's quite obvious that they all could not maintain the same level of performance that Tinubu did, because he put in the work. You have to respect work. You live in America. If the more you put in, what you put in. See, there's this saying, I don't know if you heard it before. Whatever you surround yourself with will pull you deep into it. See, Tinubu knew what he was after, and he surrounded himself with the right people, and he pursued his goal. He had a vision, just like Remy said. He had a vision and he had a plan. So you can't say that, if Tinubu had not been maybe the godfather, or use your word, hijack Lagos, okay, then the result would not have been what it became. No, I don't agree with you. I don't agree. It's like saying like all the people that went to school with Elon Musk, they all had the same opportunity to become billionaires and become the richest person in the world. That's not true. You know that. So the thing is not equal.
Can I start pieces taking apart all the things you just said now?
So before you take, ask you this question? Let me ask you this question. You can take everything together and then you can now do it. You have enough time. My question is very simple. I want you to replace Tinubu with Bode George. At least also well-known name in Nigeria. Now it's no more Tinubu, according to your conditional statement. Now put Bode George there with the same scenario and tell us whether we are still going to have the same result, that Bode George will not be president of Nigeria today. That's my question.
Before I answer your question, I need to understand why you bringing Bode George. I mean, okay, let me
because you mentioned that he hijacked the state, and you are giving us the impression that anybody that finds themselves in that kind of position that do like Tinubu, the result will normally be the same thing. And I'm trying to give you a very good example that Bode George is well known and he also controls a lot of. Let's now replace Tinubu.
Control what? What does it control?
When you said that because like what Prince Daddy said now, you do not talk about hard work. What you are just trying to tell us is a conditional statement that he hijacked the state. Let's say Bode George is now also like Tinubu, he hijacked Lagos State. And Bode George play his own politics too, individual, but they are two different entities in totality. So would you say that Bode George will now, if he plays his policies very well, like what you have in your mind, can Bode George hijack Lagos and everything, continue to put governor there and then? And do you think Bode George will become Nigerian president today?
Okay, all right. I think I get it. Let me first of all go to our person, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, it's just everybody's facing me here. That's what I'm saying. I don't want it to be about me, but if you guys want me to answer, I'll answer. So now let me first of all, the issue, your example of a CEO and whatever. I just want to even understand how that even applies here. But for let me just go on. Let me just put it apart. If Elon Musk went to say a business school, Harvard or whatever, and he has his set of his own set of that year, they all went together. As long as Elon Musk is always out there trying to innovate, do something, solve problem, and is successful with those problems he's solving, people will know him. He bought Twitter. He didn't invent Twitter. He bought it. He became the CEO. He didn't own that. I think the brand name Tesla. He didn't own it. He bought it, and he started, churning out stuff. What's it called? Vehicles, solar panels, and all kinds of stuff. Because that's part of his.
No, Rashima, you're vacillating. You're vacillating. Go straight to the point. Answer the question. You're talking about his successes.
For our audience, no, I don't argue. I don't just go straight to the point. I want to put apart all this thing you're talking about. If members of those people that you went to whatever, maybe business school or Harvard school or whatever you went together, they just after they got their certificate, they just went somewhere and just hid themselves, or they're not doing anything impactful that will make people know them. They will not be relevant. That's the point. So now let me.
So you can. So what actually distinguishes Elon Musk from others is his abilities, his personalities, and the skills that he has. So he's a different person. So give it to him. Don't just take it away from that because the other people are not interested. No, there's nobody that doesn't want to become a billionaire.
For your information, Elon Musk has the money. He gathers people to think.
He was born with money.
Hold on. He has the money. He assembled people.
How did he get the money? How did he get the money?
Sure, I can sorrow. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You see, we can start arguing about minute things that doesn't really make sense. The point we're arguing about here is that he's relevant. And how is he relevant? He put his brain into use. Those things that you see, or maybe this Tesla or everything, he's not the person who conceived the idea, perhaps. Possibly there are other people there, scientists, like the rocket that is building now to go to space. Are you telling me it's a rocket science? It's not a rocket science. Scientists, rather. But he gathered people who are rocket scientists, maybe from NASA or wherever. He gathered them together to think. He pays them. And when they come up with an invention, he will sell it out to the public. And because it's on his trademark, he has the patent. So that's how it works. So same thing with Tinubu. Tinubu, people don't like me using that word, but I'll continue using it. He hijacked Lagos to himself. But if you don't want me to use hijack, he got Lagos to himself. Through how? He left there. He put people there. The people that go into different House of Rep members there, they're member of his party, make sure that his party wins the election and gets about more than 97% control of that state. That is how his relevance continues. And people go to him. They go to him for advice. Is whoever gets in there within Lagos. I'm telling you because I have a brother who was a councillor in Lagos State. They all go to him for advice. They all go for him to consultation. They see him as a leader. Thereby, is that is part of, well, you can say that is his ability or strategy or whatever. I give that to him. But the point I'm trying, I don't know why people are still arguing with me. The fact I'm arguing about is that if Tinubu had gone like that, after Fashola, maybe after the election, he put Fashola there and it doesn't concern him, he's no longer called a party leader, nobody goes to him. Fashola is the one everybody goes to. He will not be relevant. That's what I'm saying to you.
That is proper planning and vision. He has everything laid out.
Again, national man, it's like telling a football player, it's like telling a superstar that if he didn't go to the gym, if he didn't train, if he didn't put in the work, it will not be relevant. What kind of argument is that? That's not an argument, man.
So yeah, it will not be relevant if
you don't work, you don't go get paid now. So we all know that. So what's your point?
No, the point I'm making is that you people make it trivializing, like it doesn't need Lagos, it doesn't need all those things that it's doing to be relevant. It needs them. If it doesn't do that,
when did anybody mention that? When did anybody say didn't need this?
No, you said now you are spinning it now. Is that what you said? I'm taking you by
Me?
what you said. You said, oh yeah, you said.
We said he played politics. He kept himself relevant. That's what we said.
You said.
However I did it, we don't care. What we are saying is the man is relevant today because he put in the work. That's the point I'm making.
Hold on. You said we don't even all these people Obaseki from Edo, all of them when they just finish their tenure, they just go like that. Yeah, they go like that because they don't have a state under their control.
They can do something. They don't need it. They can still. Okay, is Concasso does he have a state under his control? Does Concasso have Canada under his control right now?
You don't know politics. That's what I'm saying to you.
No, you don't know politics.
You don't know politics because if
you don't know. Prove yourself.
I've given you Bubu. I've given you Obasanjo. These were political figures.
Okay, why have a state under his control?
Thank you. He was a former head of state.
No, that's not no. You said Tinubu. Now you're shifting the goalpost. No, your argument is you must have a state under your control for you to be relevant. And I'm telling you that there are many ways it can be relevant. Now I'm telling you that you're even strengthening my own argument because now you're saying Buhari became relevant through another means. So you are strengthening my argument. It's only one. It's not only one way that can make yourself relevant. There are many ways. There are other people that were, Abdul Salam was the former head of state. Why is he not so popular in politics? Why is it? So there are many ways to make yourself relevant. Just gotta play policy that appeal to the people. That's it.
Rational mind. Every opportunity that you have to debate Tinubu, you don't miss the opportunity.
Yeah, you go again. You see why do people have to do this every time? I'm simply arguing to the point that these governors, when they leave their office, they do not become relevant because, okay, like Akpabio you're talking about, Akpabio still maintain his relevance, even though after he put the guy there, the guy rebelled against him. He moved to APC.
Well, we heard that argument, but you're true. Hold on, you keep repeating yourself. Hold on, but your real argument is that listen, there's nothing special about Tinubu. There's nothing special about Tinubu. If anybody's given the same opportunity,
there's nothing special about it.
That's what you're saying. In essence, you don't have to say. I mean,
it's Akpabio's relevance because he's controlling the state right now.
No, hold on. Yeah, I'll tell you. The reason why Akpabio is still relevant, I'll give it to you, is that he went to Senate. He lost at some point. He lost the control of Akwa Ibom State because the guy who been put there outdone him and he outshined him in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
That now,
but he's still very relevant in politics.
Hold on. For him to be relevant, he had to go to Senate. He was there, and then he moved after he lost it. I think he lost his seat or whatever, and then he went. Buhari gave him NDDC.
Okay,
that's another way of being relevant.
Exactly. So you are saying it's more than one way, but you keep telling us that if Tinubu didn't do this way, it wouldn't have been relevant. So Tinubu could have done it Akpabio's way, could have done it other people's way.
Tinubu, either you want to argue that, I'll rest my argument here. If Tinubu if it went the way,
there's no way you can know that. There's no way anyone can know.
Well, that's one way you can know. In Nigeria,
somebody else can argue that your Akpabio didn't go to this thing.
One person is relevant. How is he relevant?
He's relevant because he was in the Senate. He was a senator.
Other people were in Senate too. There was opposition in the Senate. It was not relevant. I mean,
that's what
listen. It's not because you are here. You play your game. You make friends. You go around. You build bridges. That's the way you do it. Akpabio is relevant right because he's building bridges with people. Listen. He built bridge. You use your mouth to say. Wait. Use your mouth to say. Wait. Use your mouth to say Buhari made him NDDC. Buhari didn't just open his eye. He must have built some kind of bridge with Buhari, played some politics.
walk his way.
Built. I'm not saying I'm not particular about that. All I'm saying to you.
Well, that's the point I'm making. You have to work. You have to put in work to make yourself relevant. You don't sit down and become relevant. And when I say some governors, after they leave, they just want to sit down. That's why they're not relevant.
Fashola is relevant.
I'm making the point.
I agree with you.
Fashola is relevant. So does he know the state?
Oh God, what are you talking about? Why are you people just
I'm asking. Does he?
It's a question.
In the last, okay,
is he holding a state down?
Apologies if I sounded like maybe I'm just denigrating what you're saying. In the last administration, who was he? He was called a super minister before he had his portfolio taken away from him, and then they gave him the Ministry of Works and Housing, right? He's always seen his name popping up because the ministry he has is more like a super minister kind of.
So are you attaching relevance to position now?
Say what?
Are you attaching relevance to position?
I'm telling you, you need these things to be relevant in Nigeria.
We've seen no. Listen, we've seen most politicians says when they have problem, they run to body law. Politicians in position. We've seen Ayade of Cross River said when he was having problem with PDP, he ran to body law. We've seen Wike say he ran to body law when they were governors. Most politicians in the country, all over that country, they run to body law when they have issues to find guidance and counsel. So
why did they run to body law?
Because listen. Wike at least told him that when they were looking for partnership alliances for 2019 elections, that was the first time he had an encounter with Tinubu. They went to Tinubu's house. Tinubu was not holding any position.
Oh,
right?
God. I mean, come on.
No, listen. Was he holding any position?
No. So who was Tinubu? Who was Tinubu then?
Tinubu is a politician.
He was a politician. He was national leader. Hold on. He was referred to as national leader of ACN.
Okay, is he a constitutional?
Why could they have given Ribadu ticket? Why could they have given Atiku ticket under ACN or whatever they were back then? What are you talking?
Who is the national leader of PDP? Who is the national leader of PDP?
Oh, God.
Who is the national leader of PDP?
What about?
Yeah, this guy is not relevant. That's what I'm saying.
Let us talk about the person we're talking about, which is Tinubu we're talking about.
Okay.
Tinubu relevancy is all hinged on all this thing we talk about. Whether you want to talk about this political,
okay, let me give you code fact.
But I'm saying that. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is that
Fashola said
go
in
into
one of his
oblivion.
interviews. Hold on.
You said what?
Fashola said in one of his interviews that when he became a governor, Tinubu did not interfere in their affairs. That the only time he goes is if he needs counsel. That when he became a governor, Tinubu did not interfere in governance affairs. Tinubu was only interfering in party affairs.
There's not what? What are you talking about?
He did not interfere in governance. I can look for the interview and give it to you and send it to you.
He does not interfere what?
He didn't interfere. That Tinubu does not interfere.
In what?
When he was governing the state, Tinubu did not interfere.
So you were to telling you that interfere did not interfere. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm quoting Fashola verbally.
Rashomai, would you accept this analogy? Hold on. Would you accept this analogy? One second, Rashomai.
Please. Hold on, please. Let me debunk what you just said now. If we're to go by what he said, now why are several people saying that when he was going for a second term, he fell apart with Tinubu, and he went about begging people to go and beg Tinubu for him. If Tinubu was not interfering in it, or Tinubu felt that he was being crossed by this guy. So why would he say that? Why would people be saying that?
Now let me ask you.
I will answer you with this. Assume that what they say is the truth.
Let me answer you with this. In the party structure of APC in Lagos, there is GAC, Governing Advanced Advisory Council. They are the highest decision body making for the party. So Tinubu is not the only he's not the sole decision maker. I'm telling you, he's not the sole decision maker of the party.
I know people will never use your
Rational Mike, can we change the topic?
We'll change the topic. So let us talk about general.
Well, can I interject before we wrap it up? You said you're going to allow me.
So when you continue again, we're going to be opening this thing more and more.
No. I'm just going to wrap it up by saying that you know American politics, and you know that Hillary Clinton was the most qualified candidate in the U.S. history that never became a president, and Barack Obama, just like was the least qualified person in American history to become a president.
Doing this. What about? Cannot be doing what about? Sometimes what really works?
Okay. Let's move on. That's fine.
Yeah, what really works in America might not work in. I said, if you remember what I said in the Nigerian political.
Well, no, that was the caveat you put there. We're talking about personality and individuals. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's in Nigeria or Sweden or anywhere around the world. The fact that you refuse to acknowledge that people, that individuals have their own personality, their own skills and things that make them unique. You don't want to acknowledge that. You make it sound like it's a substitution effect. Take one thing, plug it in, and it works. No.
I agree with you that you need that intelligence or whatever you call yourself now. You need it. If Tinubu was not a political strategist or whatever it is, this thing I'm talking about, hijacking the state to himself, people going to him and consulting him like somebody was saying here. It will not because people see that intelligence in him. People see that asset that he has. That's why people went to him. I give it to him. But that in itself is not enough for him to achieve what he's achieving today. He needs to control a state. He needs to control some areas. If he doesn't control, how do you think he's going to have all these people going to him? Why do you think people go to him? Because they felt that
because just like Solomon in the Bible, they came to seek his counsel. Just like Solomon in the Bible, they came to seek his counsel.
Keep bringing some kind of funny examples. It's so funny to me.
Okay, that's fine.
If Solomon was not rich, if he was not rich, he did not build that temple.
No, they came for his wisdom. They came for his wisdom, not about his wealth.
Hold on. No, his wealth too was part of what attracted.
That was just a plus. God blessed them with wisdom first. They came for his wisdom.
Okay, cool. Wisdom, everything. If Solomon does not have all these things, do you think people will go to him? Of course.
No, because they came for what he had. So all the people that went to Tinubu came for what he had or what he has.
Mind you, Solomon was not the only wise person that lived during that time. There were other people that were wise.
No, he was the wisest. You're right. He was the wisest person, not the only wise person. The wisest person that ever lived.
Hold on. I get you. You see, if Solomon does not control a territory like being a king, if he was just an ordinary person,
the queen of Sheba came all the way from Ethiopia to visit him. Let's move on.
Hold on. If he was not a king, a head of state, and he just has wisdom, do you think the Queen of Sheba would have something written about him that
because he has something to offer? That's why you know that
he's a king too.
It says in the Bible, everyone is a friend of a rich person, of a wealthy person. You have to have a level of attraction, be it your wealth, your intelligence, your wealth.
Let me say this. Maybe we're going to end it with this. There's a saying among Yoruba people. They says, I forgot how they say it. Only idea, let go. You know, you say you have idea.
Is that not a Yoruba adage?
I don't know.
They're saying like that. They said, you say you have an idea, and Olowo get Olowo because people know him because he has that power and fame and he has the money. And you say you have idea. Idea will only like Olowo. That's the point I'm trying to make here is this. Even if Tinubu has all this idea or whatever, it's not relevant by having control over something or have some fame or power or whatever. Nobody would know him. He will go into oblivion. That's what I'm saying to you.
No. See, I keep bringing it up. See, I keep bringing the Bible. There's a place in I think Ecclesiastes in the Bible. Hold on a second.
Don't stand the Bible upside down.
No, I'm not turning it upside down. See, people will always go to a wise person. It doesn't matter the person's wealth or the person's pocket. They may not respect him because he doesn't have the position, but they still go to the wise man, just like we.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Anyway.
So the question, rational mind. Nobody can be like you, and nobody can have your wisdom or the way you push back against Tinubu or whatever you want to push back to. That is your personality trait. And that is your individualism in handling cases. So what we are saying here, accept and agree that this guy has a vision and is a good strategist. Everybody has the same opportunity. They didn't use it very well. They didn't use it. Even in the so-called your state, for the last 16 years, Ladoja has been relevant. Anybody that wants to become governor, they always visited him. And he is the architect of the Makinde to come in the first 4 years because he brought all the coalition together.
Don't bring some kind of.
No. We are saying no.
When these people started eating Tinubu was when they started building Eco Atlantic. That thing pained them. They say, man, these Yorubas are about to have a Dubai in their region when our own region is still looking like dust. So that's where the hatred. Now it's all envy, jealousy. That's what it is.
Mike, why do you like doing this a lot? Why do you like doing this? Why must you
What
have
do
to
you mean
always
now?
go? Why do you have to always go off this tangent? Like, I mean, go Atlantic.
That's when the whole thing began now. Because when I was growing up in Lagos in the 90s, the people from all this other region always tell me that this is your Lagos. We soon turn to a mess. It will soon collapse. That's what they were wishing. But when Tinubu came and turned things around, that's in pain them. That's where the hatred came
Who
from.
was telling you then that it's going to turn to a mess?
People from other region.
Oh God!
Particular,
You like to do this a lot.
No, some people
they always laugh that Lagos was turning into a dirt.
Mike, you need deliverance in your life. I think you need deliverance.
That's what the hatred is all about now. What other reason would they hate Tinubu? And
Mike,
they
we
want to
take you
change
to a
it.
pastor. We take you to Pastor Yakilobe for deliverance. Don't worry.
Like for example, here in this platform, I remember there was the day that Baba T and the rest we are talking about environmental problem in the new Dangote refinery. That in the next 10 or 20 years, there might be a problem because people are buying property close to that place in saying that they are going to make a kill in the future. But they are not thinking about the environmental impact. And I was trying to tell them that before the refinery was built, the Lagos State government, there is a kind of certification you have to get about the environment. But I'm not ruling out that there might be environmental problem in the future because this is a refinery. We don't know exactly what these chemicals they use, the impact it will have on their people in the future. And Mike said, and I also collaborated because a lot of people said that because land was claimed from the ocean, just like Dubai in the Atlantic City. A lot of people said, don't worry, one day the lagoon will just sort and take over Lagos totally and it will destabilize the city. Actually, some people, just like everybody, that's like some personality, they don't want some people to progress or some city to progress. During the election and after the election, some people want to burn down Lagos State. And when you see all those thousands, several BRT buses burned during the NSAS, you ask yourself, is this really a protest or is another thing entirely? They want to burn down the whole city. It takes years to build a city. How would you feel if the place you are living in the house where they burn down the city? How would you feel? So sometimes I ask, are Nigerians really patriotic or people are just about their interest?
Already calling for that again now, Remy. They've already started calling for that again now. They started this like this.
They should just round them up immediately. They should not give anybody any
If you go to some platform, what do you always hear them say? That country will never work. That country will never work. They don't wish anything to work.
Don't mind them. Don't mind them. They even yesterday on another platform, that's what they're saying.
Even as
some of you need deliverance on this platform.
We are telling you through rational mind. They don't wish.
They are proud. They were proud to see Lagos develop. When you go to YouTube and you see people showing this is Victoria and you see the comment people wrote down there, you'll be very happy. You'll be proud. When you listen to some Nigerian music on YouTube, you see
they were referring to France. France is still burning. Nigeria need to burn like France. They need to burn Nigeria like France.
Why can't you just
people that go Nigeria every day? Now you are telling me they're happy they're saying Dubai.
It's not we need deliverance. But those people who are vomiting those rubbish, they don't need deliverance. They are saying right thing.
So guys, let me check this guy.
Change the topic. Change the topic. Change the topic.
Isaac Black, are you there? Isaac Black, you want to unmute so that we can hear your voice. I keep asking this guy. He's always just muted. I don't know. If he's a guy or a girl.
Maybe he's a spy. Maybe he's a spy.
It's fine if he wants that, no problem. So anyway, guys, so let's also talk about some other things. Tinubu's he said, according to one man here, it says Tinubu retires some military generals. So I know yesterday, I don't know, some of us were here. We were talking about. I know, I knew that one man was going to. I knew one man was going to bring that topic
yesterday.
Yeah, we talk about the retirement package. So now it's in fact I've seen it on many major platforms today. I mean YouTube platforms. They were talking about it. Nigerian YouTube platforms talking about the excessive retirement package. So some people were just saying that maybe Tinubu is trying to use it just to pacify these generals so that they will not plan coup against him. Is that what you people think?
If I may comment.
Go on, please.
I watched an interview, I believe, was on the Channels News. I'm not so sure it was Rice News. Why am I even calling them Rice News? They are Slip News. Anyway, one of a retired major general was trying to, correct the impression that I hope everybody can hear me.
Well, sure, we can hear you. Sure.
Oh, okay. So it was him being a retired major general said that it's been a tradition in the military that the promotion of military officers is steady and progressive. So there's no shortcut. And by the time it gets to the position where you are being appointed as a defense chiefs or army chiefs or hairstyles or whatever, that you must have number one passed the exam for you to be able to qualify to that level, and also your assessment, your performance report must have headed you to have been promoted to the level that because each course, each graduate from Defense Academy get promoted almost at the same level. So the only reason why you don't get promoted, at the same time with your coursemate is if you have any disciplinary action or you have some form of, deficit. Maybe you didn't pass the exam, promotional exam, and all that. And he said it's like a pyramid where they continue to rise and rise in the ranks, and by the time they get to the pinnacle of the career, they must have spent years and given years and years in service. That of course we all know that is only one person that can be chosen among all the classmates. So, and as at that time you get to that level, other officers coming behind you also need to be promoted. So now, if you retain those people that are ahead of you in terms of your graduation, and you are being promoted ahead of them, and he gave instances of exceptional cases like when Gowon was promoted, and that is a tradition that the rest of the class or that coursemate will be preparing to leave the service, that they will all be advised to leave their uh, submit their voluntary retirement, as at that time they themselves would have been qualified or perhaps at the same level of say they want about to be retired from the service anyway, and that has continued with the tradition. And not just that it's also a joke among the officers that once your name is at the top level, that means every one of you that belong to the same course will be preparing for retirement. So you understand, like the current chief of defense staff now, I think their regular course 38 or so. So all his classmates also, as they are also, if another administration comes in or this administration decided, okay, I'm done away with this particular set of people, then they all have to go because they put in more years. So, and he said that is how it is in the military. Not that Tinubu fired them; they all knew that their time is about to wrap up anyway. Now, I think the question to ask now is that the package being put together for them and is being reported in the dailies, if it is true, now let's come to think about it. The 4 SUV that was given to them, not to one person, but to each one of them as SUV, um, and others, all those. I don't want to argue that, because I'm not so sure about the fact. Of course, I believe that packages are not that known to the public. Maybe confidential. I don't know. Uh, you started having um, cook officially, and also have an attached military officers to them. I mean, it's a tradition because I've seen other retired military officers having military personnel being attached to them. I've seen Babangida one-on-one before in VI, and he had, of course, him being former head of state. He had military officers, that drove him and all that. But I don't want to say that the news is being embellished or uh, over how do I say this now? Overly reported or trying to, put so much jara in it. But I also know that for some officer to have occupied that position, that is the highest level of that of the military force. And I also believe that they will have some good packages, at least for, if not the defense chiefs and the other armed forces, other arms military forces, give them good packages. I don't believe that it was put together just to appease them so that they will not overthrow the democratic system. Since 1999, when Obasanjo retired all the military officers, even up to Major General, that was the one that kind of baffles me, because Brigadier General Buba Marwa was still a brigadier when he got retired from military. So the likes of Victor Malus and co were the one affected. And there was a rumor then that he retired them simply because he himself wasn't sure if they won't stage any coup in the future. So he asked them to go. And I also want to believe that that has been a tradition, but trying to make sure that, of course, they are paid what is being due to them. So, but we're in a season of sensationalism now where everything is going to be embellished, uh, overly reported, or some cases, maybe the government will try to underreport, but public are not patient enough to find out the truth. Even when they know the truth, they'll try as much as possible not to care listening to the truth. I don't think the federal government has done anything um, outside what the law stipulated in terms of, given the packages being put together for these officers. But for the time that is being reported now, we all know that everybody now, everything that is seen as being ostentatious, the society is kind of like looking at you with one corner, the bombastic eyesight, that what the heck is going on here? Even when we know that it's been, that is how it's been done over the years. But I think if that is the case and it's been reported in the dailies, it needed to be being reviewed again and see, because uh, what is being reported in the dailies is a little bit extravagant, overly extra. But if it is not the case, but as far as the military officers' promotions and retirement of other officers, that has always been the tradition. According to that, I think that officer was a Yoruba man, very sound military officer. People like that shouldn't have been. They should have used their intellect. And the anchor of that show actually asked if there's any program for any retired officers for them to be able to contribute, instead of being discarded like that. And he mentioned something that they put together, but not necessarily an advisory body, but more or less like, let's come together and, help each other out and stuff. But that military officer sounded excellently, and people like that should have been brought back to the system to impact the life of other officers coming behind, even after retirement. So that was what I learned about the promotion of the officers, and a little bit about the retirement package for the retired officers. Any other person can come in.
Yeah. You see, for me, I just think. Okay. Anybody wants to say sorry? I'm sorry.
Okay, I think yesterday, Rational Mind, we discussed about this, and most of us here agree with you. But what Adewale just said now, that sometimes what is reported in the daily might not be the actual truth, unless we hear from the constituted authority. But be might it may be, I think the what they gave this retired military officer is just too way much. And I think, as I said earlier yesterday, is the National Assembly that can look into it. Maybe they can sponsor the bill and then they can revise this welfare package. Because remember, they have been serving Nigerian, and we appreciate their work. But Nigeria has been taking care of them since they become a soldier. From the training aspect to different courses they have been to, most of these guys have lived, have stayed in best places, hotel, all over the world. It's on Nigeria expense. Although we know that what they are doing is wonderful, because nobody wants to die. Because if they go to war and they die, what will become of their next of kin? But at the same time, we are all Nigerians. They don't have two heads. I don't see any reason why they retired and they give them juicy pack. They should just review it, especially with the situation Nigeria finds itself now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, anybody wants to have a take on that too?
You see, the real disaster in the Nigerian armed forces is they only recognize officers as the real, uh, the real military, as far as people they recognize and take care of or have packages and things. However, the actual soldiers, who are here in America, they call them enlisted, the actual soldiers, those ones are not relevant. They're not important. Just recruit those ones and use them for it's just like a slave class. You understand? And then when those ones finish,
Mike, sorry. I think you'll be a good person to answer this question. I'm sorry. You live here in the United States, and I understand you said you serve in the U.S. Army or U.S. Marine. I don't know. So now let me ask a question. Those who are professional military here, after they retire, let's say like the generals, do they give them the kind of package that you just read in the news? Do they give them like that in the United States? Do they give them like, do they assign, okay, oh, Michael, go and guard this person, go and be his bodyguard or his gate man or his gate man?
No, they don't do that. No, hell no, gate man, what? No, none of that. All you can do is once you
or they attach you to him to be driving him. I mean,
this is what they do in the U.S. The U.S. military. Once you leave, departments of states, like the government department, like the FBI, the CIA, even the police, the other government agencies, they want to recruit you. You understand? That's if you are very good, though. If you have some, like look at they want to hire you for those. But once you retire, there's no such thing as once you're out, you are not serving. You forget it. You just collect your retirement
pension.
Your pension, then your that one I know they pay you for life for that one, and then you got your medical free, your medical package, all those things. These things you agree on the contract when you're coming in. That's it. There's none of these. Though I won't like in Nigeria, I get it, like the danger of why they have to give these guys some kind of protection because the danger of in that country. We understand it. But what they do in America is they don't neglect the people that actually cater for more, actually the real soldiers. When I say the soldiers, there's a difference between the soldiers and the officers. Officers are like those ones that are the commission, but the soldiers are like those lower rank people because they are the one that actually suffer. They actually go through real training as far as the physical training and the actual war experience and they don't as well on PTSD and all those kind of things. Those are the people you have to take care of the most because if you don't take care of them, when they become civilians, they become killers, armed robbers, criminals, drug addicts. And unfortunately, what Nigeria don't realize is most of these armed robbers and even some of these bandits, all of these guys that come into society and become vagabonds, they were soldiers that left the military, either walked away or they got dismissed and they didn't treat them after all those crazy training that has turned them to, because in American military, once you are leaving, you go through something called transitional program, mental evaluation. They check you psychologically because some of those training can make you go crazy. You understand? So they do transitional program, go through some program like that, months of mental evaluation and also education.
Of veteran service.
And then they have veteran service. If you are experiencing any kind of trauma or PTSD, you call that number and they keep eye on you. They treat you. You understand? And then they make sure you are if you are going through some kind of anything that will lead you into becoming a very poor person, because they know that once you become poor, you may want to use your military training to try to make yourself rich, meaning you know how to handle weapons. You might go out there become killer, armed robber, robbing, because that military turn you to something different. Once they turn you to a soldier, you've learned some skills, which is violence. But in Nigeria, there are thousands. When I found out that when one of my friends, I say, was in the Nigerian army, and the guy said, "I started you leave." The guy said, "I just walked away." I said, "What? So you can just walk away?" He said, "Yeah, if you want to quit, you just walk away." I'm like, "Are you serious?" He said, "That's what the Nigerian military is. In American military, you can't just walk away. That's a war. You understand? You can't walk away. You're on the contract. When they dismiss you, it's different. You get discharged. You can't just walk out of the Nigerian military, the U.S. military. They have to know where you are. They have to know everything about you because you have to go through transitional program because they know that guy is receiving on training. He can use it. He can go and potentially use it to be a harm to society. But in the Nigerian army, Nigerian military, some of those soldiers, those guys, they just after they've gone through that crazy Nigerian training, military training is so crazy. They've gone through all that training. Some of them just dismiss them, or some of them just leave. They just leave them out into society. And a lot of these guys have become bandits, killers, armed robbers, murderers. They are one of those people. They are people suffering from PTSD. So the Nigerians, and that's so ridiculous. So the Nigerians, they don't know that they are actually creating some of these problems. They don't know. Because these guys will learn how to handle weapon. Where did you learn it? Where did you become a weapon addict? And those weapons are very addictive sometimes. If you look at that's why I live here. Some of those ex-military guys, you always see them in the weapons range. They're always buying bunch of guns in their house because they become addicted to guns. If there was a time me too, I was so fascinated with guns because as a military, I used to handle a lot of guns, and that thing is like toy. You understand? So when you become so into guns, addicted to guns, next thing you know, you start looking for guns, start using it to do something or shooting and going around just, Nigeria, they don't know, they don't understand. See, when I tell you that the leadership you have in that country, they are so ridiculous. They don't understand some basic human psychology, what trauma is all about. For example, after the Nigerian Civil War, they didn't even go and rehabilitate people or find way to, they just make people out. There's something called trauma, PTSD, all those kind of things. You can't leave those kind of people out in society. They'll become problem. So the Nigerian state have been the one. Was after Nigerian military was created and African military was created, was African violence became violence just became a thing in Africa. Violence became a thing in Africa. And it was the colonial master that created all this military, this soldier, this thing, and the way they trained them, the way they even train our own military is not the way they train their own Western military. Because in the West, they don't really train you to become this brutal human being, this violent person. But in Africa, the training is more like for you to be brutal. And there's the reason why the British had to train them like that, because the British needed them to protect them while they were there. And they need somebody they can send to go and, in case the population want to rise against the Oyinbos, they can call those Africans to go and help them brutalize their people to defend them. So that, and unfortunately, we carry on that tradition of training people to be brutal. Nigerian military book and see them flogging guys, just beating them and I'm like, this has nothing to do with war tactic, man. No brain, it's just violence. Beat people up, slap them, and these people, they've learned to behave like that, and then you throw them into society to go and deal with the population, and you wonder why you have so many bandits. Dude, the problem of our Africans, man, I'm telling you, it's self-inflicting. We create most of our problems. We don't even know. So to answer your question, giving those officers the orders, they are not the ones you be giving because the officers don't go through all that things because their own is different. They just learn the war strategy, warfare things, training. That's what they do. But the actual soldiers, those are the ones that go through the jungle and go and learn how to survive jungle, how to shoot, how to murder, how to cut people, the real violent. And those ones are the ones that are neglected. So that's what I would say, Sha.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. When you ask some people, people will just find one excuse, Some will say, oh, of course, we know we appreciate their service to the country, but that does not mean it should be at the expense of at the expense of the taxpayer forever, that they have to continue taking care of them for the rest of their life and they live in opulence, For me, it's just, you see, we wonder why that country is
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Can I say this?
Go on.
I think if we are talking about this, I don't want us to get fixated about this army officer. I think it cut across even all other public offices and civil servants in the country. Let me give you, for example, I think right from grade level 15 upward, they also have all these packages that they attach to their salary. They have this domestic servant, this allowance, and all those things that they are attached. So there are so many monuments that are attached to our high
You're breaking.
Uh,
What's going on?
can you hear me?
You're beeping. You can hear beeping from your side.
Yeah, if we're in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I think the main reason why they give those, they try to be thinking of those generals because they're afraid of maybe these guys might be, they might go coup d'etat, that kind of thing. You know, I think that's the reason.
I understand, but it's just that we are the people. Our people will be people behind it because this money we need it for them to build more schools, to build more roads, to make the life of our people easy. But I mean, it's like Nigeria is just only made for just the elites.
Yeah, it seems like that's what I've noticed. Even the
It's just
governor,
really,
once they finish serving, they still be paying them something.
I mean, I just don't understand. I mean,
Yeah, just blowing that money on that top people.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
it's
just
ridiculous.
ridiculous. Yeah. So let's go to another topic. When before Simba come back, I don't know. Yeah. So I think because I will be shutting down in few like in about 28 minutes. I just need to do some stuff here. Yeah. I think we talk about the woman don't really get much. I think somebody has already talked about it. The Odua Limited. The new something they said they wanted to do now. They want to start building electric. Their own electricity now.
Rational mind. I
Yeah.
just want to. There is a news I read just a few moments from now. I don't know whether you guys read.
Yeah, share it with us. Share with us.
There is this candidate from I forgot her name from the southeast. They say it's the highest. She got the highest. What score about 360 something on Jam, but Jam just replied that she's lying. And you know what? The Anambra State governor already gave him. Innocent gave him 3 million. Anambra State is about to give her scholarship. But now Jam said no, the score is not 364, it's just 264. Do you understand? A big scam is going in Nigeria. They say
the Innocent and what's his name?
Innocent Motors have already given her 2 million.
So didn't they verify? They go and verify with them.
No, he did not verify because it's all about the news. The highest, she got the highest score. All the news they said 364 in Jam, just this Jam.
It was in the news.
Eh?
He said it was in the news. Or
it was in the news like Saturday or Friday that she got the highest score in like this year Jam, about 360 something score. But Jam came out on yesterday, and saying that is not true. That her total score was 264. And before that time, already gave her 3 million, and Anambra State government want to give her scholarship today. So you see what is going on. Our youth are also scamming. It's unbelievable.
The news people, why didn't they do their own fact check? I mean,
they will fact check. You know, Nigerian journalists. I don't know what's wrong with it. Some of them just lifting news without cross-checking, and the editor would just
even some of the news they present sometimes, like when something happened, maybe if you notice,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
I think immediately they got that news, they just everything is politicized in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? They just trivialize it, tribalize it, and just make it sensation that okay, this is an evil guy that scored 360, and everybody started giving him without confirmation. That is where we have gotten to in Nigeria now. We sensationalize things without confirmation, and that is just the problem.
Most of the things we believe in Nigeria, a lot of it are not even, they were never factually verified, and sometimes I always like, what in the world? Actually, many things, even our policy, whenever, like a few years ago, like 2 years ago, I was arguing with people like, come on, whenever a bomb goes off, like let's say, I can sneak into Nigeria right now, set off a bomb somewhere in the north, and the media, the Nigerian channel will say, oh, Boko Haram just set off a bomb there. And I'm like, have you verified who did it? Or I can even sneak into maybe River State and just designate a bomb. They will say the Nigeria militants. I'm like, have you guys verified your facts?
Mike. Hello, Mike. When you are trying to use the B word, try not to pronounce it completely so that the show will not be flagged.
Okay? Oh, okay. Sorry. That's true. So I'm just saying, like the way in Nigeria, like we don't do fact checks, like we don't Like most of the things, even our history, there's so many people that are saying things, and I'm like, no, that's not what happened. And that's what they believe. They will say, my father told me, my Kinekon told me.
Mike, I think Nigeria need to recruit a lot of intelligence officers, the NIA, the SSS. I don't know. We have a lot of young people graduate. Why can't you just recruit these people, train them well? We need intelligence so that you just put them in the streets everywhere so that they can gather information easily.
I can volunteer for that if they can pay me.
So, of course, we can pay you, but we are not going to pay you in dollars. We are going to pay you in naira.
No, as long as they do the needful, I'm ready to, to be patriotic to my country.
Because that is what we need, and we need to have a good database. And all our police stations, they need to be connected. You go to the police station, what you see is an eyesore. My God!
The funniest thing is that the entire force, this entire police force needs overhauling.
Yes, totally.
All starting from the what do you call this? Not sergeant. The position after sergeant?
Constable.
No. After sergeant. What is that?
Is it not
corporal? They need to do mental evaluation for every single one of them, so that they will be able to weed out all those ones that have no business in the police force. Then make sure that the prerequisites to get into police force is at least OND. At least OND. And not just that. Not just that. They should ensure that they do mental evaluation first, like the talk to text for each one of them, drug tests for each one of them, random drug tests every now and then for even included all your gas, random drug tests, and make sure it's not conducted by the force itself. Make sure it's for external lab that is conducting the test. And apart from that too, they should make sure that at the same time they decentralize the police force. Meanwhile, each state will have their own command. However, they will have the IG in the federal, but they will also have the command in the state that will be answerable to the governor of the state. However, there will be the way they will be structured in such a way that if the executive governor is given a rational order, then the IG can counter that in the federal.
Adewa, let me tell you guys.
Think, Mike, sorry, and also it's high time Nigerian police also carrying body camera. The must.
But we don't have the money.
You see,
hold on, Remy. Yes. Someone who did body camera now, some field after that NSAS. You see, hold on. Let me say this. You see this tokeniness of Tinubu and people. I mean, like you see, for me, it's just. I mean, I will bash Tinubu here. Allow me, please. You see, it was all over the news. They showed it. Oh, it was only has contracted some business. I mean, some contract with some foreign people. They showed some police, Nigerian police, Lagos State Command. They were wearing. They showed it. They displayed it. They were wearing body cam, and I was like, "Oh, this is a good thing." Nigeria is gradually getting it there, my brother. As I'm talking to you right now, you cannot even see one policeman carrying body cam on his body.
I don't think they have not fully.
You see, that's what I'm saying.
I think the problem is. I don't think they don't have the desire to have.
You cannot blame Tinubu for that. Tinubu is not in control. Lagos is not in charge of Nigerian police.
Lagos State is not in control. They don't control the police. We don't have state policing, so don't blame state for that. And two, another thing is this.
Lagos State can do that. Really, I think Lagos State should do that.
But Remy, and see, first of all, we Nigerians ourselves, do we have do we have camera producing companies?
I'll look for it now. I'll play to you.
So
even if we cannot produce the camera, not everything we will be producing.
But we have to import. See, the thing is, in Africa, in Nigeria, we want many things that we don't produce ourselves. So this is going to
be. The body camera can be bought cheaply in the country.
I get it, but still, I mean, it's everything we have to buy. We have to suffer capital flight. I mean, it's like what we need to be crying about. But Remy, listen. What we need to be listen. We Nigerians, we ourselves need to start coming together and say, okay, let's form a scientific committee. We need to start learning to produce all these things that we want ourselves. It's not like we'll be crying for our government to provide things for us. In these countries, American government, for example, when they want something, there's is one company within America, we make it and supply to the government. It's not like we'll be telling our government to go and buying everything to come and supply us. I mean, how come you and I are not trying to figure out how we can start wait. That's the difference again. I'm just saying, why can't you and I figure out to start a camera producing, figure out how to make cameras or find scientists in Nigeria to learn how to make camera and start a company that will produce camera and then we'll provide to our government.
Dr. Simba is extremely rich. You and Dr. Simba, you can do that.
Okay, you don't have to be rich to start some science committee. We are not, we ourselves citizens, we are not scientists. We don't know how to produce anything. We just want government to give us everything.
But I want you guys to also
guys, can we play this so we can hear?
It is apparently taking advantage of technology to improve security and also ensure. This event attests to the present government's commitment to delivering on the sixth pillar of its theme's agenda, which is security and governance.
Security is paramount in any society, and it is a prerequisite for other sectors to thrive. Thus, the need to have a strong, well-trained, and equipped law enforcers in the state cannot be overemphasized. And this also aligns with the sixth pillar of the team's agenda of this administration.
Here, the Lagos State Governor officially unveils these newly procured body-worn cameras for law enforcement agents in the state. It is apparently taking advantage of technology to improve security and also ensure transparent process in fighting crime.
I'm extremely delighted that Lagos State has strategically set the pace again in the country and possibly in sub-Saharan Africa to be the first law enforcement officers that will be wearing body cameras. The whole idea about body camera is to enshrine transparency and accountability of our law enforcement officers. What it means is that both the enforcer and the enforcee have a right, and they will have a means to be seen and to be adjudged who was right and who was not right.
What Mr. Governor says here is beyond the immediate. He says the introduction of body-worn cameras by law enforcement agents has a major impact on their productivity.
With the body-worn cameras, our law enforcement officers are better equipped now to protect life, properties, and protect themselves, thereby protecting all of our citizens. The introduction of technical tools to our frontline team and officers will enhance their productivity and their level of professionalism. It will fast-track law enforcement process, and it will help to eradicate the abuse of power and over excesses of overzealous security officers.
Mr. Governor is hopeful that all law enforcement officers who will be using the device will maximize its use, thereby improving trust and professionalism. Sheyifomi Olatide, LTV News.
Rational Mind, look at the comment section.
So what about this? So what about it?
Somebody wrote there that camera is for the Lagos State Neighborhood Watch, not for the police. And you can see the uniform; they are not police. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
But even at that,
no. Hold on.
No. You can see it there. Somebody wrote there.
They said, "Look, okay, can you want me to play it again for you?"
No. The people wearing it, they are not Nigerian police for the Lagos State Neighborhood Watch.
No, I think there was one like that. Hold on. I don't know. Maybe this is not a full one.
State government can
seen.
do. Lagos State government don't have the authority over the police. And for you to even be only Lagos State government,
They can buy them.
accountable for police. I mean, I don't get it, man.
No. They can do that. I mean, let me.
They cannot, man. They can't.
They have to get
If
permission
Lagos State
from
government
the
demand, say they want demand, if they begin to demand that Nigerian Lagos State police must wear camera, if the Lagos State CP or the IG say no, no, it's no. There's nothing governor can do.
People continue. Let me search for the video. I will search for
Okay,
the
in a nutshell, this is a very good development for Lagos if their neighborhood watch wearing camera, which is good. But I think if the Nigerian police should also wear body cam, I think the authorities should come from their IG, Inspector General of Police, and because
National
Lagos
might be going after IG, no, not Tinubu.
it goes after Tinubu.
Hello. You see, even if the entire police force is wearing camera today, it will still not make them to be professional. It will still not make them to do their job the way they're supposed to do it. Every country have their peculiarity, and you have to train the officers in a way that will conform with the culture and tradition of that country. If we try to imitate what happens in the West, we will miss what we're trying to achieve. The way I look at the police force in Nigeria is that we have not done away with the colonial way of policing. All we are trying to do is just to put mascaras on the face. We are still ugly. The face is still ugly. To me, if we are to start, number one, the training that is being given to this officer, I'm not talking about the commission officer now, the one that went to college and graduated and enlisted in the police force. I'm talking about the recruit, the one that formed the majority of the force. They need to change their training. The curriculum needed to be changed, and then put it in place to make sure that they are trained periodically. Now, what do I mean by training? If there's anyone that's ever witnessed the way they train in the force, even in the military, you will see them. Training that has nothing to do with policing, they will see them doing it. How can you be officer crawling in the mud, the dirty gutter, in the name of tradition? Here, they have tactical group, they have intelligence group, the detector, they have whatever you want to, even on what you call them, the one that's always on the sea, they have them, and they also the one in the area, the flying helicopter, they have them. Now, it's for those groups or units to complement one another. Now, the type of people they are recruiting into the force also needed to be changed. Not just them, but the society at large also need to be reorientated about their responsibility towards ensuring that the police are able to perform their job. Because today, anytime you see a police officer, mere seeing their uniform alone is a disgusting sight in the eyes of any Nigerian. Nobody likes police. And if you're a police officer, you dare not tell people that you're a police officer. As a matter of fact, you will be hiding your uniform when you are not on official duty. So, what can the federal government do this time around? Number one, change the training, and at the same time, make them professional. The training will focus on the professionalism of the job. If you have a camera being worn by a police officer and you are being posted to a remote uh, town in Ondo State, let's say Akoko, or somewhere in, God help, Ilaje, where Rational Mind comes from, and the battery of that camera dies, are you saying that officer would not be able to do his job? So it's a matter of, the kind of training you instill in someone, and that training will base on the fundamental principle of that professional core. Maybe perseverance and integrity and all those things, and then they will be able to do that. And at the same time, their salary, their wages also have to commensurate uh, with their job function. And also promotion has to be steady. It's not about I know you, you know this. I understand the federal government was trying to do the unitary system stuff by posting people to other far away remote areas so that they can get integrated in the society and all that. But maybe we start looking at, okay, you police where you are born so that people, at least you know them, they know you, and we can focus on those. There's the police commission, they can barely do their job. They are still doing yes out to the executive anyway, even though they said they are independent. But the bottom line is that the centralized police force change the training course, and at the same time ensure that those people that are going to be let off from the force can also be maybe redirect or another maybe farming or some stuff, and make sure that you give them enough money that will sustain them for them to build their life back, but now embark on a massive training and recruiting of people of sound mind that knows what they are doing, their purpose in life, not somebody who will go on a special duty and be drinking a gogoro with yeah Friday on the corner. No, not as a matter of fact, I like what the acting GIG, I mean IG is trying to do now. I want to make sure that no VIP, no matter how highly placed you are, you'll be entitled to have police officer as your escort to the point that they will be carrying your bag. I think he's trying to do that, but the federal government needed to take it further than that, by changing the force completely entirely, so that at least we'll be able to have a very good police force that we can be proud of. All this camera or no camera, it's not going to work. Even here in America, their battery do die, and if you die, you have to call into the central unit and tell them your battery died. Does that mean you will not patrol? Does that
All
mean
Nigerian police officers, their battery will be dying.
they will be dead? So I mean, as it is right now, if they give them extra battery with them, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes electronic stuff fail. I'm not gonna lie, it does fail. And if it fails, you are still going to respond to that domestic violence call. You are still going to respond to that car chase call. You are still going to respond to any call, burglary, homicide, whatever it is. You are still going to respond. And when you respond at your camera, as long as you are,
Hold on. That is why one corpse is not going to for a report of what you just talked. Two
no,
corpse.
it depends
Hold on.
on what you are being called upon for.
Yeah. So
If
no,
it,
usually one police does not appear. They always
yeah,
in the troop.
what
So
the
when you go to, so
rational man?
one cannot, the two of them cannot have a dead body camera. One must.
No, you see, when you are
So
in the thick of action,
and
let's put.
even the police car, the police vehicle too, has a camera. They have to point it
Of
towards.
course, of
Yeah.
course, of course. But
So
before now,
I do
before
sorry, before
I
you
want,
go
I
on.
want to learn real quick.
Okay.
Okay, before camera, before this advent of using camera, they've been policing the community, even here in America. But what changes is the racial discrimination and all those things that was so rampant. Not that the crime rate reduces or whatever, or it affected the crime rate, but it was more or less like that discrimination that
Yeah,
the police are,
especially of police.
against
Yeah.
the minority. However, when a call comes in, even in the old side, when a call comes in, you pick your radio, you communicate with the center, and if it is, let's say, for homicide or let's say somebody brandishing a gun, you are not going to go there alone. Yes, other officers are going to the radio and they will give their exact location, and they will now. The first responder will have to wait till like 2, 3 people and a sergeant come on the field before they can answer the acting, except it's an active live shooting whereby you get there on time, you assess situation, and as you're about to take action, you are calling back to the central so that they will know what you're about to do, and if they give you order to stop, you have to hold off, because if you go beyond that, that means you are going to be punished. There will be a disciplinary action against you. So all those things comes to play. But when you don't train people that need to follow the policy of the agents, I mean the force, now it becomes a problem, because in the thick, that's why training is good. There's something called reflex. When you have been trained over and over, as a matter of fact, it becomes part and parcel of you. So when you get to a scenario, you know what to do, you will know what to say. Police are trained. If you are called upon to respond to let's say a disturbance, and somebody is having mental breakdown, and that person is brandishing a gun, guess what? Most of what police will do is to apply force if they notice that you have a weapon in your hand, to the point that they could even take the life of that particular individual, and they would be justified. They would not be charged because they notice that person is harmed. All right. How do you tell somebody who is having a mental breakdown to disarm? So it's going to be tough, and it's part of the training. Now, some of the states are changing their training now so that they will be able to assess. And if they notice that individual has a weapon and there's a little gap between them and that person, then they can call, a counselor, somebody who can come and talk to them and try to see if they can disarm them without applying forces. Some states have started, changing the training course because they realize that that has been the old way. So we need to apply those techniques in terms of trying to make our police force one that we can be proud of. Now these patch here and there, we think it's just it won't work. It would never work. We'll just be deceiving ourselves and trying to. A single person well trained in the West can change the entire Nigerian police force. One single individual. All it takes is just them buy into the idea of okay, want to create change.
But the question is this: hold on. Do you think these people don't know about all these things you're talking about? Including let me give you an instance. In 1999, was it 1999 or around 2000, late 1999, early 2000, I traveled out of Nigeria. I came back. Do you know when I first landed in Nigeria at the airport? For the first time, I saw a Nigerian police well dressed. I think it was Tafa Balogun that was he was well dressed and he has a pistol by his waist inside a holster, like a normal pistol you see. When a normal, it was well kitted. I was so like, whoa.
They used to use condo turned to pistol turned to AK-49. You remember?
So what I'm trying to say is this: he wore a pistol and he was well dressed. I spoke to the guy. The guy said he's a graduate. I spoke to the guy. I said he's a graduate. He just graduated from not quite long ago. He went for the NYC and then he went to police college.
That is a commission officer there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is this: that oh my goodness, I was impressed. So the thing is, let me just say this. From my conversation with him, he said that the Nigerian police has all of these things, but they don't give it out.
Huh?
They have all of these things. That was one of the things that got Tafa Balogun into problem. Those money is swallowed. He took when money that were meant for this kit and everything that he was supposed to do. Okay, look, I don't know if you saw in the news some few days ago. Police are asked to pay, is it IGP sport levy or whatever? Inside their small police paycheck, they're giving, they're still collecting like 2,000, 5,000, depending on your rank. You collect it from your salary. I'm like, what kind of crap is this? And you expect these guys to perform excellently in public. They're already.
I think that was from the former police boss, not from the recent one.
No. I think it's from the former IGP. He collects money from them. Yes. So you see, when you look at all of these things, you understand that all these things you're talking about. Not saying they don't know it, but some people are benefiting from this rot.
Yes, of course.
It's money in their pockets.
Yeah. So I think I support Adewale that the minimum requirement you must have an MD or NCE, not just every GS3 you just push them into the police. I just want to ask Adewale and Rational Mind before. You see policemen well dressed, chasing after criminal, they are very fit. But in Nigeria, you just see them with AK-47. Are we going to war? Just a police war. Everything must be mobile police. If you draft in some ND or NCE graduate, they will be well reformed and they'll get. But you see, Nigerian police, they cannot even speak good English. They don't even know how to handle cases. Every time it's just handling you by trousers, dragging you all around or something.
It's so ridiculous, very ridiculous.
You saw those.
Most of these guys are GS3. Even some of them, you cannot believe it. They have primary 6.
I don't know if you are privy to their training. I don't think so. I don't think you know how they're being trained, Simba.
I think this guy Isaac. I think this guy Isaac calling to say something. I don't know. He just calling a few minutes ago. I don't know if he's still there or something.
Isaac, okay.
I don't think he's still here. I know he called him, but he hasn't said anything since he called him.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just want to be here. I don't know. Isaac, are you there? Isaac Black. Let me see.
Maybe he's fast asleep or whatever.
I can't unmute him. He muted himself, so I can't unmute him. So, anyways, yeah, let's just continue. Well, no problem.
Okay.
At least
there was a video
Go on.
of the police officers that slapped one adult, one guy like that. I think it was in Abuja. I can't remember exactly. And the guy was eventually stripped of his ranks and also dismissed from the force. And I said that's not enough. That was an assault. That alone is a misdemeanor and needed to be charged to court. But dismissing him from the force, at the same time, remove his rank, and you're trying to do public humiliation is not enough. That is not going to be the deterrent, because a police officer in a remote Ekiti state, in the thick of the forest, does not even have enough data to even see what is going or being posted on social media, or somebody being dismissed from the force. So it's probably going to stand in the roadside and be waving and collecting money from motorists.
Adewale, you think that there is somebody somewhere in Nigeria that doesn't have access to internet?
No, I'm just using as an example that you will be surprised that other
If you see the way people information travel in Nigeria, every nook and cranny, people have access to internet.
But it has not changed. It hasn't changed anybody's
people
mind.
just refuse to. People just refuse to change. They just refuse to change.
Simba.
Let me tell you, I have a family member who actually wanted to go and arrest a criminal. He was not on duty. He was a policeman then. And then he carried his gun, went there during the soup dragging between him and the so-called criminal. He mistakenly killed the guy. The guy was jailed. He was pushed out of police and he was jailed for several years before he was released. So it's not true that they don't actually take some of these people to court. This one that you are talking about, maybe they might just see it as not a criminal.
The one I'm referencing, Simba.
Guys, can you see Nigerian police?
National mind.
Oh, you see?
Oh my God.
God bless you for even bringing the sea. Oh, you see?
They will be singing. What kind of training is that? This kind of people, you not necessarily go and arrest somebody. They will not use this. They will not use this and beat you up.
No, I agree with Adewale. They need more training.
This kind of training just to make them
fire every one of them. Fire every recruit. Fire them.
Even if you see the Navy, it's also similar to this. Navy or even you also jump into mud like this. All those kind of stupid training they get. Sorry for my language. It's unprofessional.
When the police want to arrest you here in Nigeria, they will grab you by your pants, drag you, and start slapping you right from there. In fact, you will confess to the crime you never even committed in your life. There's nothing called Miranda.
They will beat you and tell you to confess. They will accuse you of something.
You will confess without
if you say no,
you will confess.
What they do, they're so stupid. They will accuse you of something. If you say no, I didn't do it, and they will start beating you. They will start beating you to confess.
And if you are the one that is strong-willed, they will, when they get to that, they will put you into the cell. The first ibati those people in the cell will give you. You confess to what you have never done in your life.
Even talking the same country that will arrest criminal before court case, before they even charge them to court. And by the time you see them in front of the camera, and you see that journalist putting their camera in front of them like this, interrogating them as if they are the lawyer to the prosecuting lawyer, and you begin to wonder: is he not innocent, proven innocent before or innocent before court pronounced them to be guilty? But no, they will parade them. By that time you look at them, their eyes will look like a overblown balloon. They've beaten the heck out of them. Is it not the same police force? Even the society. Our expectation is so low.
Very, very amazing. What you're seeing here now is you have 50 people to one bowl of well, it's called eba locally here in Nigeria. One bowl of eba, and then. It's amazing. I mean, what you see here, this scene is very amazing. What you're seeing here now is you have 50 people to one bowl of well, it's called eba locally here in Nigeria. One bowl of eba, and then a bowl of soup. Not very small. Very. The soup is so small, and then you know the funniest thing. 50 people to one fish. 50 people to one fish. Just take a look at this. There you can see the fish. There you can see they're sharing the fish. Now this fish, it's just one piece of fish now will be shared among 50 recruits. 50 recruits to one fish. Quite amazing.
The bad most.
That's just pathetic. What does that have to do with police?
Rational mind.
I don't understand.
Rational mind.
Yeah, I'm here.
We need to go on the mountain top to go and pray for that country.
I swear, man. Like the thing is, the people running the show, they just don't know what they are
Are you
doing.
not the one that testified that okay was a symbol? See, somebody already pocketed that money meant for feeding of all these guys. Somebody put it in their own pocket.
Don't you?
No, it's probably like it's part of the training. Like, okay, they must starve and learn how to suffer. Like Nigeria, I believe you have to suffer for you to have sense. You
Hell
don't have
is
to
not
do
real,
anything.
man. If hell is real, hell's supposed to be headquartered in Nigeria. For real, man. For real. For real.
Some of their, you know, they do that to children too.
If you see
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
If you ask for the budget for that training, you'll be amazed with the budget. What happened is that some people will have sat on that money, divided it, and then suffer all this recruit. That is the problem. It's corruption. It's not as if money is not made available for this purpose. It's corruption.
I mean, so the point I was trying to make is that I want to see that impression I had of that guy, like I just gave you at the airport, left me. See, this very. Look at it. Almost 20-something years after, I was almost 25 years after. I'm still remembering that experience. So what I'm trying to say is that what happened? Why can't we keep up why must our police be carrying like this AK-47 and B-55, like as if they are going to war? I mean, like that guy is very professional. I mean, when I met him at the airport, the way he approached me, I got talking to him and it was like,
they always bring the best to the airport.
He's a graduate. I was like, oh wow, no wonder.
Majority of those people you see at the airport, a majority of them are graduates. Most of the other
the point is that they now send the condemned ones outside into the society to go and be brutalized.
Correct.
Oh my goodness.
The training that one got is different from the training these ones are getting now.
So I mean, I just look at it and just
because they know the one that went to school will ask for his right. But these ones they paid to get enlisted. They paid.
But don't you guys think does this make sense at all? Like you underpay people, you put them in a bad condition, and then you give them gun to go and deal with the public. What do you think is going to do with that gun?
The most dangerous thing to do ever.
It's like human nature. First of all, human nature is what you have to understand first. Human being, first rule, self-preservation. Before you can even say you want to do anything noble in this life, you want to first take care of yourself. So now these people that are under paid, they are suffering, they are in bad condition, in poverty. Like
they're not even well paid.
You give them gun.
They're not well paid.
That's what I'm saying. They are underpaid. That's what I'm saying. So they are suffering. They can't feed their family, and then you not give them gun. They go and rob people now.
Man. Maybe I will make money doing it. Anybody have a connection to connect me with the government so that
you have to go and join APC first. Go and join APC.
Where in the
that's how you go about it. Because I tell you, I remember a friend of mine who was trying to start installing what do you call it? This toll thing. Parking meter in Lagos. He got a franchise from somewhere in US here. There's a US company that manufactures that equipment parking.
We use solar to power it, right?
I don't know, but I think I don't know what he has.
Those things that don't work in Nigeria.
We're doing fashion that time. Oh my goodness! Before this guy could Everly have a meeting with Fashola. This guy went through hell. They asked him to go and join APC. Go and join ACN. That then go and join ACN to collect their party card, and then the guy had to go through hell. So I mean, that's how I got to know that for you to get those kind of contracts, those kind of big contracts, you need to be a member of APC.
It doesn't take rocket science to change Nigeria police force completely. It
It's
doesn't.
not, but then they will not allow it because some people are benefiting from that rot. It paid them like that. I tell you, for example, as I was
Well,
saying,
Lagos State,
those guns.
very
Listen, you see, those they are uniform they wear. That uniform they wear and that badge, everything. They have store where they get them from, but they made them to pay for it. You see, after the first one, they give you free. Second one, how can you give somebody one something that you made? They basically need to be buying the rest from the other time. And this uniform, they've been bought by the Nigerian police. The Nigerian government has paid for them to have all these things. But one IGP or whatever, they'll be selling it so they could make
their
it.
wife.
I'm just like, what is going on? Why must we make people's lives so terrible in that country? So
if you want to enjoy it, if you want to enjoy police work after graduation, go and
let me Adewale, let me tell you what happened to me during my training. In this one is not even police or doctors in the teaching hospital. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
So that year,
don't tell us
they asked
doctors
them,
have to go through poverty.
no, let me tell you that it was around November, December. That year, the government asked all the MDAs to return all the money that they have in their covers that they have not used. So what my CMD did that time was that he now said that he would go pay for our professional exam. So, and we thought it was like a lagis, not knowing that we were to use that money. So he paid for our exam, and that exam usually happened in January. So he paid for the exam around December for all the doctors. By February, they deducted all those money from our salary. Because he has used that one to cover that he has spent the money and that he spent it in training the doctors. Well, he collected it and pocketed it. So let me tell you, if you solve the problem of corruption in Nigeria, every other thing will fall in place. Corruption is a major problem in Nigeria. And it's not only about the political leaders, it's everywhere, even including the poor. They are corrupt. And that's why even your member of your family, when you ask them to go and do something for you,
I'm sorry, guys. Like, okay, isn't this so simple? Like, you know, in America here, Rational Man live here, like a feedback program where when you go somewhere, right, they'll send you a survey, and in that survey you ask questions like they will ask you, how was your service? How did the person that served you? How was his performance in this area, that area? So they say rank that person from 1 to 10, from fully satisfied to fully dissatisfied. You ever run into those surveys, right, Rational Man?
Yeah, I have.
Like everywhere you go, like they will ask, even in a restaurant sometimes, the owner of the restaurant will put it there like, hey, write this survey. How did the server serve you? And then you rate the server, and then you take that survey, you're gonna put it in one box where the server cannot take it out. So that's how they know the performance of the workers there, right? When you even any government agency you go, they will send you a survey, or there's a survey form you fill right there if you want to, or a complaint form. If Nigeria want to solve corruption problem, why can't they have people that go through these things that people are robbing, or the employees are treating like crap or taking bribes from, all those things? Why don't they give them access to a survey where they can write a complaint or a survey and just put it where somebody, all the people have to do is
survey
just,
won't solve the problem.
you will solve it.
No.
Okay, let's do it. Wait. Even when I was in the military, like we have to do survey on our own
You have to
commanders.
distinguish
That's not
American
the
military, not
that's not the
Nigerian
general.
military.
Wait. Our commander, we have to do survey on them. At the end, okay, how do you rate your commander? How was he? Where the generals, commanding officer now go and look who's doing their job best in their position. You understand? In their respective ranks. The work Simba just told us, the money that guy pocket that money, right? If a survey, Simba and the rest of the trainers, after they are this thing, they write in their survey, in their complaint, okay, why did we ask questions? Simba can answer question. Okay, why do we have to pay for uniform? Why do we just write your complaint? They'll say, if you are dissatisfied, tell us why you are dissatisfied. If Simba and all those guys can write that survey and then put it, submit it, and people on the very top can just go and read a survey and read where Simba say, what do we have to pay for this? And they go, hold on, so they have to pay for that. What about that's when we know that okay, money was stolen. That's how they find out. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, is people on the top, they just throw money in one place, say, okay, you guys gonna do this, and they don't follow up. There's no fun way to follow up to find out. Or all they can do, they can just hire some people to go and be reading survey and find out whether they can detect this and that and that. These things, they can detect all these corrupt things that's going on. Okay, for example, I just went to Atlanta in America here, where the Nigerian consulate office is, trying to do my Nigerian passport. I went there. The way those Nigerians were, the people were behaving, the way they treating everybody like trash. You enter there, they just talk disrespect you. Just I'm like, I literally felt so fucked up. Like, what is this? And the way they were treating even the Americans. You know, nowadays many black Americans want to visit Nigeria. They go there for visa. And the way the Nigerians took. The funny thing is, Nigerian embassy will import people from Nigeria to come and work in embassy here. They don't know the American culture. Like in America, you have to be professional. You have to treat people who give good service. People that are coming for service, they are paying for the visa. That means you are the one serving them. The way they were treating those Americans, even like they just insult you. Hey, give me shut
Mike,
so
I
now,
had the same experience in our consulate in Saudi Arabia also when I wanted to renew my passport.
Okay,
The same
okay.
experience.
Thank you. So, Simba, now, how do I make that thing known by the people hired that, okay, this is what's going on in consulate, this is embarrassing behavior? And there's no way. But if they have some kind of survey, like, okay,
They usually have a complaint box. When you drop it there, that is where it ended.
see, that's very unfortunate. I don't even think they have it at that place. I look around like, okay, I was even asking other people trying to, like, I was reporting to people I thought were the orga to this idiot that was insulting me. That one guy wasn't supporting that person. They were all the same attitude, all of them. So I'm like,
you know, Mike, when I was doing my MBA, one of my professors talked about in the leadership school, he talked about unfreezing and freezing method of making changes or how you get people to embrace changes in life. Our society is perpetually corrupt. We're kind of corrupt minded. I told the woman that we are genetically corrupt. He said no, that we just have corrupt mind. But the thing is that even a child born today, we all saw the video where the woman was praying for a new baby, where she said that that baby will use a pen to defraud and and embezzle money. I think you guys also watched the video, right?
Yes, you know, one man showed it for us on this platform.
Oh, okay. So the question we should have asked is, what could have made that woman to think that the right way to teach a child is to show them the wrong way to live in a society? So in a society that glorify evil, or probably not saying it as evil, you have to make them to see the positive changes they will make if they embrace certain norms in the society. Because whether you would like it or not, they may not see it as inimical to the growth of that society. They believe a standard. You are elected to the House of Representatives. How many houses have you built? How many cars did you buy? How many people did you dash money? People trunk your house every day. How many of them did you give money to? That is how they will measure your success, not the number of bills you are able to support or pass when you are in the House of Assembly. So a society
Exactly. You're right, Adewale. You're very right. That is it.
A society that see that as the right thing. Now, how do we change their mindset? It's not going to be easy, but
You cannot change. You know, we are wicked to ourselves, Adewale.
It's doable. It's doable.
But guys, to be really fair, though, man, but we were not like that before, though, man. Like,
no, let me give you another example.
No, I remember when I was growing up, I had a chance to interact with
Mikey. Let me give you another example. Just last week, Adewale. Just last week, I went to a lab. I wanted to do some tests for myself. So after I made my payment, so I went to the venipuncture room where they are going to take the blood sample. So I just a simple question. I asked the lady I wanted to take my blood sample. I said, "How many mils of blood do you want to take?" And the useless lady was telling me that enough. I said, "What do you mean by enough? Just tell me how many mils so that I will know how to prepare myself." She said enough. I said, "Don't stick in that needle on my vein if you don't tell me the number of mils that you're going to." The question I'm asking her, she just see it as ridiculous. And that is the way she has been bullying everybody that has come for venipuncture. She will just stick in the needle without any
Maybe
form
she
of
does not even know how
empathy.
many meals. Maybe she does not know.
You understand? Without any empathy that you came for the test, you have to bear the pain. You just have to. I told her, I said, if you stick in that needle, I'm going to slap you. Tell me the number of minutes that you need. And I said, okay, I will take 5 minutes. Okay, take that 5 minutes and get out of that place. And then immediately I finished, I called our guy and told her that this lady is not fit to work in your company. Get rid of her. Because both the poor and the rich in Nigeria were very wicked to ourselves. And that is what actually influenced the way I talk sometimes, that both the leaders and the citizens need reorientation. We cannot just be blaming the leaders every time. Everybody needs orientation in Nigeria.
Start from the top. Guys, I think in about 8 minutes I will be shutting down. There are two topics that I want us to quickly talk about. In 8 minutes, I don't know if it's even possible. Tinubu calling the EU report a jaundice. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah,
I'm actually looking at it on Twitter right now as you are talking.
Yeah, you call it jaundice. That report was just.
I think
just
the EU themselves is a little bit biased report. Even Femi Falana said that you should rely more on the local observer than the EU, because the EU will not go to all other cities in Nigeria. Maybe they just went to some local capital city of a state. So you cannot that election, to be frank, objectively to me, is one of the best elections so far since 1999. The only problem is that people who talk about uploading results. I mean, it's immaterial, because at the end of the day, everybody have the result in their hand. The agent, the presiding officers, the police, everybody have the result. And you can see from the petition, Obi and Atiku, they are not really disputing the result that come from the polling unit. How many units, even if they were to dispute, how many were they disputed? So everybody, and you say this election for the first time in the history of that country, a lot of former current governor that time that want to go to say they were unable to go there. We have no set of leaders who can believe that even the so-called Labour Party, they can have 9 senators and about 30-something rep or whatever they have. I don't know. So if to say that that election would have been rigged, do you think they will have that kind of representation? I think it's not going to be possible. So sometimes all of these white people, I'm sorry to say this, they don't really have our interests in their hearts. Sometimes they just, they use this divide and rule a lot to destabilize our continent. And unfortunately for most of our people, even those so well-educated, literate, they also believe who can sing. It's one of the best elections so far. That's my take.
We've talked about it before, even when the preliminary report was given. No matter how it is, the European Union is not going to be the prism we are going to measure or critically look at the outcome of our own election. We ourselves, we the people of Nigeria, will be the one to make that pronouncement. Because I've never seen an African president or anyone in Africa or from Nigeria being called upon to oversee the election in any of the European country. So it is an insult to have people from the West to be the one to judge our own election. We don't need it. We don't want their own uh, result. We ourselves, as a matter of fact, I even prefer other African countries, other African neighboring African brothers, to be the one to make the pronouncement, not from the West. To me, what do you call the gesture that we do not welcome, even no matter how we look at it, whether it is we are judging to be the worst or the best, not shouldn't come from the European at all.
You see, you know how this relates to all this problem we've been talking about all day. You see, we haven't got to that point where we begin to think for ourselves. We are still at that stage where we still letting our colonial masters think for us. Even the system we do, everything we do, it's not like we sit down and start thinking how to fix it. It's almost like when Nigerian government to solve problem, they will just look to Europe and look somewhere and do copy and paste. Everything we do, whether that is police system, we just copy and paste. We don't ask question whether okay, this thing we are copying and pasting actually fit our own dynamic, So that is part of it. Like we're not at that stage where we understand that we have to be the one to be thinking for ourselves and actually be looking at our problem and using our best brains to think of solutions in our own right, our own ways and things. So it just tells you the colonial mentality. We still look to the Oyinbos, like okay, they are the one we bring. They are the one that will tell us what's right and wrong. They are the one that have to tell us how to do things. They are the one that have to tell us. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. I hope someone like Tinubu with so-called bring people around the guy really
rational mind. Rational mind.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
The news. I also somebody posted something on Twitter too, that ever since the election has been concluded, Obi has not visited any churches. And what is the reason behind that? People are crazy.
But then the election is over now. That's what he was going there to campaign now. Is that also? Is that what he was doing then? He was going there to campaign to ask them.
I mean,
there's no more religious war.
I mean, just being sheepish, by saying that the show will be where it was being knelt down while doing.
Adewale, another thing we notice. We don't hear about Fulani anymore.
No, it's Yoruba now. It doesn't even matter whether you are from Ile.
Okay, hold on now.
We used to hear Fulani are coming. They are coming.
Haven't you see what the Northern Elder Forum said? They said Tinubu is Yorubanizing the whole thing now.
That's not their own.
And then one quick topic again. I don't know. We have 2 more minutes, just less than 2 more minutes. Tinubu said he was doing a background check on those people that he wants to put there. Whatever that even means.
You say what?
That background check. They're running background check on the ministers.
Yes,
ministers.
That's a fantastic move.
It is normal.
Rational mind. That is a normal thing. They do it every time they want to choose ministers. DSS will go and investigate them.
This is the first time I'm hearing that they do
it. No, they do it on every minister.
No, they do it a lot. They do it a lot.
Rational mind. We are so bastardized that most time we don't even know. How do I say this? Before you choose a minister to head an agency or a ministry, you must have somebody, not because they don't have past, they do have past, but the government has to compare their past to show that they will not be compromised against the constitution, against the country, against the mandate of the person they are serving at the interest, right? So, and that is the reason why they do background check. But the thing is that what kind of background check can the federal government conduct on people? Well, if you have been on the scene for a very long time, you will be known and people will be able to trace your past than somebody like you and I who nobody knows at all. So that will be a lot harder to, make a very good background check on them.
You can only run a background check on people that already have you build a profile on them. Like, for example, hold on. You as a law enforcement agent yourself.
I didn't tell you that though. Don't go out.
You don't have to tell me that, no problem. But then you and I know that if you apply for any job here, let's just say fine. Let's just say a government job. They run a lot of background check on you. They'll check your credits because they get a credit system here. They also want to make sure that you have a good credit. You're not the kind of person that will be influenced by whatever position you're being given in that federal agency or state agency. Then they will have to look at your criminal record. Do we have a criminal record in that country? Do we have a credit rating or credit score rating in that country? We don't know how about that. So, I mean, what's the background check? Okay, let's just go and look at his bank account. Does he have a foreign bank account? I can even get that information. So for me, it's just you see,
No,
Tinubu, this is way of promoting
no,
making himself look good.
rational mind. You can do background check on people.
What are you talking
No,
about? Dude,
hold on.
You and I were here.
Wait
You and I,
now.
at least you know what I'm talking about.
I understand.
So
See,
if
the
you're
way
doing a
you,
background check, there must be a data on you that they have.
no. You don't see.
So what is
This,
that? What are you going to do for?
let's say you are applying for a federal job here. You're applying for a federal job, and you needed uh, that job will require you to have some sort of clearance. All right. Now, the agency can do the regular background check by going online to search for your database and whatever. It will always come zero if you don't have any prior arrest and all that. And they will do.
But
hold on. It doesn't stop there. It does not. Remember, I said this. Every of your neighbors will be talked to. Every single place you've worked, even up to the gate man that
No,
mans that
even your academic certificate can be checked. Your academic certificates.
they will find somebody to go to Nigeria, okay,
And then
and start talking to
had
people.
a fake one, and they did the
They want
background check on it, right? Come on, hey guys, am I
No,
promote
we're
Nigeria?
talking about.
But
See,
Nigeria is this kind of.
no. See, I said it something earlier. I said when government want to work, they will do what they need to do. But it's just that the situation has been bastardized. The process has been bastardized in the past. It used to do that, but this time around, nobody cares anymore. They just do them, take a bow and walk away. But any government can do background check if they really want to go at
Hold
any
on, hold
length.
on. I understand what you're talking about. The
Yeah.
background check is go and ask his guarantor, or go and ask people
No,
that
it goes beyond guarantor.
No.
It goes beyond.
Hold on. We're having a conversation here, Joe. It might be. You only run a background check if there's a data on that person.
You don't have to have
Our
data.
police
That's
do
what
not
I'm
have
trying.
data.
You see,
Our law enforcement agents don't have data. Like your criminal record, they don't even have it.
rational mind. You don't have to have data. At least,
Oh God. So
if
what's the background check all
see,
about then?
as it is right now, you can conduct background check on me if you're really interested. If you're really keen in getting some information about me without even talking to
The
me.
one you put online, like your Facebook, right? That's what that was
No, all you need to do. See, today. No, hold on now.
like to
Yesterday.
use some kind of high sound
Oh,
board just to
hold
make
on.
it
Now, I'm not saying that Tinubu saying that they are doing a background check, that they are going to actually do it. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you that there's a way anybody can conduct background check on anybody. The only thing is, if you have any impediment that could stop you, and you just feel, you know what, this is of no need, waste of time. That's when you don't want to do it. The professionals doesn't really need to. The criminal background check is different. If they really want to do it, because if you are going to get a clearance for the job you do here for federal government, even for state government, they will do it. All they need to do is to at least to have established one link to you. They will start expanding that link. They will extend it and cast it wide everywhere you've lived. Everywhere they will talk to people, the people that you've not even remember that you lived with. They will talk to them. It might take sometimes 6 months, 7 months before they get back to. And there's some jobs here too that will still require that. They will still require that. So the online background check is just to establish if you have criminal past or not. But the real one is just want to make sure the one that would not feature in that criminal background. They want to talk to people. It's different from when you fill reference and guarantor whatever. No, those ones are those people you can even talk to them. This is what you please tell them good stuff about me. People that will not even remember you anymore. They will go, they will travel extensively to make sure that they talk to these people and get information about you. They're not looking for someone to say, oh, when you were in school, you've done this. When you're in primary, secondary school, this is what you've done. They're not looking for all that. It will be part of what will form their what do you call it? Their final report. But they want to do extensive background check on people, where you've gone, where you've traveled to, who you met, who you talked to, how you went on vacation, where did you go. They will do all that. And by the time they gather all those information, they will now make a sound judgment. They have some analysts that does that, and they do that job very, very well. And they will make a stand against you, whether for you or against you. But if the federal government of Nigeria want to do that, I hope, but I don't believe they're going to do that. But it's a normal thing that they do background check on people. But I just want to use the standard here. That is the hope. I mean, that's what I believe or hope they will be doing. If not, it's just going to be regular, yeah, it's our Tiwan let her go or stuff
You
like
make it
that.
sound like you're doing a real background check. Like forget it. I mean, I understand what you're talking about. Go and history where he has worked before. Talk to people that live with him. I understand those ones. But when you talk about background check, there must be a data on that person. So Nigeria, the question is just
That is
Nigeria.
how they will establish the data by
Yeah,
making sure
okay, that's
they,
how you establish and they
yeah.
now keep it for another future one, Abi. I don't hear you. All right.
Uh, it's not the data of the criminal background. This one is just to build your profile. There's
Okay.
some people that will study. As a matter of fact, they will establish a case management against you, and they start assigning numbers against you. And if that number goes beyond that number, why am I even saying all this? At the end of the day, they will adjudge you based on how they are able to assess you. What are the plus or the minus they're able to
Okay.
establish against you? But
Okay.
in Nigeria, I want to believe that is how it used to be. But by the end of this month, we'll have ministerialists. I think the National Assembly is resuming. Is it this month or next month? I'm not so sure now. So by the time they resume, it will forward it to them for consideration and for.
What's preventing them from resuming to a few hours from now?
Oh, they will resume. Oh, okay, cool.
I mean,
So,
tomorrow. I mean, we already. It's
oh, okay.
I mean, my side
So,
is about 3 minutes.
we learned that it's going to send it to them this month anyway. That as soon as they
Whatever.
report,
Whatever.
they will send.
My own is
Yeah.
just. I just want the court to make their pronouncement. And
Your court, the court is it. I beg you, Gary. See, I'm just reading from someone whose Twitter account.
that.
The president of Guinea-Bissau is in Nigeria to see
Yeah. Now he
Tinubu.
has been there. He has been there. Now he has been
So,
visiting.
that means Tinubu confirmed to be a
No, that one is
Guinean.
different. Guinea-Bissau called Guinea.
Oh, na Guinea. Oh, na Guinea.
Guinea-Bissau is with Conakry.
Both real Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, they are all Guinea.
Well,
It's about saying, hey, this oil is eating us hard. Maybe you might need to consider.
okay.
Maybe not.
We shall
But
see.
I think it's a solidarity form for, a
Okay.
brother.
We shall see. We shall see.
But how come someone who was the one that welcomed and led him to the president? How come?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's
That
that's
is
and when we're telling you that Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu is Tinubu stooges, and you people say no, he never did that. It was just in the background.
stooges in what?
Well, Mike, let's not just
No,
open
no, no,
that.
no, no. I want to get that area clear.
Who
Stooges
put
in
him
what?
there now? Who put Sanwo-Olu there now?
I mean, you can't call him Stooge. Those are his Portuguese, not Stooge. It's
Okay,
not
okay, I
holding
get
brief
it.
for.
You
It's
people are
not
very good
holding
at
brief
choosing
for him.
words.
No,
You always
see,
spin the word.
the interest, Tinubu interest is no longer about Lagos anymore. I want you to
Okay,
understand that.
Atibo, we
See,
shall hear
this is a
now.
guy that has, see,
We
you
shall
see,
see.
when someone has played his part and put his house in order, he had a bigger fish to fry during the election. And that was how, he didn't really pay much attention to what was going on because he believed he entrusted in the hands of capable hands and he left. Whether stooge or no stooge, Lagos State will still stand with the APC. But the bottom line now is that Tinubu has a bigger issue in his hand to deal with than to be saying you are installing one stooge. In fact, if you like, don't go and install yourself. Look at Fulani. Fulani is crying foul now in Ibadan saying that he was thrown under the bus. Because if we are to be before, when Tinubu wasn't contesting for any public office, he probably would have gone march to the Oyo State and say, look, Oyo, vote for this guy. But hey, he was struggling for his own survival. So stooge or no stooge, Solomon will always be Tinubu's disciple any day, anytime. And Lagos is still going to march on because the coup must not budget completely. So,
Obajeti. Okay, I'm out now.
a coup
Thank you
the
so much,
budget.
guys. Let me just shut
All
down.
right, it's been
It's
awesome.
midnight
Baba
already.
T is not saying a word.
Ọmọ
Where
dá
is
bàbá
he?
tí lóhùn, ó kọ̀ wá ń bẹ̀ ni.
Baba T.
Ọlọ́run kan lọ́mọ ibi tọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ wà àbí tó kọ́ bọ̀.
Not shoot, not duty.
Ọmọ
All right.
lọ́mọ.
He said somebody said, "Oh, Baba T, you are a text." I said, "Who told you I was a text? Who told you? Who told you?" I started laughing, and I actually made a blunder yesterday on Dr. Damages. Dr. Gomez asked me if I was somewhere in my particular location, I was like, I ended up typing. I was like, oh shoot, I shouldn't have responded. But it's just a split of seconds. He told me where he was. I was like, why did I even do this? But yeah, my team was like, no. Who told you I was in Texas? I'm not in Texas.
Yeah, I had that too when he was asking that.
Like, he did not want to feature or somewhere. Oh my God. Don't worry, court case will go and come. We'll be here to analyze. Honestly, I never knew that this show will continue this way. I know that I tell you this is one platform that I've watched other platforms and listened to other platforms. In terms of we disagree, we agree, but we never deviate from the original, show, because every time we always circle back, we always come back. We understand
Exactly.
it's
Yeah,
just
well
about
said.
the interest. No, nothing is personal. But some other show I've been to, not necessarily feature. I just listen to them. Woo,
Just one-sided. It's
they
just one.
one-sided, and it's not right. I mean, we agree here. We disagree with each other. I mean, is it not yesterday that Kulata was agreeing with you and was saying, "Oh, probably everyone is going to rain today or something." Sometimes it happens. You
Yep.
agree to disagree, you disagree, and you come back. But
Exactly.
it's been fun. Thank you, Rational Man. You
Thank you
actually
so much,
you
Mr.
had
Lee.
it down. You really had it down. Thank
Right.
you.
Without you guys, I wouldn't have headed down, but you guys helped.
You did.
So
You did a
appreciate
good
that.
job. You did a
All
good
right.
job.
Thank you so much.
You're good.
All
Have
right,
a good
guys.
evening.
We've come to the end of today's session, or rather this session, not today's. I know we're already in Monday already in some places. Remy, any final word you want to give before Remy has gone? Babati, all right, yeah. So, guys, hopefully we see all of you in a few hours from now. We'll be bringing in some other more topics for us to discuss. One man will do the whole selection of topics, and we'd love to see you guys back to come join us and discuss the way forward for that our beloved country, Nigeria. All right, hope to see you guys soon. Um, take care, all. All right, bye.